The story kicks off on a brutal stretch of rocky land, and out in the far distance, a lone town glints like it's hiding something. A little winged critter panics, flapping hard, begging its master to wake up right now. A dizzy boy in a suit suddenly gets yanked into the sky, and then he starts dropping like a rock. He clenches his fist and blurts out the bizarre word on pure instinct, Manga. He frantically pats his body, panicking as he searches for his missing wingsuit. His face turns into a mask of pure terror as he keeps tumbling down. The creature leans in and tells him it's magic he needs, not that word, Manga. It jabbed at him, practically begging him to unleash the magic word, then fire off the incantation. Float shrieks as the creature bucks in place and the boy frantically hammers out the same command. A surge of magical energy detonates beneath him, slamming him to an abrupt stop mid-fall. A goofy grin bursts across his face somehow. The spell really worked. But the magic won't quit, and suddenly, he starts rising out of control. His face twists with pure terror as he rockets upward, helpless and accelerating into the sky. This isn't a goddess's gift, he cries. Nah, it's a vicious curse, and it's ruining everything. The tale snaps back to just minutes earlier on a calm commercial flight. A hand fidgets with a tiny origami frog while a flight announcement blares overhead. A business-class man leans in and listens as the plane starts its descent. He takes a breath, grins at how his business trip crushed it, and then heads home to Japan. With a little girl perched on his lap, he grins like he's home, soaking up every comfy second of the ride. He can't stop thinking about how that girl's presence somehow made the whole long journey feel way more bearable. The little girl grabs her only Ai-chan and asks, breathless, if they'll ever see each other again. He smiles warmly, pats her head, and makes her a promise they're going to. Suddenly, a deafening roar crashes through the plane and the whole cabin shudders like it's about to tear apart. Without thinking, he throws himself in front of the girl, then she blurts out, "Where's my father?" The aircraft's floor starts to split and rip open under their feet. The second the fuselage tears open, the world shatters and darkness swallows everything. He stumbles into a pitch-black void, still clutching the girl like time itself slammed on pause. A mysterious voice snaps in and confirms what he's felt all along. His consciousness is perfectly aligned. He whips his head around the strange, pitch-black void, totally stunned and lost. He can't tell if he's losing his mind or if this whole thing is just a dream playing out in his head. The voice cuts through the noise, insisting it's real, and hits his thoughts like a straight-up message from the inside. A feminine figure tells him to loosen his body, so the conversation comes easy. He bluntly demands, "Am I dead or are you a god?" Still cradling the child, he calmly asks, "So, are you God or the demon lord?" She declares she's a god, then hits him with the truth he's not dead yet. He clutches his stomach, grimly knowing his death is sealed and coming any second. A stunning goddess in an ornate gown pops into existence right in front of him. She tells him, straight to his face, that his guess about the whole situation is dead on. She swallows her regret and tells him the explosion is going to wipe out every single person on board. She tells him time's running out, so she doesn't waste a second. She has to be straight with him. She bursts in and declares loud and clear that she's the managing god from another world. A nasty dread crawls into his gut, and it hits like deja vu, the kind of nightmare he's seen before. She swears this isn't some cheap trick, it's a real, sanctioned hero summoning, stamped by his world's god. He scoffs at the whole idea, claiming it's a brutal deal, especially with the difficulty cranked to max. She begs him with everything she's got, come to her world and help reseal an evil god before it breaks free. He shuts his eyes tight and flat out rejects her request. She blurts out an apology and he just shrugs it off, saying he lived a good life, then calmly faces whatever fate comes next. Knowing all the usual tropes, he sneers and demands, "So what am I even packing?" The goddess freezes, thrown off by a question that sounds like it was ripped straight from some wild story. He yanks the girl into his arms and growls that he'd rather die than let her face that kind of danger. Then the goddess leans in and drops the bombshell among every single passenger on that flight. Only one person still has the power to be saved. Her eyes lock onto the little kid cradled in his arms, and it's like his worst fear is confirmed. He finally gets the deal he can accept it, but only if he summons for someone else's life, and it's the child's. The goddess snaps that she'd never, ever word the deal like something so crude. She tells him, If you lay down your life, that child might actually live. When she clocks his resolve, she finally gets the wish he never says out loud, and she nods, ready to grant it. She finally spoke to the God of his world, and together they sealed a deal. She breathes out and thanks him because his selfless choice saved her. Her whole world was riding on it. His face tightens with pure determination, and he wastes not a second. He solemnly signs on to the summoning, making the child's life the price. He makes it crystal clear he wants a complete reincarnation with the same memories and soul, not some cheap summoning. On the plane again, the cabin jolts and rattles as chaos erupts around them. He grips his phone in both hands, and the screen's cracked wide open from the brutal turbulence. An icon flashes on screen as he raises his finger, ready to unleash his final, game-changing critical messages. He yanks out his phone and makes a frantic call, and sweat pours down his face like he's running out of time. His sister answers, totally baffled, while he shouts for her to hit record. He blurts out his decision in a blur, hands everything to her without a fight, and then throws himself into apologies to his parents. She thinks he's messing around, but he drops to his knees, begging her to track his phone because they have to save the girl. He shouts that the girl has to be saved, then he tears into one last goodbye. He hoists the tearful girl onto his back, bunching up pillows around her, then tightens the straps just enough to make sure she isn't hurting. Outside, the plane's wing starts dumping fuel, gearing up for the crash. A flight attendant freezes in pure shock as he sprints straight toward the massive, yawning hole. She pleads with him, don't put the child in danger, just go alone. He shoots her one last determined glance full of regret, thick as a storm, and bursting with apology. The attendant catches the weight of his sacrifice, whispering, "You were magnificent right to the very end." He steadies the shaking girl and swears he'll bring her back to her mother alive. He fires off one last text, then slides his phone into the girl's life jacket. With a final desperate Manga on his lips, he rockets himself into the open sky. He throws his body in front of her, tensing up like he's bracing for the impact that's coming no matter what. They drop like a wrecking ball through the sky, the wind howling as it tears past them. He braces himself for a brutal splash landing on the ocean surface way down below. He goes for a float spell at the last second, but fate laughs, and it's already too late. Out of nowhere, a tiny dragon gets rocked off its perch by the brutal impact of his own fall. He slams down with a brutal thud on the back of a dragon far bigger than him. The hit was bone-rattling, slamming the air straight out of his lungs. The tiny dragon can't believe it. Its master just slammed into another dragon, and the shock hits like a punch. His vision blinks out, black takes over as the impact crushes him. He jolts awake in a bed, groaning through the pain because his body feels brutally too heavy to even move. He strains inch by inch, trying to haul himself off that soft, unfamiliar mattress. A voice snaps out of nowhere, yanking him out of his attempt to sit up and freezing him mid-move. A scorching pain detonates in his head as brand new memories crash into his mind all at once. Overwhelmed by foreign memories, a servant blurts out, "Luke-sama." The servant dashes to his side, blurting, "Are you okay?" while yelling for the king. He yanks his hands to his face in shock, finally realizing he's been christened Luke. He remembers the goddess's warning, when you reincarnate, you don't become a nobody, you slip into an existing soul. A towering, regal man storms in, barking, "Why is Luke still asleep?" Luke is still groggy and totally out of it after that sudden, rude wake-up. The man swings and slams his palm across the guy's face, shouting, "Idiot!" Luke's hit so hard he sees stars he can't help but think he's about to die again. With borrowed memories still buzzing in his head, he blurts, Father, is it?" A servant carefully lifts the heavy-laden prince, Luke, and helps him sit up in bed. He tries to summon a status plate with his finger, but every gesture flops and nothing happens. Confusion crashes over him, and one lone tear suddenly wells up at the edge of his eye. He stares down at the brutal, dark bracelets chained to his wrists, like they're weighing him down with every beat of his heart. The caption calls them magic sealing armlets built to shut down every single spell in its tracks. His mind spins as he snaps together the pieces of his brand new, horrifying identity. He was a wicked kid so notorious that his name echoed across the entire nation. Then boom, everything clicks with a brutal reveal: the Orc Prince. Yep, that humiliating nickname is real. He lets out a heavy sigh, crushed by just how awful everything has turned out. He seethes in his head, cursing the goddess that shoved him into this miserable mess. The rumors about the Orc Prince's new body were so horrifying, they made everyone's stomach drop. He realizes living as this boy, Luke, is going to be brutally hard. Luke's consciousness vanished, and after that accident, he's gone. His dad's booming voice slams through his thoughts, barking for his attention right now. The king's fury burns as he demands to know whether he's even thinking about the damage he's done. With a practiced calm, Luke just swallows his pride and says, "I'm sorry for everything." Then he blurts out to his father, "Why do I have to wear these magic sealing armlets?" The king snarls that they must stop him from bolting again. Luke's brand new memories hit him hard. He's been running from trouble for years. His mind snaps back to the dragon from that accident, and he can't stop wondering what fate finally caught up to it. He glances over and spots the little lizard-shaped dragon sprawled beside his bed. He leaned in and demanded his father explain whatever happened to the dragon he left at the academy. The king's face finally crumples, his fury evaporates, and a crushing, soul-deep sadness takes its place. He says that when he finally reached the place, the dragon was already lifeless. He spits Luke is an idiot and swears the gentle dragon, Drake, died to protect him. He remembers the first Luke pouring his magic into this brand new dragon's egg. Ever since the creature was born, the boy poured love into it, doting on it like it was his whole world. A lone tear slips down Luke's cheek as a phantom grief crushes his heart. He rubs his face, stunned. Are these tears really his, or did the original Luke leave them behind? The king lets out a sharp scoff, then dares the question, can Luke really feel anything at all for what just happened? He fires off one last demand Luke has to swear an oath to atone for everything he's done in the past. A towering castle claws into the sky, an extravagant prison for the brand new life he never asked for. All alone, Luke drops onto his bed and frantically tries to sort through a storm of thoughts. He takes one deep look at his new life, Luke A. Walg, 15 years old. He stands 170 centimeters tall, weighs 135 kilograms, and somehow still drags home the most awful school grades imaginable. A loud banner screams "Elite" over a photo of the heavyset prince dressed in uniform. He might be a total fool, but yeah, he's still technically part of the elite. He's enrolled in an elite academy for the few chosen souls who can actually mount and ride dragons. The crash that landed him here happened on the very last day of midterm exams. The last day of exams ended with a no-holds-barred riding showdown inside a massive grand arena. Dragons wheel through the sky in tight formation, towering high above that colossal, Colosseum-like fortress. His father, the king, sat in the royal box, watching the test like it was the moment everything could change. Luke, brimming with arrogant confidence, swore he'd prove his skill to everyone. A chilling diagram lays out a dragon's near 360 vision until you spot the one terrifying blind spot it can't see past. His dragon yanks hard to the side, hunting for another rider's blind spot like it's his next opening. Luke blurts out a gasp when that new dragon slips right into his blind spot. Dragons can't help it, anything that slips into that blind spot instantly becomes a target. That tail strike sent the poor student crashing to his death in a deadly fall. Luke collapses onto his bed at last, finally piecing together the whole story of how he arrived. He hears that tiny creature's voice again, practically screaming at him to use magic as he's falling. He finally clocks it. The AI navigator the goddess promised him is exactly what he just stumbled into. She remembers how she stepped in with a cheat set like a lifesaver handed straight into her hands. The goddess threw him a deal, a hero summoning cheat, in a complete 3-piece set straight up as a bonus. The set came with 3 game changers: appraisal, search, and subspace storage. And on top of that, he'd requested an AI navigator too, just like every other game he couldn't stop playing. The goddess brightened instantly, thrilled to see it was just like that popular MMO feature everyone's been raving about. He stares at his shackled hands, and the armlets hit him like a light bulb, blocking his AI power. A gentle knock rattles the door, and right after it, a servant cuts in to announce the visitors. The door swings wide, and there they all are, his stepmother, his sister, and a mystery young woman standing right behind them. His stepmother snaps into a furious tirade, blaming him for every last problem he's caused. His sister doesn't hesitate. She lets out a huge breath of relief because he's finally awake. A little girl with a huge bow rockets forward and flings her arms around him like she's not letting go. She yells after her big brother, demanding to know if he's really okay now. He leans in and reassures his little sister, Cheel, telling her he's okay and promising she'll never have to worry about him again. Then his stepmother steps in, delivering the news with icy calm they'll decide his fate soon. He stares at her, totally baffled by what she's calling his mood. She claims she's been lenient all this time, but now his fate is sealed. She snaps, furious, demanding to know if he really thinks he can still make it to the academy now. Luke winced as a chill crawled up his spine, convinced his new stepmother was downright terrifying. Awkward silence crashes over the room as he drops into his vanity chair, frozen in place. Right on cue, another knock crashes in and the servant calls out that more visitors have come for Luke's Alma. A blonde girl storms into the room and slams into him with a crushing, relieved hug. This is Roludier, his fiancée, ever since they were both 6 years old. A flashback rips open the past. Young Luke leans in and hands a flower crown to young Reludior. Reludior chokes up and tells him, tearful, that she'd been terrified he wouldn't ever wake up. She watches in relief, because it looks like Reludior is finally starting to feel better. Reludior yanks her hand back and tells him, her voice tight, this is something hard she has to get off her chest. She drops the shocking bombshell. Turns out their engagement has officially been annulled. Luke's jaw drops in full disbelief, and he blurts out, wait, what do you mean by this sudden turn? His sister can't see the full picture, but she's convinced the accident is what started it all. Reludior drops the bombshell. Turns out the king himself went to her father to wipe the engagement clean. She adds that her dad, terrified by Luke's recent behavior, gave the go-ahead. She blurts out an apology, telling him she never got told the finer details at all. Luke can't help but think, with his reputation on the line, this outcome was always going to happen. He tells Reludior that she was basically stuck with his terrible reputation, and that's just how unlucky things turned out. He studies her for a beat, nods like he gets it, and says he understands exactly how her father felt. He tells her, when your confinement ends, please pass along my apologies. Reludior's face twists shock and hurt crash over him as his common acceptance of the news suddenly backfires. She snaps, demanding to know if he's really going to swallow that annulment without throwing down. She kept hoping he'd snap back to his old self, and she waited, tense as the clock kept ticking. Her face contorted with raw hurt and frustration, and she snaps, calling him an idiot. With a final, strangled sob, she whips around and bolts out of the room. Luke's face burns as it clicks. She didn't move on at all. She still has feelings for the original Luke. His sister erupts in fury, demands to know why he's just standing there, and snaps an order for him to follow her. She slams him across the face the moment he hesitates, yelling, "You fool!" He staggers back from the slap's impact, stunned, eyes glassy with tears. His sister storms past Reludior, then slams out, leaving him stranded alone in the hallway. He rubs his cheek, realizing his sister's about to turn this into fresh, juicy gossip. Birds streak over the castle while he wrestles with the nightmare-thick reality of his impossible new life. As Luke grinds through his workout, he mutters through clenched teeth about the goddess who dragged him into a whole new life. He remembers who she is, this world's stunning goddess of water, right up close. Loneliness prickles in his chest as those lonely royal castle spires tower outside his window. 10 days have dragged by in lonely silence since his sister and Reludior showed up. With fresh resolve blazing in him, he hammers his energy into lifting those heavy dumbbells. He realizes the only move that actually matters is hitting the weights. Strength training is the one thing that gets results. He can't stop wondering if he's shed any weight at all, right as a guard calls out that the king has arrived. The king storms in with 2 guards at his heels, his presence cold, stern, and impossible to ignore. Luke strides in and the king snaps, "I've got urgent news, you've got to deliver it." Luke steadies his breath and calmly declares he's ready to take whatever fate throws at him. The king basically admits it. Yeah, Luke broke the rules, but legally, it wasn't a real crime. Luke tiptoes up to his father and asks, under his breath, what kind of punishment he's about to get. Then the first bomb drops, he gets kicked out of Dragonite Academy. Luke grimly realizes the decision to expel him was made way back long before today. The king lays it out flat. Someone tried to shove him over to the magic department instead. A flashback cuts in. A school official leans in and admits his test scores are so abysmal, they're basically catastrophic. The king grimaces, and the memory of his son's academic collapse hits him like a slap, burning with pure shame. Luke finally sees just how deep his dad's old anger and crushing disappointment really went. Luke's father flat out declares that with his body like this, knighthood is dead on arrival. The king's sharp eyes squint as he spots a subtle change in his son's physique. Luke puffs out his chest like he's won a trophy, proudly declaring, "I started getting into shape." His father waves off the effort like it's nothing, saying it's nowhere near enough. Luke's smile drops to nothing as the truth hits him he's still a disgrace to the royal family. The king's patience snaps. He roars that Luke's failure is a stain on the whole family. Luke can only squeeze out a tiny, timid apology for the mess he caused. The king is left fuming because his son keeps causing messes that force him to apologize again and again. After unleashing his fury, the king finally admits he's already talked it through with his ministers. He drops this jaw-dropping proposal, then immediately orders Luke to be shipped off to get married. The word married detonates inside Luke's head, and he goes completely silent. He snaps to the realization this is the real reason his engagement fell apart. He blurts out in total despair, screaming that this was never what he came here for. His father grabs him by the calm and tells him it's not a bad deal, trying to soothe the storm inside him. He's about to be married into the ducal family of the neighboring Farrell kingdom, like fate just snapped shut. The family is desperate to find a husband for their eldest daughter, anything to lock in a male heir. Because of the deal, he's got to show up at the Farrell Knight Academy. His intended bride isn't a grown-up at all. She's a fellow student, and once graduation hits, they're walking down the aisle together. The king shoots him a sharp reminder his old engagement to Reludier is officially done. With a heavy heart, Luke finally forces himself to let go of his past, no more holding on. He leans in and demands to know if the Farrell family knows about his shameful reputation. His father leans in and tells him, Farrell isn't independent at all, it's just a tiny, clingy vassal state. He breaks down the political truth behind arranged marriages, how they're used to lock in pure, noble bloodlines. Marrying into the ducal house isn't just romance, it's a massive, top-tier political power move. Luke snaps bitterly that this is nothing but a slick excuse to shove him out of the way. The king flat out declares it doesn't matter what he did, because all that counts is his royal blood. He finally grasps the last humiliating truth, and with his rare magic, they see him as the perfect breeding stock. But then Luke realizes this exile might be the one shot at freedom from his father's judgment. Stunned that his own son accepted it so fast, the king snaps back to reality, reminding him of his duty. Then he hits you with a fresh gut punch. Luke has to leave at dawn the very next morning. Luke presses the king for answers about his bride, but the king swears he knows nothing. Suspicion spikes in him as he senses his father is keeping something huge from him. The king just nods at his son's question, then shuts the door on any explanation. Luke begs them to yank off his magic sealing armlets so he can pack and get out fast. His father snaps that the armlets stay right where they are no matter what until he's finally delivered. He leans in and reminds Luke that those cuffs are there to stop him from bolting. With his final act, the king hands him a massive dowry like a blessing sealed in gold. With one last command, the king storms out and leaves Luke alone to face his brand new fate. The very next morning, the sun blasts up over the horizon, and it's finally time for Luke to leave. His older brother, Gil, strides straight up to the king, spitting rage over that sudden decision. The king insists the setup is for Luke's own good, then acclaimed Gil snaps back, and it's a straight-up rejection. Luke shoots his protective older brother a tired, shaky smile, trying to calm him down before he panics. Gio watches his brother get shoved into a brutal, long journey, and the danger ahead makes it impossible to stay quiet. Luke cracks a joke, saying they picked Jill as his escort so he won't bolt. The king, rattled to his core, finally blurts out that his son's joke has a real bite of truth in it. He apologizes through clenched teeth, but makes it crystal clear his orders have to be followed for now. He slams the final verdict down. There's no undoing it. Not now. Not ever. Luke sits there, stunned by how deeply his brother's worry for him cuts through everything. He scans the place, totally lost, and blurts, "Wait, Giel's the only one with me." The king locks in the truth Giel is the only one running his secret mission. Giel can barely stomach their dragon. He admits he has no clue what their father's really trying to do. Luke admits that no matter what his brother said, it still feels like he's been left behind. Gio leans in with brutal encouragement, snapping at his brother to get serious right now. Luke nods, takes his brother's advice to heart, and fires up with brand new resolve. They touch down at a cramped military outpost right on the kingdom's border. A guard snaps a sharp salute and greets the two royal princes like royalty. Geo politely rejects the arrest and barrels forward, itching to keep moving. Luke shoots a grateful pat at their dragon, then gets ready to bolt out the door. Just as they start to turn back, a tiny, nervous voice blurts out and grabs their attention. A shy young girl clutches her basket, then timidly asks if they want to buy some flowers. The local guard snaps into action and storms over to shoo the commoner away from the royals. Luke blows past the guard, drops to his knees, and gently asks the girl for her price. He tosses out 1 gold coin for the entire basket, then watches the girl's face go wide with shock. She nervously confesses she has nothing to change, and Luke leans in and tells her to keep it anyway. He demands she take his generosity, steamrolling right over her hesitation. She blurts out non-stop gratitude, telling him the money will finally help her injured mother heal. Startled by how much he cares, the girl nods and admits her mom really is hurt. Jill steps forward and thrusts a mid-grade healing potion into the air, desperate to save her mother. Luke stares at his older brother, and pure admiration lights up his face at the kindness he just showed. Jill thrusts the valuable potion into her hands and won't take no for an answer. He demands she take it. The girl dips into a deep bow of gratitude, then bolts away, clutching her gifts. GLTZ let Luke chase a soft spot and got hit with a grumpy retort right back. The two princes blast back into the sky again, picking up right where their journey left off. From up high, Luke spots a wild commotion tearing through the forest below. He jabs a finger downward and fires off a question to his brother. Do you see it? Does this look like a bandit hit? Geo glares into the distance and spots the ambush waiting there. He spots the crest on the carriage and instantly knows it's tied to the Farrell royal family. Luke fires back that royalty doesn't get to shrug off a situation like it doesn't matter. Geo agrees, but Luke won't have it. He insists on jumping into the fight himself. Geo locks eyes with them, and with that same fire in their hearts, they both agree they're stepping in together. Right before they drop down, Luke snaps, telling his brother to hold up like it's urgent. He thrusts his bound wrists forward and demands the magic sealing armlets be ripped off right now. In the middle of a brutal clash, Prince Geo yanks the magic sealing armlet right off his brother's wrist. Luke finally gets his AI navigator back after all this time, and pure relief hits him like a wave. Navi snaps the alarm right away. If he fights like this at his current level, he's walking straight into certain disaster. Luke heeds the AI's nudge and snaps his glowing status plate into place to test his powers. He's absolutely horrified when he realizes his soul has been wiped clean and dropped back to level 1. Navi tells Luke this is just how reincarnation works, and it crushes his spirit. He clocks that his combat chops are weak, but to his shock, his production skills are insanely strong. Luke cracks open his subspace storage, and it's stuffed to the brim with countless recovery potions. He hands over a fistful of the potions he brewed to his grateful brother, Geel. Holding his bow loop, he starts plotting how to take down the rest of the bandits. Geel nods and fully backs the plan, handing Luke the tactical command of his dragon, Baal. Luke tells Bowels he's got his back, and the little dragon growls ready to stand with him. A bandit on the back of a reptilian beast rockets forward and blasts out a devastating magical attack. Geo bursts into a cry, shouting that the horrifying spell is an arrow cutter storm. A savage wind spell tears through the last carriage guards, cutting them down in seconds. The sight slams Luke with a violent flashback to his own dragon drake right in his mind. He freezes in place, clutching his bow, and that brutal memory drags him under like a nightmare. He keeps replaying that brutal academy accident every time, reliving how Drake got killed. Luke reels in shock, realizing he's taken a life with his own hands. Right in the middle of that chaos, Navi blurts out, "I hit level 10, and his magic finally unlocks. Stunned by that sudden level up, Luke snaps his focus into place and steals his fear back, ready to fight. On the battlefield, a fierce female knight plants her feet and unleashes Aqua Heal, flooding a wounded comrade with life-saving water. Not far away, a hooded figure whips out lightning and hurls it straight at the carriage. The newly healed knight wipes away tears and thanks her friend with a grateful, trembling voice for saving her. Luke watches it all unfold, and an unshakable dread crashes over him like a wave he can't outrun. The hooded attacker raises his hands to cast again, while Giel and Ball stare as their fate drops from the sky, dice raining down. Up close, the attacker's hood slips just enough to show a sinister grin, sharp, cold, and ready to strike. The assassin snaps their hands and hurls a thunder spear spell straight at their target. Luke yanked his bow back and fired an arrow slammed into the attacker, snapping the spell mid-cast. Luke stands his ground, eyes blazing with determination after that shot lands perfectly. The target is exposed, and it's a young girl, tied up and utterly helpless on the ground. Luke locked his gaze on the battlefield, and his quiver was stuffed tight with arrows. Geo and Balls jump in with air support, and the ground battle keeps raging on. The last bandits crumple after being completely crushed, toss their weapons down, and throw up their hands in surrender. With the fighting finally crushed, Luke stands in the eerie quiet of what's left behind. Geolands turns to his younger brother and blurts out, "Tell me, did you get hurt anywhere?" Geo throws praise at Luke's insane skill, and straight up admits that having his support was unreal. Luke blurts out that his hands are shaking because he's so used to killing. Jill flashes a comforting smile, admitting he's feeling the exact same way. He plants a steady, reassuring hand on his younger brother's shoulder. The last surviving Farl Knights snap to attention and salute the princes, shouting their thanks for coming to their rescue. Jill straightens his uniform and readies himself to step up and address the knights the proper way. He steps in and declares he's the first prince, while his brother Luke stands right behind him as the third. A terrified woman gasped in disbelief when she realized the people who saved her were royalty. Every last knight drops to both knees the second the two princes step in. Jill blurts out, "We weren't doing anything, we were just passing through, escorting my brother." That ornate carriage door, still silent a moment ago, lets out a slow, chilling creak as it swings open. A calm voice burst from the shadows, thanking both Jill and Luke for stepping in right when it mattered. A stunning blonde noblewoman steps forward and boldly introduces herself as Princess Merhwa of Farrell. She flashes a warm, radiant smile, and her elegant dress swirls and billows around her like it's alive. Luke freezes in total disbelief, swearing he's never laid eyes on this princess in his life. He honestly thinks that, as the royalty of a vassal state, he should have been the one to meet her. His mind rockets back to the town, and he instantly clocks her the shy little flower girl. A knight suddenly spots one of the fallen soldiers who'd been guarding that carriage. She remembers a throwing knife landing in that soldier, and for a moment, it looks like he's down for good until he somehow bounces back. The knight captain barrels in at a sprint, his heart pounding because he's terrified the soldier's been poisoned. Luke barks at them to let him check the wound right now. Jill grins with pride, urging everyone to trust his brother's healing magic. Luke grabs one of the female knights and begs her to help him tend to a wounded soldier. The knight slowly pries off the soldier's shoulder armor, and then the real wound is finally laid bare. A gruesome patch of necrosis is creeping across the soldier's skin, spreading fast and making everything look worse by the second. The assisting knights scream in pure horror at the brutal sight before their eyes. Luke clocks 3 more people are infected, and Navi tells him to fire up his appraisal skill. This skill pinpoints a non-lethal but brutally powerful poison hidden in the arowana frog. The knight captain hammers the truth in confirming the poison and snaps, "Has anyone got the antidote?" With a grim voice, he reports their healer is dead, and they've only got 2 doses left. Luke blurts out, "Wait, did anyone else get hit with that poison knife during the fight?" 3 more soldiers shot their hands up, grim and sure, yeah, they're poisoned too. The frantic captain grabs Prince Jill and begs, "Do you have any antidote?" Jill confesses he burned his only dose, and now, looking back, that gamble feels painfully smart. The captain's face is carved with despair as he's forced to choose between 2 unbearable outcomes. "All right." Luke beams as he cracks open his subspace storage. "I've got some." He tells a stunned GEO that royalty must always stay ready for whatever hits next. Merhwa can't stop staring, realizing how calm and peaceful her own country must be compared to all this. Luke thrusts a potion into the conversation, demanding, "So tell me, does this thing matter more than someone's life?" Princess Merhwa of Blushes swore she'd stop playing small, she'd carry enough for everyone from here on out. Luke whips his gaze aside, and one bead of sweat slides down his cheek like it's on a timer. He still can't shake the feeling that something's off, like a hidden danger is lurking just out of sight. Navi's voice snaps through the air, pushing him to fire up his perimeter search magic right now. The spell blasts open a color-coded map, showing every single person right there in your immediate vicinity. Luke's jaw drops at the insane detail his newly leveled up search skill suddenly starts revealing. He catches one lone red dot and his gut tightens like another enemy might still be hiding just out of sight. Navi tells him to hit the red dot and snap it into sync with his vision. The linked image shows a concealed assassin lining up a poisoned dagger, and they're about to strike Murpha. Luke lunges in front of the princess and slams his storage box over the dagger to stop it dead. A knight bellows in panic, spotting another enemy raising their sights on the princess. The failed assassin rockets through the trees on horseback, fleeing for his life. One of the knights yells that it's over. There's no way they'll ever catch him now. Luke steadies himself, knocks another arrow, and launches his aim straight into the wild forest. With a fierce, locked-in look, he yanks the bowstring back and holds it steady, ready to unleash whatever's coming next. With one smooth, lightning-fast motion, he releases 3 arrows into the distance. The arrows streak true thudding into the fleeing assassin and silencing his mouth mid-grip. A nearby knight just gapes in disbelief at that insane long-distance shot. Luke orders Bells to track down the assassin and make it crystal clear, bring him back alive. The assassin gets launched off his horse and crashes to the ground, knocked out cold. Luke rewards the joy-filled dragon, Bells, by tossing him a goblin carcass like, "You earned this." Geo chuckles that Bal acts like Luke is his real heartbeat, not like he's got the same pull for Geo. Geo asks Luke what the dragon loves to eat, and right off the bat, Geo botches it by guessing it's an orc. A nearby knight interrupts with a polite grin, and suddenly the prince learns the shocking truth: Bale loves goblin meat. Geo is stunned. He's been silent this whole time, and the master still had no idea. After the dust settles from the battle, Luke starts talking straight about death. A lone, unshakable knight surges ahead with his sword yanked free and blazing. The knight lunged out of nowhere and slammed into Luke, hurling him backward like he'd been punched by thunder. "That's my line," Luke shouts as he pins the knight down and hurls murder charges at him. Geo yells, "Alarm!" and Luke just gives a cool, confident signal like he's got the whole situation handled. The knight captain looms over the downed knight, his armor clinking with every tense breath. The captain rips into them, demanding to know why they're tying up one of his own. Luke and his brother Geo locked eyes, grim understanding hitting them both like a punch. Luke snaps the truth: 2 of the captured men weren't even part of the bandits. Murpha is totally lost, but Luke leans in and points out their pricey, custom-built assassination gear. The assassin flashes a ruthless smirk because his real mission wasn't the mission at all. It was ending the princess. The restrained knight fought the restraints, yelling through the chaos that he was no ally of theirs, he was innocent, just like he said. Geo leans in and says there's no way this ambush hit like that. Someone on the inside had to tip them off. Murphy steps up and declares they'll interrogate the suspect, not put him down. She plants her foot and takes full control of the interrogation. The knight begs the gods to believe him innocent, while Geo presses Murphy to reveal who he truly answers to. Murphy flashes a bold grin and blurts, "I'm not one of you," and it instantly shocks both princes. She freezes for a beat, panic flaring as she realizes she's exposed herself way too much. She flashes a proud grin and shows the card. Turns out she's a first-class inquisitor, and she literally can't lie. It's a one-of-a-kind, God-given gift. She says it with a sweet smile that makes your heart stop. Geo leans in and tells the stun knight that the Inquisitor's contract traps him. He can't lie, no matter what. Murphy snaps into place and confirms she came on a mission straight to haul officials in for tax evasion. Luke realizes the assassination was a last-ditch strike meant to shut her up for good. Murph's face tightens the moment the truth hits. She finally grasps what's really on the line. They figure the culprits will need 2 whole weeks to tear apart the evidence before her death leaves them exposed. The last conscious assassin breaks into a dark, confident chuckle. He sneers and tells everyone he was only hired for the job, like that means he knows nothing else. Murphy's eyes widen with worry as he realizes he's speaking pure truth. She demands he name his employer, and he just scoffs like the question's ridiculous. Murphy freezes, weighing her next move because she can't pry out any more answers. The assassin tries to take nothing from him, then suddenly his body drops limp, like the fight's been ripped out of his hands. Luke just let out a sharp gasp of shock. The assassin crumples to the floor, dead as the moment he hits the ground. With everything happening in a blur, Luke rockets forward and lunges straight for the body. He towers over the dead man, a blood-soaked knife clenched in his fist, while Murphy stares in pure, shaking horror. Jill and the knight captain shout at the top of their lungs, demanding an answer. What in the world just happened? Murphy's eyes go huge with pure shock and utter confusion. Jill roars at his brother, and his brother just shrugs calmly, saying he's hit level 20. Murphy presses for answers, and Luke insists he spotted a faint human figure. His strange explanation totally blindsides his companions. They're left utterly baffled. Murphy shoots a hard, no-nonsense stare at him and demands to know why he murdered a knight from her kingdom. Luke says he clocked the assassin's weird movements and suddenly knew he could slip his bonds. Geo clocks a tiny blowgun jammed in the dead man's grip, then fires off an appraisal. Murphy's jaw drops when she realizes it's been smeared with a fast-acting, deadly poison. Luke leans in and demands to know, are those magic sealing armlets really that easy to yank off? With a grin, he prodded the skeptical knight, Captain, to try on the restraints. Thick armlets slam shut on the captain's wrists, locking tight and ready for battle. Jill leans in and tells Murphy, watch every move, something big is about to explode. He raises his hand and kicks off a silent 5-second countdown. Luke shouts to his brother, yanking his attention just long enough to make a diversion. He whips around to Murphy and tells her, you've got something on your shoulder. With a tiny pop, a single red rose bursts out of thin air. While everyone's hypnotized by the magic trick, that one crucial moment slips by without a single person noticing. Luke suddenly snaps. He realizes the trap worked exactly like they planned. He tells them the captain broke free from his restraints right on cue, just like the assassin had planned. Murphy is so overwhelmed with gratitude that she blurts out thanks to Luke again for saving her life for the third time that day. GLT's is that Luke can bolt whenever he wants, and it drives Luke absolutely crazy. Luke shoots a protest as Gil orders him to slap the armlets back on. Murph leans in, eyes wide, and blurts out why a prince would need to be trapped in restraints like that. Luke grumbles at his brother, who won't let up, insisting the truth has to be said. Gio spills that it's a straight-up order from the king stop Luke before he bolts. Murphy bursts into giggles, pointing out just how painfully the king can't bring himself to trust his own son. Luke Huff is convinced his father is the real one behind this whole messed-up arrangement. Gio snaps Luke to erase his friend list before he straps the armlets on again. Luke remembers this is the usual move, basically a lock meant to stop any sneaky spy from getting through. He taps the magical status screen and confirms the deletion, sealing it with a final, decisive click. Murphy tilts his head up toward Luke, eyes shining with hope as shyness tightens his voice. She leans in and asks, would you put me down as your very first friend? She lights up instantly, calls it a real honor, and swears right from the heart that she's genuinely happy. Her attendant leans in and quietly reminds the princess she's got a place, and it isn't on top. Jill roars that it's finally time to kick off and continue their journey. Murphy blurts out that she wants to tag along with them, claiming it's for her own safety. Gil nods and says the ducal knights are already rushing in. While they wait, Luke plants a flower right on the chest of the fallen guard. Jill and the knights stood frozen, staring ahead with crushed, somber faces. At last, a massive troop of ducal knights storms in to escort them. Every knight in the troop glares at Luke with raw, undisguised hatred. Luke breaks into a full-on sweat, totally baffled by their scorching, angry stares. That's when it clicks, because some troubadour's out there, singing non-stop about the notorious Orc Prince. The knight's glares sharpen into steel. His contempt for them is so thick, you can practically taste it. Luke's jaw drops. He can't wrap his head around why everyone's hitting him with pure, hateful animosity. He leans over to his brother and snaps, why are those knights glaring at me like I just drew their curse? Jill storms up to the knights, fury blazing, and accuses them of disrespecting royalty. Murphy strides up and demands answers, firing off, what's the meaning of this behavior? She shoots them a hard warning, reminding everyone they'd better show the important guest the respect they owe. During the night's chaos, he swears it's not just his own feelings driving him mad. Murph blurts out that he's not sorry to the right person at all. The knights drop into a deep bow together, and they apologize to Luke in full, formal style. Luke cuts them off, snaps that their gesture means nothing, and insists it's him who should apologize first. He grabs Murphy and demands she help him crack the source of their anger. The knight captain shoots out a shaky confession, like the whole order is feeling the exact same dread. Murphy's lie-detecting power flashes in his mind, and she warns him, "Don't you dare lie." The captain drops the truth every ounce of his loyalty belongs to his lady, Emilia. Luke just stares back, utterly blank. He has zero clue who that is. The knights are horrified he can't even name his own fiancée. Luke grimaces hard, realizing just how deep his miserable situation goes. The captain stammers out that he only just learned the betrothal was meant for a duke's daughter. Jill stared at the sheer size of him, realizing Luke's brutal reputation had already marched ahead of his boots. Luke finally realizes this catastrophe is 100 his miscalculation. The captain leans in and tells him the troubadours from Luke's own kingdom have been racing around, spreading those stories everywhere. A knight corners Murpha and demands answers about the troubadours. Why aren't they being punished for every song they dare to sing? Knight Jill snaps into terror when he realizes they're singing about his brother, Luke. Murphat grins and practically begs Luke to hop into her carriage for the ride straight to the ducal estate. A grand carriage with the Farrell family crest emblazoned on it rumbles down the road, cutting through the world like it owns the place. Inside, a smiling woman swoops in and introduces herself Erica, the princess's battle maid. Murphys is genuinely overwhelmed. She thanks Luke with all her heart for saving her life and calls him her savior. She leans in and demands news about her older sister, Amelia, and then drops the bombshell that she and Erica are cousins. Erica explains that Amelia's severe androphobia is so bad she dodges every single social event. Even with everything stacked against her, she crushed the Magic Academy entrance exam and finished first in her class. Luke can't wrap his head around it. How could she be engaged to him, a total stranger? His face tightens the moment he suspects there's a secret motive lurking behind the whole setup. A whisper of music slips through the carriage window, barely audible but impossible to ignore. Two escort knights belt out a goofy mocking ballad, cheerfully singing it straight about the Orc Prince. Luke slumps forward, sighing hard as his head droops onto his hand in pure, exhausted resignation. The knights keep blasting their song as the carriage shakes and rolls toward the estate. Erica and Murphy busted into giggles, asking if he was really that crushed about the engagement. Luke brushes it off as just his parents' call, then leans in and asks Murphy if she feels the same. Murphy drops her gaze and admits, plain as day, that she's not seen as beautiful. She says her inquisitor power is so vicious that people practically dodge her on sight. Luke leans in and earnestly tells her she's unbelievably cute, shutting the three women into a stunned, breathless silence. When Murpho clocks that it's the truth, his face bursts red with a furious blush. Pure joy hits him so hard, he can barely hold it in. Erica grins and bursts out that they're about to crash land at the Farrell ducal estate any moment now. Luke's face crumples into a grimace, like he's bracing for an official welcome that's about to hurt. Murpha checks on him, like, "You okay?" while he grumbles that he's finally managed to rip off those armlets. They reach the city gates, and Gil leans in asking Luke if he really enjoyed the ride. A butler rushes forward and announces, "The Duke sent a carriage for you." The butler swings the door wide and reveals the new carriage with a dramatic flourish. Luke stares on with a stone-faced calm as his companions climb aboard the brand-new transport. Jill fired off a question to the pixie. "Navi, where did the girl I was trying to save end up?" Luke catches the plan mid-thought. He has to race to a shrine and talk to the goddess. The magnificent Farrell ducal estate suddenly bursts into view, ringed by lush gardens that stretch as far as the eye can see. Luke and Jill hop down from the carriage and scan the courtyard, taking everything in. A sharp-suited man strides forward and greets them at the gates of the estate with a confident welcome. He steps up and introduces himself as Duke Galeby. Then Farrell, he turns grateful eyes their way and thanks them for saving his daughter. Gio fires back that they're just doing what feels right, exactly like the Duke says, with introductions. The Duke snaps his hands together, and the grand doors slam open, revealing the hull beyond. They storm into a gigantic hall, and a whole line of servants bows so hard they look like they're folding in half. Among the crowd, two young girls stand perfectly still, eyes shut tight as if they're honoring something sacred. The Duke snaps at Luke to stay away from the maids, and Luke hesitates. Meanwhile, Jill swears he'd never peek. A side door slams open with a brutal, ear-splitting bang. Two young girls block the doorway. One stands rigid and stern, while the other cowers behind her, hiding like she's terrified of what's next. The stern girl cuts in and introduces herself Anna, the house's second daughter. The shy girl creeps out from behind the curtain and whispers, "It's me, Laura." The Duke snaps at Lara for her awful greeting, calling it a full-on disgrace. Luke learns a gut-punching truth: his fiancée, Emilia, has vanished to handle her academy's midterm exams. The Duke says his wife is sick, so sick it's catching, and it's spreading like wildfire. Gio steps forward and boldly introduces himself as the first prince. Then right beside him, Luke gets named as the third. Anna Mutter just can't hide her heartbreak because her sister is being forced to marry the orc prince. A faceless, floating hand swoops in and lands a razor-fast disciplinary chop straight on Anna's head. Guile lets out a laugh, claiming they've settled the score, while a totally baffled Luke just stares, lost for words. The Duke pulls Gil and Murpha aside for a private word because he needs to talk about the attack right now. He tells them, "We've got to scramble right now. Prepare a report for the King's Dragon Knights." Anna's jaw drops as she realizes Luke is about to be dumped in their care. Luke realizes on the spot that the Duke is putting his character to the ultimate test. The Duke is convinced that if those rumors are right, Luke is going to go wild over his daughters. Luke snatches the challenge without hesitation, fully realizing exactly what they're demanding from him. An awkward silence drops like a curtain as Luke sits there with the two girls, and nobody knows what to say next. Erica bursts in to break the tension with a bright smile, happily offering to whip up some tea. 3 steaming cups of tea hit the table between them, sending warm curls of vapor into the air. The air turns heavy with tension as Anna glares down a nervous Luke. Luke's hands snap together as he folds a piece of paper. Laura leans over the table, eyes on the paper, and demands to know what he's cooking up, and a bitter scoff as he watched his precious dragon, Drake, die. Luke flashes a grin, shrugs her off, and declares he's about to wake the crane up and bring it to life. Anna stares in disbelief, snapping, "It's just a piece of paper." He brushes the paper crane with his fingertips, chanting spells that ignite its lightness and make it lift and drift. A crane flares with light, rockets upward, and 2 more cranes swing in right beside it. Laura's eyes light up like fireworks as she slips into an amazed gasp. She can't contain her excitement and begs for one, and Luke grins and gladly says yes. A bunch of finished paper cranes now crowd the table, all perched there like they've just come to life. Luke slips away to the restroom, and with a little bell, he signals a servant. A maid with a tidy ponytail pops into the room, asking, "Did you summon me?" Anna snaps orders to Iris, telling the maid to escort this person straight to the restroom. Iris leads, sprinted down a long hallway, and tore up the stairs in one breath. He's totally thrown off until Iris tells him the estate's toilets get magically cleaned. He sneaks a look into the modern toilet and instantly clocks the clean magic working its wonders. He suddenly sees that the trash isn't just tossed away, it's getting yanked through magic and dumped into a subspace. He scrubs his hands like it's a hush-hush ritual because he knows this divine shortcut is a secret meant to stay buried. While Iris waits, he can't stop wondering if this is one of the gods' secret little perks. As Luke strides back down the hall, a sealed door calls to him like it's hiding a secret. He slams the brakes, and a curious Iris snaps around to look back at him. She leaned in, worried as hell, and asked if he was finally done. He admits he cast the clean spell himself, and it leaves her completely stunned. He barrels down the hall, eyes locked on a closed door. Iris's voice cracks as she tells everyone, softly and sadly, that the Duchess is tucked away, resting in the inner chambers. Luke's AI hits him with brutal news she has incurable consumption, and quarantine is sealing her in. He spots a faint shimmer crawling over the door like a barrier spell is holding it shut. He decides to pop in with a quick hello, and boom! Iris is instantly flustered. She begs him to stop, but he snaps at her to wait outside. He raps once on the massive double doors, then swings them open and steps inside. He slips right past a privacy curtain and into the room with a huge canopy-topped bed. A young woman sprawled in bed snaps her gaze up from her snack and blurts, "Who's there?" A sudden flashback slams you into the past, revealing a huge grand building that stood there years ago. Ahmad snaps at someone again because they lost track of the young master, Luke. The story bursts into a breathtaking greenhouse where roses bloom in a riot of color. An old woman spots a young boy, quizzes him, and asks Luke why he's skipping his studies. The boar insists he's her disciple, not some wild troublemaker. His old tutor, an elderly woman, smiles at him like trouble in disguise. She promises her guidance will be strict, no excuses. In the present, Luke snaps his hands together and conjures a protective air shield to guard everyone. He yanks the bed curtain aside with a sharp, confident flourish. Luke steps up and formally introduces himself, claiming he's here as the family's prospective son-in-law. A blushing woman meets him at the door, stunned that His Highness would come all the way just to see her himself. She steps in, calls herself Sasha, the Duke's wife, until a maid rushes in and warns him to get out. A brutal cough rips through her, and she spits a burst of dark blood straight onto her handkerchief. The maid, Iris, barrels in and gasps apologies while Luke snaps to the horror that Sasha is bleeding. Luke realizes this world doesn't even get germs, and that ignorance crushes the power of healing magic. "Excuse me," he says it as he lays a gentle hand over the Duchess's chest, starting the healing right there. A brilliant flare explodes in the air as he unleashes a ruthless combo of healing and purification spells. He tells her the late-stage illness has finally eased up, but a real cure won't come for another 10 days. Sasha suddenly feels way better, and Iris can't contain herself as she spots the bright, healthy color crawling back onto her face. Sasha thanks him and tells him her daughter actually found a genuinely kind man, turning that nasty rumor on its head. Right as he spins to leave the room, Iris the maid snaps, "Lord Luke." Her eyes go razor sharp as she asks, "Can I grill you about the magic you just used?" She slams the question down hard. Why did he mix healing, purification, and detoxification magic all in one single burst? When he blurts and fumbles for an answer, Sasha finally drops. The truth turns out Iris is training to become a healer. Without warning, the chamber door gets blasted open with a thunderous slam that rattles the whole place. The Duke Gales storms in, raging, and demands to know why they dared to defy his order to stay away. The flustered maid blurts out that she just rung for the Duke to come. Luke admits to himself he only burst in because curiosity yanked him by the collar. Sasha beams as she tells her husband that Lord Luke's magic has already wiped her fever clean. Luke snaps the Duke out of his shock and tells him the truth, time will heal his wife's consumption. The Duke gasps so hard his hand rockets to his mouth, stunned out of his mind. Sasha's face brightens with fresh hope as she nods. Luke's words suddenly feel true. Jill strides up to the Duke and demands to know if it's true, can Luke really heal her? Geo's eyes realize their father would have never exiled Luke if he'd known about this power. Luke urges them to wait until she's cured, but the Duke refuses to believe in any real cure. The Duke is crushed with anguish, screaming that there's no way a cure exists, especially since even the royal physicians couldn't do it. The Duke drops the bombshell. The mandatory servant summoning ritual is just 5 days away. Geo leans in and tells his brother, every single academy kid has to jump into the summoning ritual. Luke asks for a delay, but the Duke shuts him down, no postponing it, ever. This ritual is a holy, once-a-year celebration. When the stars align, everything hinges on the sky's order. Luke's face tightens with worry as he finally realizes just how deadly important the summoning ceremony truly is. The Duke leans in and asks if stopping her ritual treatment midstream will trigger a brutal relapse. Luke signs on without a second thought, and his stomach absolutely erupts with the loudest, most comically dramatic growl imaginable. Sasha's cheeks ignite with furious blushes, completely mortified as she realizes after ages she's suddenly starving. Luke grins and spots her appetite roaring back. Then she sheepishly admits she hasn't really been able to eat lately. The Duke's hard stare cracks open, and relief flickers bright in his eyes. The Duke sends out a proper formal invite, begging Luke and Gil to join the family for dinner. Luke beams and pushes a bold idea his future mother-in-law should sit down with them for the meal too. Sasha nods in agreement, but worry gnaws at her because Lara has been feeling lonely ever since she's been gone. Luke steps in with a magical shield spell, promising her sickness won't spread a single inch. Sasha's thoughtful proposal makes her freeze in a quiet, contemplative frown. Her eyes flare with pure joy as it finally hits she's about to see her daughters again. Luke flashes a huge, bright grin and nods he'll set up the shield right away. Luke pitches easy-to-digest food and asks, "Do you've got rice?" But they hit him with a blunt. "No. Here, bread is the main food, and when you're sick, all they give you is a plain little bowl of soup." With barely any choices left, Luke looks around and asks, "Can I borrow the kitchen?" The Duke bursts into laughter, then approves Luke's request, letting him cook a special meal just for Sasha. He reassures Sasha to rest easy while he gets everything ready, and she beams and agrees without a second thought. Luke and his royal entourage are silhouetted right in front of the kitchen's double doors. He snaps a clean spell, and a burst of pure magic slams the kitchen staff flat. He tells her this spell sweeps away invisible germs, and Iris is left so stunned she can barely breathe. With Luke staring in shock, the stunned head blurts out an offer to personally guide him straight through the ducal kitchen. He strides into the grand ducal kitchen, a massive, fully stocked battleground where every tool is ready to cook up trouble. The head chef and his crew bow in front of the royal party, already poised to snatch up every order. The chef beams as he unveils the star ingredient, a massive slab of rush buffalo meat. Luke demands the meat along with fresh tomatoes, rice, and a bunch of simple ingredients. The kitchen crew gasps at his instant, no-question decisions, because the menu is already locked in. After enough practice, Luke slices through even the toughest meat with knife-like speed and razor-sharp precision. He has to meet Flair, so he flicks it up in the air and the staff watches, totally mesmerized. He pours a glossy demi-glace sauce, and that rich, mouth-watering aroma hits the kitchen so hard the staff breaks down in tears. He takes a bite of his tomato risotto, and his face lights up. Then he frowns, knowing something essential is still missing. He thrusts forward a tray piled with smaller patties made just for Lara and the others. He fires off the final instructions, and the whole staff snaps to attention, eager and ready to spring into action. Luke's silhouette glides along the third-floor hallway, locked on the dining hall ahead. He jogs over to Sasha, who's already dressed and waiting inside a faint, shimmering shield. She tells him she's totally fine, but he pushes her to rest just in case she's actually feeling sick. That massive, fancy dining table sits there, perfectly set and waiting for the royal family to finally arrive. Anna and Laura stormed into the room, crying out for their mother, and the joy in their voices was pure relief. Anna yanks her little sister back and screams a warning, yelling that their mom's illness is serious. Luke calmly tells them, "Relax, I've already wrapped everyone in a protective air shield." Anna shoots back with a sincere apology, and the moment her words land, her sharp edge melts away relief and understanding flood her face. The two girls finally press into their mother for a tight, tear-soaked, long-awaited embrace. Luke slides the meal onto the table and tells the Duchess, "I made you a special medicinal dish just for you." Their eyes blow wide as they stare at the mouth-watering feast in front of them, totally stunned. With rosy cheeks blazing, Murpha nervously blurts out that she wants to try Luke's cooking. With his curiosity blazing, the Duke leans in and asks if there's any of Luke's cooking left. The head chef nods and swears he cooked up extra portions for everyone to dig into and enjoy. The three sisters bite at the same time, then perfectly in sync they all burst out with, "That's unbelievably delicious." The Duke leans in and demands whether this exquisite dish is a secret recipe stolen from the wild Groyal court. Gilles tells you how his brother used to slip into the kitchens when no one was looking just to cook for himself. Murphy bursts into a cheeky giggle, claiming his late-night snacking is the secret sauce behind that physique. The Duke rushes to check on his wife, and though she feels awful, she secretly believes she might finally be cured. Luke tells her, straight up, that her recovery is just temporary, and if she wants to stay okay, she'll need steady, consistent treatment. Lara shot her mother a worried look, then blurted, "Am I still not cured yet?" Luke locks eyes with Murphy and vows without a doubt that he'll cure her mother. Murphy bursts out in pure joy, insisting every word of his is totally, absolutely true, no lie in a single syllable. The sisters freeze in shock, staring at Murpha as they blurt out, "Wait, are you saying Mom's really going to be cured?" The Duke can barely hold it together. One tear of pure gratitude spills down his cheek. Lara's face lit up with pure joy as she beamed at her big brother Luke, thanking him with all her heart. She dashes to the piano and declares she'll play a song as her way of saying thank you. Luke's eyes lit up like fireworks, buzzing with pure wonder as he stared at the grand piano. The Duke tries to shut her up, but Sasha smiles and says she'd love nothing more than to hear her play. As Lara plays like a dream, Luke shuts his eyes tight, completely hooked by that gorgeous sound. He reminisces about how he learned to play in high school, and he's itching to get back on stage again. Jill and Laura practically begged him to play, swearing they remembered when he used to learn. Flustered beyond control, Luke spins away and blurts that Lara should join him like, would she really want to sing together? He starts a simple song and sings the very first line to her, daring her to repeat it right after him. The two of them burst into a bright, goofy song about bumping into a wolf inside a dungeon. The whole family watches, hearts bursting, as Laura sings with pure joy that hits right in the feels. Luke's fingers dance over the keys, swallowed up by the piano's pure, perfect sound. He leans in with total calm, eyes locked on the world as beautiful music pulls him in completely. Chopin's Farewell Waltz spills through the hall, and every soul in the audience gets completely swept away. Laura can't hold it together. This peaceful, beautiful melody hits her so hard it brings tears to her eyes. As that last note dies out, Luke just stands there, quietly basking in the satisfaction. Laura stares at him, her face glowing with pure awe and non-stop admiration. Years later, her brother Luke steals the spotlight, and everyone can't believe how amazing he is, while Anna stands there, eyes wide, completely impressed. Jill demands to know where he learned it, but Luke just grins and brushes it off as a secret. A massive grand piano looms in the hall, and it's about to unleash a performance nobody saw coming. Duchess Sasha tells them this isn't just her servants who've been caring for her are getting sick too. She asks if he'll take a look, and he jumps at the chance, agreeing right away. Duke Gales bursts in and bars Sasha from letting Luke work on the servants. Luke says, no big deal, but the Duke won't let it slide because this isn't about convenience. Luke realizes the Duke isn't objecting to the plan at all. He's furious about what it does to the prestige of owning slaves. Luke warns that the disease spreads fast through contact, then pushes for everyone to be checked just to keep them safe. He bows, thanks the Duchess, and tells her she can just call him Luke from now on. The Duchess beams and agrees. Luke, she says, happy to let him have the name from now on. Laura watches with wide-eyed curiosity while Luke's nerves spike and the tension in the room tightens by the second. Jill leans in and orders Luke to nail the moment, make a killer first impression, and behave perfectly, right now. Jill asks, can you really diagnose us? And Luke hits back with a confident, yeah, I can. Gio's just slamming the truth her father totally misread what Luke can really do. The Duke finally relents. He lets Luke inspect everyone in the room. Luke shouts Laura's name, and she comes running with pure joy so fast it completely melts his heart. He tries to size everything up in detail, but his skill just isn't good enough. He snaps back into action, pouring his magic into the spell without a single incantation to supercharge his skill. He declares Laura perfectly healthy, and she bursts into cheers with pure, overjoyed delight. Next, he ruffles Anna's hair with a pat. She stays stone-faced, but you can tell she's quietly pleased. Duchess Sasha snaps her head up in shock as Luke pats her on the head. He pats Laura's head one more time, and she lights up with pure, unstoppable joy. Gio's brother gets his own pad, and the serious look on his face doesn't budge. Luke drops the bomb on the Duke he's infected, and he's not sick yet. He explains that if you've got a strong constitution, you can crush the germs before they even have a chance to turn into illness. Luke calms the Duke down, then locks in his resolve and prepares to go meet the sick servants. He and the Duke stride down the hallway, heading straight for the servants' quarters. Inside, they spot two maids curled up in their beds, coughing up smoke with sick, feeble breaths. A blinding flash bursts out as Luke hurls not one, not two, but 3 powerful healing spells. The maid snaps upright, fully cured, and stares at her own hands like she can't believe they're real. He leans in and promises they'll be cured no matter what they've been told. He tells them to rest easy, and the 2 maids are left standing there, utterly stunned. The Duke Bose's own head burst with gratitude after Luke's miracle healed him. The Duke throws him a grateful nod, then urges him to slip into a soothing bath and unwind. In the grand bath, Gil's already soaking while Luke hurries in seconds from joining him. Luke plunges into the steaming water, and pure surprise flashes across his face. Gil hauled himself out of the bath, grabbed his notes, and swore he had to go write that report right now. Tiny, wet little footsteps scurry closer, then a worried cry slices the air. Laura explodes through the door, drenched in bubbles, begging to join her big brother Luke. Iris rushes in with an apology, but Luke waves it off. He's totally fine with her tagging along. Laura asks to tag along, and Luke's all smiles as he welcomes her inside. Laura bursts into cheers with pure joy, but her attendant stays rattled, worried, and on edge. Luke admits he used to bathe with his little sister, like that somehow makes it okay. Iris finally breaks, handing her young lady over to Luke's care with a bow. While they sink into the warm tub, Iris stays hidden behind the screen, waiting like she's got nowhere else to be. The two of them belt out a goofy frog song together, laughing like it's the best thing in the world. Laura bursts into giggles, saying Luke's frog croaks sound just like a real bullfrog, and she swears it's perfect. Fresh from their bath, Luke and Laura burst out of the steamy room, cheeks flushed and breath still hanging in the air. Iris grinned at Luke and thanked him. She was just happy to hear Laird's joyful laughter once more. Iris leans in and tells Luke, "I've got a message from the Duke." Luke sits tight, waiting for the Duke in a glittering, lavishly decorated sitting room. Right beside him, the maid's head droops as she dozes off mid-watch, still standing guard over the room. The Duke storms in, breathless with apologies for his daughter's sudden bath time raid. Jill tells Luke he's used to it, and Luke cuts it off fast, no apology needed. The Duke finally rips the truth out in plain sight, then spots Luke and the attendant standing right there. He keeps saying it all hit him out of nowhere, and he still hasn't found even a single answer. He figures every solid choice his age is already snagged and enrolled. The Duke finally cracks and admits he was going to slap a stopper on Luke just to keep eyes on him. Jill pushes hard that Luke needs an attendant, and you can tell his worry is eating at him. A sudden voice barges into their serious talk, blurting out an apology for crashing the conversation. Luke and Jill whip their heads around in shock, staring as a total stranger tore into the room. It's Iris. She steps up without hesitation and boldly volunteers to be Luke's personal attendant. The Duke studies her proposal with sharp, calculating eyes, as if he's already weighing every consequence. The Duke leans in and demands, "So this is how you're trying to become my ducal concubine." He tells them the world will treat a female attendant like a concubine candidate. Luke finally snaps and yells for them to shut it down. Stop talking about his life like he's not even in the room. She steps forward with perfect poise and declares, "I'm Iris, the eldest daughter of an earl." Iris tears into the Duke, passionately rejecting his cynical guesses about why she's doing any of this. She tells him straight up she's here to learn healing, nothing romantic, and that's all she wants. Luke is consumed by the fear that one attendant could wreck his divine mission. Luke tries to talk him out of it, but the Duke slams the door and ends the meeting. Later that night, Luke's shut alone in his assigned bedroom. Rage and guilt crash through his mind as nightmares of the battle keep him trapped in restless darkness, unable to sleep for even a second. Laura creeps into his room, hugging a teddy bear, and whispers, "Are you asleep?" She's drowning in loneliness, so he invites her to share his bed for the night. Laura's whole face lights up with pure joy, and her loneliness vanishes on the spot. He catches her sweet scent in the air, and she tells him it's a mirror of who you truly are. She tells him, "You smell amazing," and practically beams because, thank the stars, he doesn't stink. The next morning rolls in, all bright and calm birds are chirping outside like nothing ever happened. The Duchess and Anna storm out, throwing their heartfelt thanks at Luke for everything he's done. Laura leans out of the carriage window with a heavy heart, watching him fade behind as the ride finally leaves him in the dust. The story slams us onto the Knight Academy's training grounds, where the drills and danger are about to kick off. A cold-faced instructor watches Luke's awful performance with nothing but disdain. Luke crumples to the ground, gulping for air, because his condition is suddenly a full-blown emergency. The instructor snaps an order, shed the weight, and sprint 10 more brutal laps. Crows swoop over the academy building, and just like that, the day's finally over. The Duke sighs that he still can't find an attendant, then knock cuts through the room. The door blasts open, and they stride into the room like they own the place. An older man slips in, and his nervous eye peeks out from behind him like he's bracing for impact. Iris pushes the question again, begging to be his attendant, and insisting she wants to be his disciple. Luke pushes her to the edge, but she doesn't back down. She declares her resolve is her own, unbreakable will. She flashes her impressive qualifications, eyes begging him to pick her like this is the only chance she's ever been waiting for. Luke completely misreads her passion, convinced it's just her tragic backup plan for life. Iris tells Luke her father wants to team up with him, then leans in and swears there's zero bad intent behind it. Another noble storms up to Duke Gale and hands him the fate of his daughters, trusting the Duke to shape their future. The Duke lets out a shaky sigh, his face heavy with the crushing weight of his responsibilities. Luke starts questioning his marriage plans because his fiancée Emilia is crushed by a terrifying, crippling fear of men. The Duke straight up tells Luke how his brother, Gilles, pushed that marriage through not for himself, but out of pure worry for Luke. With his arms locked across his chest, Luke can't stop thinking, why would the Duke ever agree to take in that notorious orc prince? The Duke wastes no time. He tells everyone that the moment Laura met Luke, she instantly latched onto him. He tells everyone that Laura can sense malice like a sixth sense, and he fully trusts her judgment. The Duke leans in and tells Luke, I trust you even more than I ever trusted Cyrus's father. When they asked Luke what he was supposed to do, he nailed it. He guessed he'd have to produce an heir for the ducal family. The Duke bursts in with the bombshell that the kingdom has no holy attribute users, then orders Luke's father to breed at least 10 children. Luke can't breathe as he realizes they're using him like a stud horse for all the Farrell sisters. The Duke adds that since Iris carries the holy attribute too, he gives her his full approval to be his attendant. Luke blurts out a furious protest. Even as he finally gets it, having children is the non-negotiable price of this whole arrangement. Iris draws a hard line in the sand. She'd rather serve the respectable Luke than tie herself to a man she can't stand. The Duke makes it official. He appoints Iris as Luke's exclusive attendant, and Iris snaps into the role with zero hesitation. The very next morning, with gloomy clouds hanging low, the moment hits those princes are about to leave. The whole Farrell family crowds up in front of the grand estate, gripping goodbyes as they line up to send them off. Duke Gale turns to Geo and thanks him for his help, trusting him to handle the capital's affairs. The Duke leans in and pleads with Luke to stay patient, then promises to trust him with his daughter, Amelia, like she's his whole world. Luke swore he'd be back Saturday to finish Duchess Sasha's treatment. As they walked out, Luke swore to himself he wasn't going to stay anyone's stud, just to sit there and take it. Soaring above the city, Luke stares down the road ahead, thinking hard about the 3 intense years coming for him. The dragon glides through the city like a living storm, soaring gracefully between the buildings. Luke squeezes the Bowers in a warm hug, then thanks the dragon for hauling 3 people through all that exhausting work. Geo snarls that with Luke's weight, it's basically like he's hauling 4 people on his back. Luke beams and shoves Balzagoblin its favorite snack, while Jill fumes that he's spoiling it. Right before they split for good, Luke grabs his brother's attention and asks, "So, what are you going to do next?" Jill tells everyone he'll stay in the capital for one night. Then he's heading straight back to his own country. Luke's eyes widen as he realizes his brother is about to vanish for good. He grabs Gil and tells him to deliver his apologies to Reludior for slipping out without even a proper goodbye. Gil challenges Luke's choice, certain that he and Ralutier are the real-deal lovers. He straight up admits that even as the crown prince, he's got to think like a real man, not just royalty. He declares loud and clear that he's Luke's big brother first, then swears he can't stand seeing him sad. Luke tells everyone Reludior is already knee-deep in marriage talks with the son of a marquis. Then he flips the whole situation, cornering Jill and firing the question, "So you're the one who's got Reludior on your mind?" Jill finally admits he thinks she's cute, but then quickly shuts it down, saying he's got no special feelings for her at all. Blushing hard, he leans in so close he can barely contain the secret he's been guarding from Luke. That revelation hits and the whole room erupts in raw, jaw-dropping shock. Gio leans in and admits he's in love with Karina, his stepmother, and when she tells him it's mutual, the whole world feels like it just caught fire. He tells you Karina is their father's youngest sister. She's only in her early 30s. He claims he can drag Reludior's wedding for years, then turns to Luke and demands to know what he'll do. Luke whips around and says his feelings for Reludior don't belong to him, so nobody should act on them. Gio locks eyes with his younger brother, staring like he's hunting for answers. A sly little smile tugs at his lips as he warns Luke that not telling the truth might come back to haunt him. Luke tells them that if regret ever hits him, he'll swallow it and deal with it on his own. They burst onto a crowded street right by the academy, where people swarm and carriages clatter nonstop. Luke whips around to Iris and demands to know what they're doing next. Iris beams and takes point, urging everyone to grab supplies for their brand new dorm life. Inside the shop, they wander between shelves packed to the brim with comfy pillows and bedding. Luke stares down his shopping list while Iris leans in close, peeking right over his shoulder. They darted to the next aisle, and this one was packed wall to wall with plates, bowls, and all kinds of dishware. Iris cuts Luke off with a firm warning she's cooking, so don't go buying a mountain of food. Luke begs Iris to drop his formal title, and she instantly agrees to call him Luke Sama. They finally roll up to the academy dormitory, this massive 4-story beast looming over them. Luke's jaw drops as he steps into the huge, spotless ground floor living area, packed with everything he could want. Iris leans in and tells you the 4th floor is locked down tight for security reasons. She flashes a grin and tells him those extra stairs are exactly what he needs for his diet. Luke charged up the stairs, pushing his way to his 3rd floor room. He can't believe it. His room comes with a private bath all to himself, and he's absolutely thrilled. Iris blurts out that it's a magical machine powered by a magic stone you can swap out anytime. She swings open a magical cold storage unit, please, she begs. Just let the food stay fresh. After he's done unpacking, Luke plops down on the couch, and Iris slides him a steaming cup of tea. He tells her to rest, then presses a tiny bell into her hand, ring it, if he needs her. The second she's gone, he crumples onto the sofa, drained from sheer exhaustion. Plopping down, he yanks up his status screen and grins at his insane 5-attribute affinity. He can't help but feel let down. His power only ever shows up because a god blessed him. His AI navigator pops up with a bright, chipper grin, cheerfully insisting his multi-attribute affinity is totally normal for someone like him. Luke bites back a laugh, totally amused by the AI's deadpan explanation. Sitting up fast, he stares at his stacked ability points and starts thinking hard about where to spend them. The AI flat out swears by the body enhancement skill because its superhuman potential is straight up unreal. It warns him to level up slow and steady, or his body will end up breaking under the strain. As night rolls in, a sharp crescent moon hangs over the dormitory like a glowing warning. Iris rolls out a jaw-dropping feast for the wide-eyed, hungry Luke. He flicks his gaze to the empty seat across the massive dining table. He leans in and asks Iris when she'll eat, and Iris tells him the truth attendants only get their meals after their masters are done. Luke calls it a total waste of time and demands they eat together the moment they're alone. Iris can't hide how moved she is by his kindness. Her whole face lights up as she thanks him. After dinner, they sink into a peaceful hush, sharing a warm pot of tea and a quiet moment together. Iris leans in and asks if he's actually going to swing by to see his fiancée, Emilia, on their day off tomorrow. Luke scoffs at the whole idea, insisting it's only right she visits him first. Iris softly reminds him that a girl with androphobia probably won't be brave enough to make the first move. He waves off her worries, grinning that they'll be back together in class before long. Iris can't believe how unbelievably chill he is about his own engagement. Luke cuts the conversation short and blurts out that he wants to visit the church tomorrow. He tries to blurt out that he'll go alone, but Iris hangs her head, looking crushed. She insists on going with him because the Duke warned her to never, ever leave his side. With a shaky smile, she admits, "If he bolts, they'll blame me." Luke's expression turns grim as he finally grasps how trapped his new confined life really is. He sets down hard rules for how they'll live their lives at the academy. His first 2 rules are dead simple, go low car, and hit the bath every single day. With a grin, he announces his 3rd rule every morning and every evening. You hit the workout and don't miss a beat. Iris sinks into deep thought as she takes a slow, careful sip of her tea. She leaned in and asked him what workout he plans to crush first thing every morning. She begs to stretch her legs for a walk, but the second he even thinks about going out alone, she shuts it down hard. She caves in. She agrees to meet him for a quick 30-minute stroll at 6:30 a.m. Luke's hands start to sweat when he realizes his plans for serious level grinding just got completely wrecked. Iris lays down her own 5 rules, and even Luke, broken and beaten, nods and agrees to her brutal regimen. A tiny rubber ducky drifts calmly through the steamy bathwater, floating like it owns the whole tub. Luke sinks into a massive tub and finally exhales, soaking in the kind of peace he can actually count on every single day. Luke sinks into a lavish, steamy bathtub, staring into its pricey magic like it's about to whisper secrets. Outside the steamy bathroom, Iris stands by, waiting for him like she's been holding her breath. Fresh out of the bath, Luke practically shoves Iris toward the tub. "Get in now, before this water turns cold." Iris, crouched behind a chair, peeks out, her face burning with nerves, yet her eyes screaming determination. She snaps a fresh, spotless towel into his hands, leaving him stunned and genuinely grateful. Navi's voice floating out of nowhere teases the master, like, "So, what are you gonna do next?" A make-believe Iris challenges him, "So what are you gonna do?" right as he snaps, screaming, "Don't you dare peek." Later on, Luke can't stop thinking about why he chose Iris as his attendant in the first place. He remembers how Duke Gale himself praised her family for their incredible healing talent. But the price tag for building their lands drained every last bit of their money. So her father decided it was time to hunt for a marriage that would strengthen his power and boost his politics. Luke can't help but think this anyone blessed with a holy attribute is basically destined to be the top marriage pick. She strolls past Iris right as she steps out of the bath, towel wrapped tight around her. Iris is stunned he wrapped it up that fast, then blurts that he could have kicked back for even longer. She squares up to him, straight up demanding, "Why didn't you at least try to peek?" Luke freezes in shock, totally thrown off and scrambling to understand what she's really asking. Iris's thoughts start racing, spinning wild romantic dreams about all the things that could have happened. He skips the small talk and cuts straight to it, bluntly asking her if she feels the same for him. He makes it crystal clear he isn't making a move on her. Not now, not ever. He was trying to be considerate, not to throw shade or mock her. Iris is stunned, staring at him like, "You really thought I'd be cool with that just because I'm cute." Luke snaps that she can't keep throwing away her own body like it's nothing. With her back to him, Iris snaps dead serious that her body isn't something you can buy cheap. With tears streaming down her face, she confesses that she's rejected countless suitors for a reason that won't be questioned. He leans in and promises her, loud and clear, he won't make a single move unless she asks. Iris blurts out that her feelings for him are growing fast and she can't believe it. She admits, voice shaking, that even if her feelings are real, it's still way too soon for anything to happen. She tells him to hold up, she's not ready for his embrace yet. She declares, fearless as ever, that if she finally confesses, he's not allowed to reject her. Their first morning in the new dorm dawns with the sun climbing higher, like the whole place is about to kick off. At 5:30 a.m. the energetic Iris bursts open, ready to hit the streets for that promised walk. Luke grumbles, blinking through the fog, saying a holiday doesn't give him any excuse to be dragged out of bed this early. A flustered Iris blurts out, "So, what time were you planning to get up?" She blurts that she's been up since 4:30 a.m., pounding out his breakfast like a mission. He asked her, "Are you really that pumped for our walk?" She offers him a few more precious minutes of sleep, but he clenches his resolve and forces himself to get up. He's afraid that waking up at 4:30 every single day might finally crush her. Iris tells them, magic lights are pure luxury, so most folks wake up at sunrise. He suggests they hit church, but she shoots that down fast, saying it's way too early for that. She suggests they hit the morning market, and he lights up instantly, agreeing with total excitement. They burst into the vibrant market, where vendors shout deals and early morning shoppers swarm the stalls. Luke takes a deep breath and instantly gets hit with an unbelievably delicious, savory smell. He spots a street stall where salt-grilled orc meat roars as it sizzles over an open fire. He's itching to try it, but Iris slams the brakes at once and tells him off right there because of his diet. He pouts hard, fighting the pull of that mouth-watering food from another world. Iris Relance nodded, and for his hard work, even let him grab just one skewer. He cracks a playful complaint that she's only grabbing just one to mess with him. They both dug into that juicy orc meat, mouths watering as they wondered what kind of killer marinade made it taste so damn good. A nearby man leans in and drops the real secret. It's an overnight marinade soaked in herb sake. Their morning walk ends right at the steps of the Grand City Church. Inside, they march up to a nun sitting behind a plain wooden reception desk. The nun beams at Iris and welcomes her with open arms, practically glowing with joy after not seeing her for so long. Luke declares he's ready to shake up his job and vows to pray in total privacy. The nun studies him, her expression tight with hesitation and a quiet worry that won't quite fade. She shoots him a calm, polite message this chapel can't be booked for private use. Luke slams 2 heavy bags of money onto the counter with a thunderous thud. He strides up and announces a jaw-dropping 2 million genies donation to the church's charities. He stays ice cold and drops the truth. The usual fee is just 10,000 Jenny. The nun finally spots her mistake and shoots out a quick, heartfelt apology for her sheer impertinence. She's totally flustered, stunned by just how unreal his generosity is. She bolts off, yelling at him to hold on while she sprints to grab her superior. An elegant man draped in ornate robes steps into view, and he declares his presence to the two like thunder rolling in. The massive church tower looms above the city, its vaulted ceilings stretching like a giant's cathedral sky. The man throws out his name Mars, the bishop of the whole country. He tells you every nation gets exactly one bishop and one saintess chosen straight by the gods. The bishop steps up and gives Luke a proper, heartfelt thanks for that huge donation he dropped for the clinic at the orphanage in Orphanage. Then he spots Iris instantly and blurts out which noble house she works for. Then boom, another woman steps into the scene and says, "I'm Sister Tasha." A flashback snaps into view Sanos area, stunning, famous, and impossible to miss. Tasha admits that Saintess Arya was freaking out over Luke's son's marriage. Years ago, Luke teamed up with Arya and brewed potions, pulling in the cash to push their next mission forward. Arya handed over half her profits to the Wild Orphanage, and that choice forged an unbreakable bond. Luke politely asks the bishop if he can borrow the chapel for a moment. The bishop doesn't even hesitate, he quickly nods, saying the chapel's almost empty this time of day. Luke and Iris stride down the long, hushed aisle of the grand chapel, the silence swallowing every step. While Luke is praying, the goddess Nearest bursts in out of nowhere with a blinding flash and immediately freaks out, frantically apologizing. She urges him to spill the truth, swearing she'll grant every last wish he dares to want. Luke shoots her a skeptical look, like he's trying to measure just how real that sudden offer is. He shuts his eyes, drowning in every word he's been dying to finally say. Nearest finally admits that his dragon's death hit him like a brutal, total shock, pure tragedy, way beyond what he ever expected. Luke hears her excuses, staring at her with a cold, unimpressed grimace that says he's not buying a word. He shoves his own grudges to the side and demands to know what happened to that girl from the plane. Near happily tells them that the girl is now a massive TV celebrity, just like his sister. On the screen, the pigtail girl lights up as the Miracle Girl. News crews even track down his homemade Manga wingsuit and put it under the spotlight. Her uncle, her old boss, rode the media storm for all it was worth. He dropped a fresh line of Manga pajamas, and it absolutely blew up, becoming a massive hit. One lone tear of relief slid down Luke's cheek. He didn't care about anything else, because all that mattered was that she was safe. Nearest jerks back, steadying her nerves just long enough to unleash a divine scolding. She tears into him about his weight gain and then drops a bombshell, that sudden political marriage he never saw coming. She admits his rage makes sense, then asks him to tell his request first. Luke drops a simple request that sounds harmless until you realize it's impossible. He wants to shop online. The goddess goes speechless, stunned out of her mind by his totally ridiculous request. She fires back, "That's impossible," and snaps that she can't grant everything she's asked for. Shipping goods from another world sounds easy to him until he realizes it's way tougher than he ever imagined. To settle it, she cuts a deal and hands him a brand new option. She pitches a plan to tap into Earth's info by routing it straight through his AI Navi. Navi's voice rings out, furious that Nier stole the honor of naming her. Luke quickly talks it down, grinning as he says he thinks Navi is an awesome name. Navi gets swept up the moment praise hits, and her love for her master keeps growing stronger. The goddess Nearest leans in and says straight up, plain info won't change a thing, so she offers to build him a whole workshop. An avatar tapped with Navi's powers will take over every bit of development inside this brand new personal workshop. Luke starts daydreaming about turning the workshop into a weapon forging forge, a sake brewing station, and a soy sauce kitchen all at once. He even imagines a sleek modern kitchen for cooking everything, plus a separate space carved out just for prepping broth. He's planning to have Navi dig up soy sauce recipes so his avatar can start developing them. They're so impressed that the Nearest muses basically say, "Yep, your earthling ideas are genius." And they even approve his time magic concept. The moment Luke steps out of the prayer room, he's blindsided when the bishop strides right up to him. He steps forward with royal poise and declares, "I'm Prince Luke Walg of the Walg Kingdom," to the clergyman. The bishop's face lights up with instant recognition, like he's finally clocked exactly who Luke is. He whips his head toward a nearby nun and barks, "Fetch the saintess now!" The saintess sweeps in beside another nun, and with a calm face that looks unshakable, she steps straight into the moment. But Luke is gearing up to hunt down materials for soy sauce and shampoo, and Navi will put every drop under the microscope to analyze them. The closest goddess steps up and pledges to build the workshop if he first smashes the evil god. With his back to everyone, Luke solemnly nods along with the goddess's terms, then turns and leaves the room. In that massive church, he makes the bold call to hand the Na'vi workshop over to Na'vi himself. With the crumpled list in hand and Luke practically bursting at the seams, he charges into the capital to snatch every last material he needs right away. As Iris starts waiting, Luke clocks one brutal truth: he has to lock down her silence about his secrets before anything else. He comes up to Iris with a bright grin, and it's clear she's been praying with all her heart while she waited. Iris snaps her gaze up, stunned, as he blurts out that he's got a favor he needs from her. Right out of nowhere, a divine voice bursts in and calls Iris by name. "I'm Nereus, the goddess of water." Panicking, Iris clamps both hands to her head as Luke rushes in to soothe her, insisting it's the goddess. The goddess demanded her help only if she promised to keep Duke Gale totally in the dark. Nereus cuts in and says she can't talk freely and that Iris has to check with Luke first. The goddess admits Iris's job of reporting to the Duke and calls it exactly what it is: a serious problem. Luke warns that if she reports everything, they're walking straight into a brutal bind. He spells it out: if he wants to grant the goddesses their wish, he'll have to power up the hard way, survive brutal hunts, and come out stronger. Iris knows the Duke would shut this down the second he finds out, because he'd rather keep things safe and make sure an heir is produced. He knows he can't get the Duke's approval without cracking open the entire secret reason. He's terrified the Duke will use Murpha's lie-detecting power to squeeze the truth out of him. Iris can't stop fidgeting as she admits, voice shaky, that she's worried about this mess too. Luke offers to train her in advanced healing magic if she'll cooperate and keep his secret. Overwhelmed by emotion, Iris drops to her knees and swears she could never, ever turn down a goddess's request. She shoots the Duke a silent apology and swears right then and there that she'll obey Luke's orders without a single doubt. Hearing God's voice this clearly is so rare that it almost never happens except to the saintess. As her reward, the goddess hands Iris the blessing of the water spirit so she can master advanced magic. Iris freezes for a split second when the divine blessing finally lands on her. The goddess beams warmly, glowing with joy over Iris's acceptance and heartfelt gratitude. Luke leans in and congratulates a beaming Iris, and she fires back with a joyful, heartfelt yes. They stumble into a lively market town where this cozy street is packed with noise, colors, and non-stop motion. They burst into a bean shop, and it's overflowing with freshly harvested soybeans. A red-faced Luke practically burst with excitement, demanding 10 kilograms, and the old shopkeeper nearly dropped his jaw. Iris throws her hands up, furious, demanding to know why he went and bought all that stuff. Luke teases her for grilling his spending, then jokes that her attitude sounds exactly like his sister. Iris insists that her divine mission demands one thing: she has to be his rock, his guiding light. Luke breaks into a light sweat, stunned by how fiercely she stepped into her brand-new divine purpose. He leans in and whispers to her that the goddess didn't just bless him with power, she also gave him a time-stopping subspace inventory. Iris jerks back in shock, realizing she's just witnessed an insanely rare, unbelievably powerful ability. He tells her there's one more secret bone, but he can't spill it to her yet. Iris's face turns serious as she gets it, then nods and vows to keep his secret hidden. He grins because he's finally allowed to buy perishables, then Iris slams the brakes and bans him from midnight snack runs. The night before Princess Murpha's departure, she's cooped up in her chambers inside the estate, staring at the walls like time's about to break. Down the hallway, Erica and Luke both made sure the princess heard their warm goodnight. In her room, Murphy perches on the edge of her bed and exhales a heavy, defeated sigh. In a blush under her nightgown, she replays how Luke rescued her, praised her, and then sat down to play piano. Erica pulled the princess aside and demanded to know what went down while she was off on her own mission. Murph beams as she recounts, with pure excitement, how Luke somehow charmed her shy sister Laura and won her over. Erica flashes a huge smile and cheerfully offers to send Murph the video she secretly recorded of him that day. A tear spills down her cheek as she imagines tomorrow leaving for the capital. She stares at a frozen image of Luke on the crystal plate, and heat floods her cheeks. Later that night, the grand estate swallowed the light dark, still and eerily silent. Snuggled under the covers, Murphy stares at the recordings on the glowing plate, her face washed in light. She mutters to herself, gushing about how amazing he is, and her cheeks blaze red with a scorching blush. The very next day, Murphy leans out from their rattling carriage and shouts Erica's name. She blurts that her chest feels like it's being squeezed shut, and Erica shoots back. Is that because of Luke? Murpha gasps at the idea, clutches her chest, and her face erupts into a deep, burning red. Erica drops a life-changing bombshell. Did the princess really fall for him? In her room, Murpha suddenly feels the truth closing in, and it starts to click into place. She flops onto her bed, heart thundering as she wonders, could this crushing, overwhelming feeling be real love? Her focus gets smashed by the sudden shriek of a communication device. Murpha's cheeks burn as she snatches the call because on the other end, she needs to find her sister, Emilia. On the first day of school, Luke stood beside Iris, heart pounding, ready to kick off a brand new beginning. A hand yanks the curtains open, blasting the room with bright morning light. Iris grins and declares it's the very first day of school, then it's time to hit the morning walk. The two of them stride side by side across the sprawling academy grounds. Iris shoots Luke a quick look and asks, "Are you feeling nervous about your first day?" She blurts out that she's freaking out as the older student and then admits she's the exclusive attendant. Luke cracks that he's nervous too, and his heart sinks even more because Emilia never showed up. Iris blurts out that she's actually crossed paths with the reclusive Emilia, shockingly, just a handful of times. She tells everyone Emilia dodges tea parties like they're traps. Crowds make her uneasy, but she's still warm and respectful toward the other women. Luke finally figures out why she dodges every party, because moms always shove their sons at her. They finally burst through the gates and reach the academy's main classroom building. Inside, a teacher named Eric snaps Luke to his seat and lays down 5 no-nonsense rules he's got to listen to. The rules slam the door on honorific's no status talk, no backing out, no fighting, and no bullying. The teacher fires a question at him. Do you understand the rules? And Luke quickly nods, confirming he's got them. Once the rules are set, the teacher points him toward class and tells him it's time to move. The teacher shoves the huge double doors open and they slam back with a thunderous roar into the lecture hall. The huge classroom sits in eerie silence, and only a handful of students are scattered around. The teacher frowns at the strange silence, and Luke just stares back with a bored look, like he's already checked out. Eric blares that the prince is finally here, then shoves Luke forward and tells him to introduce himself. One of Luke's classmates smirks and, on Luke's behalf, proudly introduces him as the notorious Orc Prince. The girls, all together in his entourage, collectively groan because that awkward joke was painfully, disastrously bad. Luke finally gets it. The joke crashed hard while Iris facebombs beside him, drowning in embarrassment. The teacher bursts into laughter, flat out admitting his own introduction was an absolute train wreck. Luke clears his throat and starts over, stepping up to introduce himself for real, the third prince. Then he turned to the whole class and demanded they shout which one of them was his fiancée, Emilia. The whole class erupts into stunned whispers over his engagement to the infamous, notorious Emilia. Luke clocks one girl, she's totally flustered, and he can't help but find her reaction weirdly fascinating. A hand snaps out and clamps onto another student's wrist, silently ordering them to shut up. The teacher tells Luke he can steal his greeting with his fiancée during the break. Luke begs anyone to at least point her out, because he doesn't even have the slightest idea what her face looks like. A haughty girl jabs a finger across the room, cutting straight to Luke's reclusive fiancée. Luke clocks Emilia and immediately realizes she feels way more ordinary than all those rumors ever promised. With Iris right beside him, he whips around to greet his betrothed, just a simple hello, but somehow it feels like a spark in the air. Emilia goes stone still and says nothing. Her face is swallowed by a curtain of hair. Navi shoots back in her head she's not ignoring him. She can't speak to men, not even if she wanted to. The gossiping girl spills the truth. Emilia's been using a magic item to completely change how she looks. She insists Emilia only signed up after the choker got involved, and Luke can't shake how off that feels. A loud, sudden knock slams into the classroom door, shattering the tense silence. The academy's headmaster storms in and demands a moment with Eric right there, with the teacher. Eric spun around, stunned when his superior showed up out of nowhere. The headmaster steps up, swallows his apology, and announces that 2 brand new transfer students have just arrived. He throws a grand gesture toward the open doorway, practically beckoning the newcomers to step inside. Luke, Iris, and Eric all lock up, faces frozen in pure, breathless shock. Princess Murpha's brutal battle yanked Erica into that silent classroom, like the whole room was holding its breath. Murphy's cheeks burn bright as she clutches Eric's hand for dear support, standing there and facing the whole class. Luke's eyes blow wide with pure disbelief as a magical phone suddenly starts ringing. Right next to him, Iris is just as totally shocked, sharing every last bit of his utter confusion. Eric snatches up the call and tells Duke Gale, "I'm in homeroom right now." The Duke on the other end immediately threw out an apology, admitting he'd messed up the timing with that brutal interruption. Right after that, a new call snaps, and this one's from the king, and he demands they meet later to talk. The king, still reeling, snaps that he has to know how Eric even found out about Murph's transfer. Luke points out that Princess Murpha and Erica are standing right in front of him. The king's jaw drops as his daughter's quick, decisive move leaves him genuinely impressed. He slams the call shut and hypes them up, swearing he'll reach out again later. A frazzled Eric whips around to the headmaster, demanding answers for the chaos that's exploding around them. Murpha and Erica lean in and reveal it right that morning. The king himself signed off on their transfer. The headmaster nods and confirms the king's bizarre order, getting them all shoved into Luke's class. He can't believe he's never had to blend public duty and private life like this before. Luke can only stand there, staring in disbelief as his mind spins from this totally impossible turn of events. Murpha, wrapped in a blooming, flowery aura, grins so hard it's almost blinding and announces she came for him. Luke stammers, demands answers. Why ask now, when she's already given up on enrolling? She lets the secret slip because the moment he called her cute, her heart just gave her away. Luke is mortified as he blurts out, asking why she'd say that right in front of everyone. Murphy's eyes lit up as she swore his words meant everything to her. She steps right into his space and demands, pleading with him, "Say it again." Totally flustered out of his mind, Luke finally blurts out in a quiet voice that he thinks she's insanely cute. A nearby student leans in and says, "Since lies don't stick to her, then it has to be the truth." Murphy tilts her gaze upward, cheeks burning with a blushing, heart on its sleeve determination. She inhales like she's about to jump off a cliff, then boldly tells Luke to date her straight up with marriage on the table. Luke's world suddenly crumbles, exploding into a million bright stars, and he's left completely stunned, speechless. His mind was sprinting in circles, and he just couldn't wrap his head around the offer, especially after his family shut it down again. He whips around to his AI, Navi, begging for answers, and she's just as shocked as he is. He clears his throat hard, panicking for a second, then desperately scrambling to get his composure back and think straight. He blurts out, "Wait, are you ordering this from the king? Trying to piece it all together?" Murpho tells him that ever since she met him, he's completely taken over her thoughts. She talked to Erica, and Erica shot back the diagnosis on the spot. She wasn't sick at all. She was lovesick. She meets his eyes, lets her emotions spill everywhere, and blurts out that she's fallen head over heels. You snap. They were only together for half a day. But she shrugs and says, "That doesn't matter." Luke grimly suddenly realizes every single condition for a classic romantic flag has been checked off, no doubts, no delays. He tries to snap into pragmatic mode, telling her he's politically locked in and bringing up her sister, Emilia, as proof. Murpha confesses she was terrified, but she just couldn't hold herself back. She figured that marrying Luke would ignite joy for everyone around her. She storms into her father's study, demands to marry Luke, and orders the transfer, no delays, no excuses. She swore that if she couldn't have him, she'd rather stay single forever than marry anyone else. Seeing her never-before-seen resolve, her father had no choice but to give in. He nodded and pushed forward with the engagement while sealing her transfer to the academy. And that's what she figures somehow she ended up right here, face-to-face with him. Luke can't believe it. How did Duke Gale even sign off on this after everything they'd already talked about? Murpha snaps that the Orc Prince rumor is nothing but noise, because she only cares about what's truly inside. Eric slams his pointer to the desk, desperately clawing back control from a classroom spiraling out of control. The headmaster steps up with calm certainty and moves in to stop the chaos from exploding. Eric begs them to seal this once-in-a-lifetime proposal before class even starts. Murphy stares at Luke with wide, watery eyes, instantly asking if he's upset. Luke flashes a relieved smile and tells her he's happy, then admits the whole mess is way more complicated than it looks. He makes it crystal clear he's down to date, but only if it's headed toward marriage, no rushing into an instant wedding. The classroom explodes into whispers, then the orc prince steps up and accepts the engagement. Luke remakes it in his head, convinced this is a beauty and an orc kind of case. The headmaster snaps that royal drama has no business here. Then Luke steps in and pleads to talk in private. The headmaster nods on the spot, instantly seeing the truth and the wisdom in his plea. Luke begs for a little time during the next lecture, and the headmaster grants it. Iris puffs out her cheeks and demands that their attendants stick close because safety comes first, and she refuses to budge. The whole group spots a quiet, hidden gazebo tucked in the academy garden and slips inside to talk. Merfa grabs Luke's attention and thanks him for accepting her feelings, then begs him, just call her Merfa. Luke breaks into a smile and admits it sure, he was stunned, but that joy hit him even harder. He leans in and tells her she's got a cute face and the kind of personality that really hits. He just wishes she'd stop pretending to herself that she isn't beautiful. Merfa can't believe she's got a lie-detecting power, and the world is treating it like it's a blessing. He tells them that if she's truly skilled, an honest person has nothing to fear. She lights up like the world just turned, finally finding the nerve to confess her feelings. She locks eyes with him, those wide, adoring gazes screaming love, like she's loving every second of watching him. She clamps onto his arm, and in the blink of an eye, her playful face hardens into serious, sharp questions. She leans in and asks, right out of the blue, did he and Iris finally get intimate after those nights in the dorm? He explodes with a fierce denial, and she exhales like she just dodged disaster grinning because she made it in time. Erica grins and teases Merfa about her simmering jealousy aimed straight at that adorable attendant. In a flashback, Erica teases a flustered Merfa pushing her, laughing, until she finally gathers the courage to make her move. Erica warned that Luke hated seeing girls cry, and Murphy could use that truth to pull his strings. She lit a fire under Murph, warning that if she hesitated, her shot would vanish forever. Right in the middle of it, a magical chime suddenly cuts in, calling out to them like something just snapped into place. Luke tells everyone he reached out to Duke Gale to beg for permission to skip class. The Duke on the call leans in and demands, "Is that true?" And he instantly accepts Murph's confession. The Duke decided Murph would be happier with Luke better than Amelia ever could. He admits he's caught feelings for Luke, and there's no way he's letting him go. Luke feels like being so highly valued doesn't just feel good, it feels downright amazing. The Duke finally lays out the deal Luke gets turned into the Marquis as long as he marries Murpha. Then he drops a personal bombshell, demanding that Luke take Amelia as a concubine too. The Duke makes it crystal clear this isn't a demand at all. It's a heartfelt plea. He says it'd be a tragedy to leave Amelia stuck in that condition. He throws down an ultimatum: if Amelia can't find a husband within 3 years, she's forced to obey. The Duke coldly declares that if she won't carry out her noble duty, then nothing, absolutely nothing, is forgivable. Luke grimaces at the aristocracy's cold, relentless common sense. Duke Gale coldly tells everyone his daughter Amelia is plagued by androphobia, a disease that twists her fear into something unbearable. Luke can't stand the Duke's stiff, old-fashioned thinking. It grates on him non-stop. The Duke swallowed his pride and admitted he'd failed, begging Luke to pull off the cure she desperately needs. Luke realizes the only way to help her is to dig out the root cause behind her crippling phobia first. He promises to marry Amelia right after graduation, unless that big problem still hasn't been solved. The Duke slams his decree down. Every son born from here on out will be adopted as the family's heir. Luke tells himself he'll tackle this messy political mess with Murpha later. This sudden new burden slams down on his mind with crushing, relentless pressure. Murph leans in and gently questions Luke's choice, worried that he's chasing a path that won't make him truly happy. She drags him back to that vow: never marry a girl he doesn't love. Natalie, Amelia's attendant, can't believe Luke clocked Amelia's magical disguise. Luke leans in close to the trembling Amelia and tells her to hold up, just wait a moment. He shouts her name Amelia and reels in her entire focus. No interruptions, not a single thing distracting her. During their 3 years at the academy, he offers to help cure her androphobia right there and right then. Natalie's jaw drops as she can't believe a cure for phobias like that even exists. She's straight up stunned. Luke tells everyone straight up he can't do Amelia's treatment without her full cooperation. Amelia and Natalie freeze in stunned silence, trying to process the jaw-dropping offer he just made. Luke bluntly shuts her down and says he feels nothing. Then it hits him hard when the silence and her ignoring him finally land. Mortified, Amelia shoots him an apology under her breath, explaining she couldn't help the coldness that slipped out of her. He offers her a way out, promises love, and says that in the end, it'll all turn into a happy hill. With hands shaking, Amelia gratefully takes his thoughtful proposal like it's exactly what she needed. Then she sinks into a deep bow, tears in her eyes, and thanks him for saving her mother with pure miracle. Fear nearly froze her in place, but she still felt like she had to thank him. Luke tells her to message him so they can become friends, and so she won't feel that crushing fear anymore. Murpha, Erica, and Iris gush about his kindness, and his likability score shoots through the roof. MRFA grins and accepts their 3-year engagement on the spot, already buzzing with excitement for the future they'll build together. She winks at Luke with a teasing grin, and suddenly he can't help but feel like the victorious fiancé he's been dreaming of. Erica leans in and whispers to a blushing Murpha, fanning the heat of her affection until it burns brighter. Murphy leaned in and told Luke the king her father has summoned him to his side. Luke's mind snaps back to his duty. He has to rush to the ducal house to check on Duchess Sasha's treatment. He nods and promises to meet the king the very next time school holidays roll around. After their first class wraps, Luke steps in and pushes. "Come on, let's all head back to the classroom." He strides into the classroom, and his fellow students are already seated and waiting. Teacher Eric calls out that Luke, Murpha, and Amelia are getting shoved into one group together. A blight of noble clout roared, insisting Amelia be shoved straight into his group. He's locked onto Amelia's face, dreaming so hard of marrying into her legendary, powerful family. Being the fourth son gives him one shot. This is the only way he can lock in his future. Eric slams his fist and declares the king has already made the final call. Luke just stares ahead, bored out of his mind, but he still fully gets the political chess match unfolding. The crestfallen noble finally gets it. This choice is set in stone, and nothing can change it. Luke decides his plan is the safest shield, because if the assassins come for Murpha, he'll be ready to protect her at any cost. Navi shot him a confident grin and promised she'd use the Yggdrasil system to vet everyone. The gods forged a system that records the soul of every living thing. Luke leans in close and calmly reassures Murpha every single kid in their class is safe right now. Eric kicks things off by laying down the rules for the wild 3-day summoning that's about to begin. The Academy's ritual gets dragged out across 3 wild days, each one reserved for a different year of students. He fires off the very first rules and then slams the contract into place, locking a familiar's power to its master's command. Familiars are the master's job to handle, though the costs of keeping them alive can be eased with subsidies. If a familiar gets awakened by the law, it's slammed with brutal punishment. First-year adventurers usually whistle up weak little monsters, slimes, or horn rabbits, nothing too dangerous yet. He warns that if you dare to lay a hand on a high-ranking person, you're signing up for a death sentence. He orders them to haul back every familiar they can't keep under safe control. After laying down the rules, he snaps his command and sends the whole class off for lunch. The students erupt in cheers, buzzing for their break and for the summoning ritual that's about to crash down any minute. Luke lights up and points to the cafeteria, but Iris snaps, "No way," and shuts it down instantly. He insists he has to try that food everyone's been raving about. He knows the second he steps into the cafeteria, chaos is going to explode and everyone's going to stare. Murpha and Erica nod in agreement, then tell him, "Hang tight, once you're all slimmed down, you can come back." Luke glares with a grumpy scowl as his simple plan gets totally wrecked. Murpha whips around to Natalie and blurts out, "So how does Amelia always manage her meals?" Natalie brags that she cooks in their dorm, totally unaware she's just wrecking Luke's cafeteria scheme. Murpha watches it all unfold, her face caught between curiosity and a shy, thoughtful silence. She pauses, voice shaking, then cautiously asks Luke if she can join them for meals. She blushes hard and, cheeks burning, admits she's never cooked a single thing before. Erica tells Iris she eats at the academy, so she's going to ask Iris to cook for her. Erica beams and gladly agrees, swearing she'll whip up a meal worthy of a princess. Luke hatches a plan, have Iris and Natalie cook together so they can slash the time and effort. Amelia, cheeks burning, tells Natalie she doesn't need to feel pressured. Natalie leans in and asks, "If I share this duty, will it really cut my load?" She just stares for a beat, eyes widening as her mind clicks into the new, perfectly efficient setup. Her face lights up the moment she realizes just how many wins this plan brings. She can't wait to say yes, grinning as she points out that this will grow their menu and slice their time in half. Erica blurts out that a man hanging around the girls' dorm is completely improper. The story whisks us straight into the girls' dorm, where this becomes their brand new shared home. Erica drops the news about the launch, and Luke immediately throws back a heartfelt thank you. The girls beam with pride as they unveil the meal they cooked together, side by side. Like a victory spread, Luke can't help thinking this whole domestic moment feels like some middle-aged guy's secret fantasy. The girls buzz with excitement over the meal, and they clock it instantly. This is Luke's diet menu. Merfil stares at him, her face flushed with worry. Natalie leans in and asks if their sudden crash into his life truly bothers him. He leans in and reassures them, admitting he's only got one tiny problem. He gets nervous around 5 girls. Amelia blurts out that she's happy Murpha's here because now she doesn't feel so alone. Murpha leans in and asks Luke straight up if he's dying to see Amelia's real no-mask face. He cracks a joke that if she ditched her disguise, she'd come off like some stuck-up girl right away. Amelia can't stop worrying that if he sees her real face, he'll get wary and his whole attitude will flip. Murpha erupts in laughter, taunting Amelia about how that ducal knight once treated Luke like dirt. Amelia admits she skips most social events and only shows up for official territory functions. She's famous for her calm, gentle kindness, especially toward female knights and church sisters. She can't shake the feeling that hiding her face from Luke like this just isn't right anymore. Luke tells her to hold steady for now, and you can see his patience fighting to stay calm. He leans in and reminds her of Murph's words, what's inside is the only thing that truly matters. Amelia lets out a wave of relief, grateful for his kindness and the way he truly understands her. Luke's eyes snap to the academy building, buzzing with excitement as he can't wait for his next class to kick off. The moment the bell rings, every student crowds into class for their very first hands-on magic lesson. The instructor snaps an order for 10 brutal laps, and horror slams into Luke like a wrecking ball. She lays it out plain at the Night Academy. Basic physical fitness isn't optional. It's the first weapon you learn to wield. The instructor glares at the struggling students, clocking every mistake like it's a crime. She spots Luke cheating with float magic sparks flying, and she tears into him on the spot. She watches, stunned, as his magical senses are razor sharp, despite his body being in terrible shape. The AI tells Luke that body enhancement level 7 unlocks superhuman strength. Luke pants hard, smugly thinking a tiny level boost won't change anything until they tell him level 6 is a whole different beast. His AI tells him that once he hits level 10, he'll be able to spring straight up to the second floor, no matter how weak his physique is. Murpha, still fighting her own run, yells at Luke to push through and never give up. 2 arrogant male students sneer as tiny, battered Luke stumbles and sprints between them, barely keeping his feet. A student snaps at him with cruel laughter, mocking his battered sprint and comparing it to an orc's painful run. Exhaustion finally rips the strength from his legs, and he crashes down hard, sprawling across the training ground. Murpha whirls around in pure rage, blasting the others with scathing words for how they mocked his hard work. The student blurts out a shaky apology while Luke, mortified, pleads with Murphy to stop stealing the spotlight. Later on, the students slide back into the classroom. Everything finally quiets down for the next lesson. Luke slumped at his desk, head pounding against it, utterly drained as he groaned about his disastrous performance. Teacher Eric waves Luke over and demands he show the master of manipulation he swears is in his file. Luke says that back home, boasting about how good you are is considered straight up improper. Eric nods and confirms that this kingdom runs on the same humble tradition too. He finally gets why this class exists. The sharper students are meant to tutor the ones who are falling behind. Murpha whips around to Luke and admits, straight-faced, that her magic is basically non-existent. Luke doesn't hesitate. He volunteers on the spot to become Murphy's personal instructor for the whole class period. The teacher snaps out, split into your assigned groups now, and pushes everyone into individual practice. The girls swarm around Luke in a frenzy, begging to learn the advanced magic techniques he's got. He grins and asks Iris where her skill stands, dropping the truth a real master has to know exactly what his student can do. Iris beams with pure pride, practically bragging that her skill is level 4, barely scraping level 5. Pride crashes down to dust in total shock as Luke admits his own skill is almost level 7. He pinches her cheeks and playfully scolds her for spilling a master's secrets at the top of her lungs. He tells Iris her training isn't wrong at all. He just insists there's a far better way she should be using. He asks straight up whether she and Merfa both share the holy attribute, and that question leaves her stunned. Merfa clears the air. Don't judge by looks. Her real power is water, thunder, and fire. Luke clocks that her elemental affinities don't match up at all, and that mismatch puts her at a brutal disadvantage. To show the fix, he whips up a raging ball of fire and pairs it with a matching ball of wind. Then he fuses those two deadly opposites into a roaring, spiraling firestorm that tears the air apart. The girl stared in disbelief as he unleashed silent, composite magic and insanely advanced, brutally rare skill. Merfa's secret power bursts open. She doesn't just see magic. She reads it like emotion, all of it flashing in its own vivid colors. Luke realizes this wild synesthesia isn't random at all. It's something albinos in this world share. Merfa, practically buzzing with excitement, leans in and demands that he spill the secret to supercharging her magic. His advice is pure chaos. In the best way, use magic non-stop, even when you're knocked out cold in your sleep. He proves it by tossing a light spell into the air, holding it on while he slowly crushes the brightness until it's almost invisible. He breaks down the low-level spells for every element spells you can keep running for hours. Iris stares in awe, eyes blazing, as she realizes this training method is ridiculously efficient. That same night, the whole crew piles into the dorm's cozy nook, ready to tear into dinner together. Iris and Erica are buzzing with excitement, counting down the hours until tomorrow's all-important servant summoning ceremony. Right in the middle of their happy conversation, a sudden hard knock on the door slams the moment to a halt. Iris and Erica step in together, politely asking their late-night visitor what he wants right there, right now. Everyone at the dinner table instantly goes still. Their guests shut them down with a silence so stunned it hangs in the air. Their guests aren't just anyone, it's King Zeno, Queen Alana, and Princess Milana of Farl. The queen blurts out a rushed apology for barging in out of nowhere, and Luke and the rest are left staring, totally floored. The king grins and says she was just so desperate to meet Luke that she couldn't wait around for a proper invitation. She asks to be let in, and the second she does, pure shock ripples through the entire student crowd. The king leans in close and soothes the terrified Iris. This isn't some royal inspection. It's just a private, informal visit. The royal family slides into their seats, towering over the flustered students gathered at their humble dinner table. King Zeno drops the crown act and thanks Luke like a grateful father for saving Merfa. A jittery Luke blurts out his name and begs the king to keep her head high, not bent to him. The king leaned in and told her that she had to size the man up herself, the kind of man her daughter was dead set on marrying. The queen throws in an apology too, smiling as she admits she was the one who insisted on tagging along. The king leans in and demands to know, does Luke really get what Murph's crazy? One-of-a-kind lie-detecting power could change. Mortified, Merfa blurts that her father is way too nosy and downright intrusive. Then the king leans in with a polite smile and asks Iris to give them a little privacy for a moment. Luke steps in, sharply insisting Iris stay put because with his trusted attendant, he's got nothing to hide. The king nods and says it's totally fine as long as Luke feels comfortable with her hanging around. The king speaks in riddles, and somehow all the hidden secrets are already spilling into the light. Luke brushes off Murph's ability worries and says he's just grateful he gets to hang out with a girl that cute. Merfa is over the moon as sincere words of acceptance hit him, and he blushes hard. The king blurts out that even Murphy's own father can't stand up to her power, and yeah, even she's freaking intimidated by it. Murphys looks back with a heavy heart, remembering how her siblings slowly started fearing her and dodging her day after day. The king tells him, everyone lies to survive, then leans in and demands, so why doesn't that scare you? Luke vows to stop chasing anything else and forge himself into the kind of man who can earn her honest affection. The king snaps his head around, firing off the question was his marriage nothing but a power move to clutch their sacred holy bloodline. She drops bombshell facts about his hidden talents and even throws out his master name, Edward. She drops the bombshell Luke's father runs spies and already knows every secret Luke's been hiding. The king realizes his father didn't just keep quiet. He deliberately hid his genius for brewing those unstoppable recovery potions. A crushing wave of sadness slams into Luke when he finally understands his own father sold him out on purpose. She's even figured out that his anonymous potion donations are what's fixing the country's shortage. The king watches the massive donations pay off and sees peace bloom between him and the church. Luke vows to back this nation with everything he's got as long as they'll give his good intentions a real chance. The king swears he won't chain him up as long as he's got real love for Merfa. Luke shoots a blunt question, so this is all about producing the heir, and the king just nods, confirming it with one sharp move. Mortified to the bone, Murphy blasts her father with a furious shout for making a decision about something so personal and springing it on her. She panics and swears it's no big deal, and Luke is totally baffled. Erica snaps up the chance and volunteers to negotiate with Amelia about taking on Luke's children too. Erica leans in and tells Luke, "You're my benefactor, and my whole future hinges on whether Murph is happy." Luke makes a quick, smart move. He decides to act like he never even heard that wild, shocking conversation. The king eyes the offer like it's too perfect, then leans in with one sharp question, "Would you ever even try to escape?" She offers him freedom and her trust on one condition: he has to repay the kindness she's shown him. Luke locks in his resolve, charts his course, and agrees to fully dedicate himself to his new home. The king smirks and tells them, "First things first, let's talk about how I'm going to handle my treatment." This cryptic line hits the king like a slap, freezing him for a second as he blurts out, "What do you mean?" The queen bears the truth. She's caught the king's fever, and you can feel an epidemic rolling in. Luke notices the stubborn low fever and pins it as the illness's telltale clue. He slings a brutal combo of spells, and just like that, her early-stage disease vanishes. The king gapes in shock and then floods with overwhelming gratitude as that miracle hits instantly and heals him right away. Luke can't shake it. Yeah, the rumors about him are blown way out of proportion, but they're not totally made up either. The king clocks it, Reludier's attendant is feeding secrets, and the queen immediately backs him up. The king demands, "Why didn't you ever harass Reludior, even with those wild, vicious rumors flying around everywhere?" He insisted she never tried to provoke him, she just asked how he was doing. Murph blasts back with one fierce promise: even if someone provokes him, he'll never lay a hand on her sister. Erica laughs and volunteers herself as the target like, "If you're itching to touch someone, come get me." Luke grins warm as sunlight, saying he only needs Murphy to put on a show for the king. Night crashes over the academy dormitory, and the sky lights up with a blazing blanket of stars. Fresh out of the bath, Luke grins as Iris hands him a cool drink, and he gladly takes it. He flops onto the sofa, groaning about his aching legs, and immediately begs Iris to massage them. Iris's eyes shine with pure excitement, practically trembling at the chance to unleash her master's secret massage skill. She remembers this shocking twist: his master is none other than the mighty, powerful sage Edward. Luke leans in and tells her, it's a secret, because his shut-in master won't take any human apprentices. In the shadowy room, Iris leans over the bath and stares at Luke, replaying every word he just said about humans' short, fragile lives. Luke pitches a smart little challenge. He tells Iris to warm up in the bath so the magic hits even harder. The story drops us into a calm, spotless dorm room, like everything's holding its breath for what's about to happen next. Now slip into workout clothes there, Iris sits like she's ready to explode, steam curling up around her as she waits. Luke leans in and explains that this advanced technique isn't one spell, it's the perfect combo of two, powered by ruthless mana control. He digs into Iris's calf to pinpoint the swelling from her training, and when he hits the spot, she gasps and cries out in sharp pain. A warm, gentle glow spills from his hand as he shows everyone exactly how to cast healing magic, tapping it into place like acupressure. Iris's eyes brim with tears and her cheeks burn red as she finally admits that his touch hurts. As he works on her injured leg, she finally lets go, eyes fluttering shut as a deep sigh escapes her, because that soothing feeling is straight up pure bliss. As Iris watches him work, she can't help but whisper that trying a delicate spell like that herself feels downright impossible. Luke wraps up the treatment on her foot, grinning because he's proved the technique works and showed her every step. Iris shoots upright, stunned that the pain is totally wiped out, her eyes blazing with fresh, unstoppable determination. She snaps the spell onto herself and grits her teeth, focusing hard on driving that healing energy straight into the muscle. Her brow creases with frustration as she fights for that fine control, and the truth slips out. Yeah, it's brutally hard. Seeing her fight for every inch, Luke gets blindsided by a simple yet genius idea. He tells her to use the same non-stop mana flow she pumps into drying her hair and channel it straight into the healing spell. Even though she gets the new method, she still fails that day and decides she won't quit. Not for 1 second. She blurts out an apology for messing up, and he gently tells her, "I didn't get it right away either. It took me time to learn." He fires her up, telling her this is perfect training for her mana control, watching her motivation flare back to life. Iris twists around and asks if he's ready to hit some muscle training, leaving him absolutely stunned after that bath. With pure go-getter energy, she points at the stars to project, tells Luke to go slim, and orders them to kick things off with sit-ups. Luke's face flushes with embarrassment as he blurts out, sweaty and nervous, that he can't even pull off a single setup. He sprawls on the floor, his body twitching and jiggling as he tries again and again to get up, but nothing works. Iris kneels down with gentle kindness and offers to hold his feet, giving him the leverage he needs. With her help, he manages to raise his shoulders, and he blurts out like he just cracked the code, "I can do it this way." Staring through his own eyes, he can't decide where to look, but he grits his teeth and vows to give it everything he's got. Next morning, golden sunlight spills into Luke's room while birds outside burst into loud, cheerful chirps. A sweet, feminine voice sings out good morning to him. Luke Joel jerked awake, startled and utterly confused, and blurted, "Who's there?" A blushing Murphy pops in her doorway, giggling as she playfully calls herself his wife-to-be. He blurted out why she was here so early, and there was Erica peeking out from behind the doorframe like she was caught in the act. Erica beams as she tells Murpha she filled him in about their morning walks, and Murpha pretends to be mad right to her face. Luke quickly pieces it together. Murphy didn't just show up for fun. She came because she wanted to join them on their walk. She grins and confirms his guess, then adds that she could use the exercise too. Iris, already in an apron with a pan in hand, grins and says she'll whip up breakfast while they're gone. The story glides into a calm, tree-lined stretch of the Academy Park, all peaceful and quiet. As the trio strides on, Luke blurts out that the day of the summoning ritual is finally here. He grills Murphy about the familiar she's craving, and she blurts out she wants one she can cuddle up with. Murpha fires the exact same question at him, and he grins because he knows his AI Navi is coming right there. They slam into the massive, domed building, where the Academy stages its biggest ceremonies. Inside the grand arena, students in dark robes crowd the floor, packing tightly in front of the central dais as the day's events begin. The headmaster steps up, welcomes everyone to the long-awaited ritual, and cues up a thrilling demonstration. He slaps his hands onto the crystal orb and tells them, in no uncertain terms, that the only way through is to pour their mana into it. Right at the heart of the arena, a brilliant summoning circle ignites, and a towering pillar of light blasts upward like the world just cracked open. From the light, a magnificent wyvern crashes into view, sweeping down with grace to land right before the headmaster. The headmaster beams with pure joy, announcing that a magnificent wyvern answered his call. He leans in and greets the creature, then lovingly calls the female wyvern Bibby, as she nuzzles his hand like it's home. Right as the wyvern purrs rolls on, he leans in and tells them naming your familiar is the moment the contract locks in. The headmaster storms out, and Luke just can't stop thinking about how badly he wants to ride Bibi. An announcer slams the start of the ritual, and Luke spots the knight posted on guard duty. He notices that summoned beasts are normally as calm as can be, and that's exactly why the knights stand watch, protecting everyone. In the royal box, King Zeno of Farl leans in, eyes locked on the action, barking at his aide to stay perfectly on his best behavior. Luke and the girls huddle in whispers, and they nail it turns out the king's here to watch Murpha. The Magic Division students finally get their shot while Iris whips up a red slime. Natalie fires off a Stambor. Erica snaps her fingers and summons a sleek silver wolf, but Amelia, shaking with nerves, still manages to call forth a lucky rabbit. As Murphy's turn creeps closer, Erica grabs her hand tight and whispers a calm, steady push to keep going. Murpha plants her own hands on the summoning orb, nodding to the attendant as she confirms the instructions. With a burst of blinding light, a tiny, fluffy, fox-like creature suddenly pops into existence. The whole crowd gets hooked on its pure cuteness, and then one student blurts out, "Hey, someone appraise this." A bookish young man fires up a magical device, and the second it works, his jaw drops in pure, stunned disbelief. King Zeno rockets out of his throne and shouts that Murpha has summoned a carbuncle, the legendary holy beast. Murpha sat on top of Luke's head and demanded he name the creature. Then Luke snapped back that she had to say it instead. She admits she has no clue what name will fit her new companion just right. Luke excitedly points out the creature's fluffy golden fur and the stunning red jewel blazing on its forehead. With a burst of joy from the gem, Murpha eagerly christens the creature Spinel and scoops it up for a tight, crushing hug. Erica beams at the princess, praising her as a historic legend for summoning a holy beast. The announcer barks out the last summoner, Prince Luke, and his face twists with sheer pressure as if it's crushing him. Luke lunges forward, slaps his hand on the orb, and unleashes a storm of his massive magical power. The summoning circle blazes like a burning sun, then it snaps out of existence, leaving Luke alone, staring in total disbelief. Hushed whispers tore through the crowd as the students stared at the prince's summoning, terrified it had failed. A student jabs a finger at the glittering little figure that just popped up. Yep, it's Navi, his AI, rocking a cute pixie form. The arena explodes into laughter the moment that adorable pixie shows up, and it drives Luke absolutely mad. Navi puffed her cheeks, totally offended as the crowd's amused reactions landed like insults from her rival. Luke panics and wrestles the protesting Navi straight into his subspace inventory to shove her out of sight. From inside the inventory screen, Navi shoots off angry complaints, furious that they shoved her away so suddenly. Luke's face flips to deadly serious the second he senses something way bigger rushing toward them. He plants his feet and refuses to back down because ever since that pact with the goddess, he's been waiting for this exact moment. A giant scaled foot crashes down right next to him. He lunges forward, grabs at it, and demands to know if Diana's okay. The giant ancient dragon dips its massive head, scarred and jagged over one eye, until it locks onto his stare. The dragon's roar echoes inside his head, instantly calling him master and demanding, "Are you all right?" Luke gets hit with a jolt of shock because the dragon's voice isn't coming through air at all. It's speaking straight into his mind. In the middle of a packed crowd, a student gapes at the chaos, freaking out, where's the monster they were promised? Luke blurts out a question, can dragons read minds, like the Fenders do? Iris tells Luke that a piece of his own memory has to be trapped inside Diana, and Luke's patience snaps as exasperation boils over. She adds that Diana's 1,400 years of hard-won knowledge will be a gold mine, shocking Luke with just how old she really is. Luke figures out that for an ancient dragon, 1,400 years is basically the same as a human teenager. In a flashback, a wise old dwarf steps into the story and, like Diana says, he teaches her the human language. The flashback keeps rolling. Diana gets welcomed like royalty in the dwarf village, kicking back and savoring their legendary sake. Navi tells him ancient dragons don't just fly around, they naturally drink up overflowing mana, and that instantly makes the area around them a whole lot safer. So Luke can't shake the question, why do terrifying monsters still crawl up near towns guarded by divine beasts? Diana's memories flash to her soaring over a mining village. She thinks their arrival has to be a blessing. The dragon's head softly nudges Luke, and her voice thunders inside his mind, asking what's wrong. A divine Fenrir lunges into view, reassures Diana it's no enemy, and somehow the dragon freezes in pure awe. Luke tells Diana the Finra pup is his new familiar, then urges her to make friends with it. Diana leans in and tells her master, softly but firmly, that he's too weak and far too sentimental for what's coming. Luke decides he can't put it off. He has to craft Diana's saddle, so he goes after her favorite prey, the water buffalo. Navi tells him that a stampede of frantic deer is trapped in the wetlands just 30 kilometers ahead. Diana presses up against her master's leg with loving nuzzles, practically vibrating with excitement for the hunt to finally kick off. King Zeno strides up to Luke with a stern look and demands a moment of his time. Murphy steps in beside her father, her expression stone-cold serious, and asks Luke, "Can we talk about what's coming next?" Luke's eyes bulged with total jaw-dropping shock. He blurted out his plan to launch his new dragon into the sky right away. Buzzing with thrill, the king leaned in and demanded, "Take me with you. I want to join that flight." His smaller dragon, Bells, got launched into the unknown, taking off on its mission. Murphy couldn't stop giggling, because deep down they knew this was going to earn them a serious scolding later. Diana, that colossal dragon, leaned in to her new master and demanded directions. Luke's face heated up for a second, and he scrambled to remember where they were headed. He jabbed a finger toward a far-off forest and pointed her straight to her next direction. Diana blasted into the sky with jaw-dropping, lightning-fast speed. An overjoyed King Zeno burst out, saying the ride was absolutely incredible. Luke ordered Diana to track the wild water buffalo ahead of him. He swore one of the beasts would be her snack. The mighty dragon thundered with joy, then snapped up the generous offer without hesitation. The king's stomach dropped because they were really out there hunting dangerous rush deer. But Luke didn't even flinch. He just smirked and relived the hunts from his past. Underneath them, a massive herd of beasts chomped and grazed in peaceful silence. Diana snapped her wings shut, then launched into a screaming dive straight at the unsuspecting herd. As the massive shadow crashed down, the rush deer erupted into panic, scattering every which way. With a single thunderous lash of her tail, she swept the creatures off their feet and sent them crashing into unconsciousness. The king couldn't even find words after she showed off that effortless knockout-level power. Diana, please ask them if we can go hunting again real soon. Luke beamed with charm, then Charm bought companions with an adorable request. After that hunt paid off, they threw their heads back to the city and charged for home. That night, they rolled out a jaw-dropping feast of water buffalo, and the whole room practically lit up. King Zeno flashed them a warm smile and personally thanked them for the feast they'd just thrown. Reludier stared on with a hurt, conflicted look, like his heart couldn't decide what to feel. She edged up to Luke, then barely managed to speak, her voice trembling with doubt. She leaned in and spilled the real reason she was transferring to the academy. A flashback tore open the truth. Becoming a knight was the only road left for him. The king leaned in and demanded, did Luke really hate being a dragon knight that much? When he checked the status screen, it revealed one nasty twist. His real job classes weren't just undisclosed, they were hidden from view. Luke finally confessed that his real dream wasn't just magic, it was to become a magic knight. Reludier stepped back, looked him in the eye, and thanked him for honoring her wishes and standing by every choice she made. Then Luke snapped back to reality. Of course, the king had something he needed to talk to him about. The king suddenly snapped back to the one urgent problem he'd completely forgotten. He leaned in and asked Luke straight up if he planned to head back home. King Julius suddenly unleashed relentless demands for him to come back. Luke clocked it immediately because only his brand new familiars could have done this. His father dangled a dukedom in front of him like a shiny, transparent bribe. Luke froze for a beat, wrestling with every emotion before he chose his next words. He thanked his family's love, but deep down he felt like they'd pushed him away. The king lit up with a huge grin, absolutely thrilled that Luke chose to stay. Reludior let out a tiny sigh, and you could practically see the relief hit the moment he made that choice. Queen Carmia pitched an engagement party for him and Murpha like it was the biggest move of the year. Reludior couldn't hold back his excitement, practically begging them to roll out a massive announcement. The king leaned in and quietly told Luke he looked completely shaken. Reludia's breath hitched as the truth snapped into place. She'd totally lost control. She shot Luke a worried look, asking if the whole idea made him sick to his stomach. Luke leaned in and reminded her political formality like that. She hated it. She buried her face in his chest, trembling out an apology for the fears that had been chasing her. King Xena's gut twisted. She feared King Julius would dig in and refuse to back down. Luke had enough and straight up offered to talk to his father directly. The king answered the magical call and pulled his father back through the line. King Julius's furious voice blasted out of the device the second it activated. Luke snapped at his father, blasting him for his crude, downright unkingly words. His father erupted in praise for the summons, then snapped, "Get back home now!" From the other side, Anna snapped at their father and called him a tyrant. Julius exploded in fury, accusing him of betrayal and insisting his newfound fortune came at a cost. Luke calmly revealed that his relationship kicked off before the summoning even happened. Anna slammed her palm on the table, roaring that her father was a total hypocrite. She snatched her father's arm, sobbing and calling for her adorable Luke. Luke froze in shock when he saw his stepmother, Karina, step in and stop everything. Tears streaming down her face, she pleaded with him to come home just for one more sake. Luke leaned in and calmly reassured his stepmother, telling her, with total sincerity, that he was genuinely happy right here. He'd finally won over a princess who actually liked him, then she vanished and refused to come back. He couldn't help but wonder if those tears were a lie meant to fool him. Karina choked on a gasp when she realized, oh no, the princess wasn't just royalty, she was a first-class inquisitor. Reludia's face turned bright red because her wild, one-of-a-kind power just stole the spotlight completely. She stepped forward and, with perfect politeness, cut straight through the tension in the room. She stepped forward, chin up, and introduced herself to her future father-in-law like she meant business. Karina, always playing chess, cornered Murph and demanded the truth about his real intentions. Murphys admitted she'd heard the rumors, but then she looked at Luke and couldn't help finding him wonderful. After he saved her life, she finally owned up to it because the moment he came for her, her heart was already in love. With a dazzling grin, she blurted out how much she adored him. Karina peered from behind her fan and her face gave away nothing. Sure, Karina nodded and slid across a real warm smile to seal it. Then the king leaned in and demanded what Luke planned to do about Reludior. Karina slammed the point home. What mattered most was how those two felt. Luke put off his decision and told himself he'd figure it out only when summer vacation finally hit. His stepmother pressed him again, demanding to know when he'd ever come back home. Her words hit him like brutal arrows, blasting the truth into him he'd abandoned her. She sobbed as she pushed it away, pointing the blame straight at his father for everything that went wrong. Then she leaned in and asked straight up if he was actually happy in his new home. Iris jumped in and said, "Guess what, I've got disciples at school now." Luke flashed a confident smile and said he was living the good life. Karina seized the moment and snapped at her flustered husband to stand down. Luke slipped in a veiled warning and backed it with his absolutely massive dragon. A hush crashed over the tense royal courts, choking every echo. The standoff snapped when the tiny pup sprang up and pounced straight onto his face. Howdy sat perched on his head, proud as could be, and somehow still looked ridiculously cute. Every last woman huddled around, eyes glued to that pup like their hearts had been stolen. King Zeno had a magical recording device in hand, snapping photo after photo like he was capturing spells in real time. Reloady can't stop staring as the magical photography device works its magic, and everyone around her watches in awe. Luke leaned in and demanded, "Murpha, tell me, what do I really look like?" Murpha's cheeks flared as she finally confessed, half whispering that yeah, she really did know. She sat there, glued to crystal recordings of him, like the past was trapped inside that plate. He leaned in and demanded to know if she was really okay with how huge he was. She admitted she didn't have much to measure him against. She judged everything by one thing above all else, how adorable their familiars were. Diana, in her human guise, softly brushed her fingers over the divine pup. Diana, in her graceful human shape, leans in close and asks, Luke, tears in her eyes, can she hold the divine beast? She tenderly cradles that lucky rabbit, staring in pure awe at how absurdly soft and ridiculously cute its fur is. Lara stares, eyes full of longing, wishing she could grab it too, and she notices her mother's energy is roaring back. Lara bursts out with pure excitement. Hattie, the divine Fenrir pup, just hit level 12. Meanwhile, Emilia stands off to the side, trembling as she grips the fabric of her skirt like it might steady her. With a shaky blush, she asks Luke if the pixie is around, while her attendant watches in curious silence. With a bright little burst, Navi snaps into existence, grinning wide as she announces her epic grand entrance. Emilia freezes in full-on starstruck mode, and her face lights up with pure, unfiltered awe. Her cheeks burn as she blurts out, "I'll make you some adorable new clothes for the little pixie." Luke's jaw drops. Why is his AI navigator suddenly talking with telepathy? Navi huffs and swears her normal voice is just way too soft to even make it through. She pouts and admits one clumsy touch could totally crush her tiny body. Then she leans in and admits it, she's real, but she's not something you can grab. Her existence is too untouchable. With a sharp motion, she proves that someone can touch her, yet she can slip out of reach and turn intangible. Emilia's eyes flare with pure excitement as she practically begs Luke to let her touch Navi. Navi beams and says yes on the spot, while Luke keeps teasing his fiancée, urging her to stop playfully, of course. The pixie snaps back and rushes to apologize to her master for losing control, then blurts out, "Why are you so calm?" Amelia tells everyone that Navi is exactly the pixie she pictured in her head, so she brushes it off with zero worry. Navi's convinced that if she and Luke stick close to Amelia, it'll finally start breaking through her androphobia. Amelia catches Navi's sweet vanilla scent, and Luke immediately tells her it hits like a soothing calm. The princess leans in, stunned, and blurts out how shockingly deep Luke's knowledge goes. Navi puffed out her chest and proudly blurted that her master was the best because she picked him. Diana feels it. The divine beast in her lap starts to shift, its peaceful sleep turning into something like a waking storm. She hints they'd better bolt right now before they accidentally wake it. Right before she leaves, Reludior shoots Amelia a sharp, disapproving glare. She snaps that wearing that choker is downright disrespectful even when it's just an informal visit. The moment the tense conversation drags on, the whole group starts spilling out of the room, one by one. Reludior leans in and fires the question at Amelia what on earth is her fiancé supposed to think, watching her hide her face all the time. Reludior's mom, Carmia, snaps at her, "Why are you obsessing over how he looks?" Luke flashes a gentle smile and shrugs, saying he's not worried and he won't push the issue. Navi steps in and promises to handle any strange guy who dares to bother Amelia, and Amelia, touched beyond words, thanks her with heartfelt gratitude. The story cuts to a silent, empty student dorm room, no voices, no life, just eerie quiet. Iris leans into the room's doorway, eyes wide with curiosity, yet just a little bit unsure. She spots Luke sprawled on the sofa, poring over a document while ingredients crowd around him. She leaned in and asked what he was up to, and he grinned and said he was crafting liquid hair soap. Iris's eyes lit up with pure excitement when she realized this might be the cure for her dry, lifeless hair. Luke chops herbs up close while the two team up out back, cracking open coconuts with Irish-style precision. A huge pop surges on a stand, bursting free as the alchemical creation kicks into full motion. The silky, creamy mix gets poured with care through a funnel, sliding straight into a bottle. Luke beams as he unveils the final creation, a shampoo packed with a recovery potion. He breaks down the two-step routine: shampoo to scrub you clean, then conditioner to lock in that moisture. Navi drops the bombshell that she didn't just plan gifts, she whipped up lotion and milk too. The exact essentials needed to steal any girl's heart. Iris stares at the bottles, totally baffled, and admits she has no idea how to use a single one. She flashes him a bold grin and says, "Come on, join me in the bath," right there in a swimsuit, so he can show her. Luke snaps at her to go get the bath ready, then promises he'll show her exactly how to use it. Iris grins and eagerly agrees, pushing for a workout first muscles trained before they even step into the bath. Now, rocking a bikini, Iris strides up and declares it's time to hit the grind and hammer those abs. Luke nods with a hard, determined look, plus that slightly drooly let's go energy as he's ready to hit the workout. The training count kicks off with a loud, bold 1-2. Iris grips Luke's feet as he cranks out sit-ups, gasping through 3-4. Luke tells Iris, "Don't you dare complain if I get tired." And Iris doesn't even blink. She's ready for whatever comes. Navi can't help but wonder now that Luke has hauled in legendary beasts. He's basically the top marriage catch in the whole kingdom. Luke finally gets it. The only thing that matters is finding a partner who can make him truly, genuinely happy. Iris can't shake this fear. If she makes her move, Murph might look at her and feel all that love turn into hate. She pushes Luke forward, insisting there are only 4 more reps left, just a few more. Then he's done. Luke grinds through every rep under his breath, chanting that the bikini diet is wonderful, even as it destroys him. He drops to the floor in a heap, utterly drained after slamming out that final 30th rep. Iris cheers him on, and the two of them decide right after they gulp down some water to hit the bath together. Steam billows up as the scalding water roars into the big, waiting tub. Luke, wrapped in a towel, waves Iris over. She's still in her bikini and tells her to jump in and warm up. The two sink into the hot water and finally breathe, stealing a slice of calm that feels like pure peace. A rubber duck pops up and asks Luke straight up if he's thinking about taking a concubine with his situation like that. Luke lets out a heavy sigh and admits he'd rather not watch the wives tear into each other. Iris hangs on every word and a blush creeps up her cheeks. He says it's totally okay as long as the wives can all get along and click. Iris grins and promises him Murpha and Erica are right nearby, and she's right there with Erica too. Luke leans in and asks if she's promoting herself, and she lights up as she blurts out, "Yeah, totally." She straight up challenged him to spend the next 3 years falling head over heels for her. She throws out a bold offer, making him her second husband, because the royal family is already tangled in the deal. She beams and says Amelia would make an incredible third wife, too. She's done running now. She declares she won't back down and vows she'll marry him, no matter what. Luke decides it's hair washing time, and when he hops into the tub, a huge splash erupts. He offers to wash her hair right there to show off the products, and she's completely blindsided. She protests, hissing that she'd lose it if some prince ever found out what her hair looks like. He says it all clicks way faster once you see it done up close, hands-on. He shows her exactly how to rub a tiny splash of shampoo between her hands until it turns into a foamy lather. He slowly massages the rich, sweet-smelling foam into her hair, building a soft, fluffy crown of bubbles. He shows you how to massage the scalp gently and never scratch it with your fingernails. He douses her hair in a huge splash of clean, warm water, rinsing every strand until it's spotless. He tells her, "We'll use the special treatment I made back then, too." He orders her to slather it on, then just leave it there while she scrubs her body clean. Iris furiously scrubs herself with a soapy cloth, her face locked in intense, unwavering focus. Then he glides the conditioner through her hair, and in an instant, it turns silky smooth. He gives it one final rinse, then tells you, straight-faced, that that's the whole process finished. The Iris is totally stunned as her fingers slide through her wet hair with buttery smooth ease. He orders her to slather on the soap, scrub thoroughly, and then softly wipe her face clean. After she washes, she's stunned her skin doesn't feel tight, and he grins and says it feels amazing. He tells her he's leaving, then quickly reminds her to dry her hair with oil. The story cuts to a spotless, modern dining and kitchen corner inside the dorm. Iris stands there, water-soaked hair clinging to her, cheeks puffed out in a furious, frustrated pout. She grumbles that her hair's gonna get ruined. Then he slaps the sofa like, "Come on, sit here." A whirl of warm, magical air erupts from the tip of his finger, spinning into existence like it's alive. Iris stares at the warm wind magic in shock, and swears she's going to learn it too. Her hair is finally dry, and she can't help but gasp at how silky it feels smooth, tangled free, like magic. She snaps to at 8 o'clock and bolts out the door, swearing she'll be back any minute. Luke slumps alone on the sofa, grimacing in pure disappointment because his requested massage never came. The door creaked open again, and that single sound shattered the night's silence. Iris bursts back into the room, still catching her breath from the sprint, and announces loud and urgent that she's finally home. Murpha and Erica popped out from behind her, grinning as they asked if they could borrow the shampoo. The three girls lock onto him with hopeful, sparkling eyes, and he agrees without hesitation. In the Academy lounge, Luke stares into the distance and realizes girls' interests don't change even in another world. He whips his head around, heart dropping as he realizes Navi, the AI navigator, has vanished. Navi is finally revealed sound asleep and ridiculously adorable right there beside the divine, thinner pup, Hattie. Luke lifts a drawing of a camera, beams a huge grin, and gushes that it's just too cute. Reludier practically bursts with joy, yelling that her hair is now insanely silky and smoother than ever. A friend hands her even more of Luke's stuff and asks, "So, are you going to try it?" The noblewomen gasp in awe as Luke breaks down how those toners and lotions can work real magic on your beauty. Reludier fires back, asking why there are two types at all, then Luke breaks it down, saying one exists so the other can absorb way better. The women are buzzing with joy. One breathlessly says her skin feels plump, and another can't get enough of that amazing scent. Luke grins and pops open another jar, proudly saying this cream is made for your body. The story flips to a calm, star-drenched night sky, glittering like the world just paused to breathe. The sun blasts over the Academy dorms, and the morning birds burst into song. A young noblewoman hums with joy, staring at her glowing reflection in the vanity mirror like it's lighting up her whole world. She touches her face, grinning like crazy. Her silky hair and smooth skin feel flawless, and she swears this is the best morning ever. Iris swings Luke's door open with a bright grin, but her smile freezes confusion, hits her mid-step. She can barely believe what she's seeing. Luke is passed out, cuddled up with a gorgeous, elf-eared woman. The two of them and little Hattie, the Finn or pup, are curled up together, sound asleep and totally peaceful. Iris, Murpha, and Erica are stuck in the doorway, frozen solid faces twisted with pure jaw-dropping shock. A thunderous shout of "Luke Sama" blasts in from outside, and the birds jolt up and scatter into the sky. Luke snaps awake, groggy as hell, blurting a confused "good morning" like he's not fully caught up yet. Murpha and Erica Storman demanded, right on the spot, that they be told who that mysterious girl really was. A mysterious woman thrashes in her sleep, snuggling right up against a now panicked Luke. Luke's face twists in pure terror as it hits him. This whole nightmare is screaming, "Who?" He shakes the woman like crazy, yelling that he has absolutely no clue who she even is. Navi bursts onto the scene, greets her master with a smile, and right then Luke blurts in panic, begging her to tell him who she is. The beautiful woman's eyelids flutter as she slowly drifts back to life. She jerks upright with a fang-bared grin stretching wide, stretching out a wicked smile. "Good morning, I'm Diana." Luke lays out their familiar contract right as he asks a blushing Iris to lend him some clothes. He whips around to the human dragon, baring his teeth as he demands to know how she ever ended up in his room. Diana flashes an innocent little gesture, pointing straight at the open window, like it's the easiest door in the world. She tells him that when she got back, the room was pitch black and she wasn't about to stumble around half naked. She caught his presence in the room like a spark, then stepped inside to join him. Navi yawned and said she'd tried to wake Luke up, but the boy was knocked out so hard he wouldn't budge. A panicked Iris bursts in, clutching a bundle of clothes, and begs Diana to get dressed. "Please, now." Diana lifts a pair of panties with sweet, innocent curiosity, and a mortified Iris erupts into a horrified yell. Luke grins and gently rubs the yawning Hattie's head, apologizing for every bit of the chaos he caused. He tells them, "Once everyone's ready, we're heading out for a morning walk together." Later, when the dorm kitchen finally goes quiet, a sharp knock suddenly slams at the door. Iris swings the door open, and there, waiting like a judge, stands a stern man dressed in royal splendor. It's King Zeno. He blurts out an apology for arriving so early, and that shock throws Iris and Luke completely off guard. The king admits Murpha can be a total handful, but he insists Luke shouldn't leave thinking badly of him. The king drops to his knees in pure desperation, bowing so low it screams defeat. He grabs Luke and begs him to save the person teetering on the edge of death right now. The students stare in shock because when a king bows his head, it's not humility, it's pure, desperate desperation. A tight close-up locks onto the king's bowed head as he keeps repeating that desperate plea for Luke's help. Luke, Murphy, and Iris just stand there with eyes bulging as the monarch collapses at their feet. Navi tells Luke, "With this fresh divine blessing, you'll heal even more people than ever before." King Zeno lifts his gaze with hope when Luke nods in agreement. Then Luke hits him with a few hard conditions. Luke demanded secrecy and swore the payout would be a donation for a state-run clinic, no personal profit, ever. Then he demanded the king set up a huge building so every sick person could be gathered in one place. The king leans in and demands to know the limit. Luke just shrugs and says, "There isn't one." He says he wants to pass his techniques to 5 of the kingdom's top healers. The king's stunned. He blurts out, "Are you sure you want to hand over a technique this profitable?" Luke lays it out. He won't cash in on lives because the church needs every penny to keep its orphanages standing. He swears he'll repay the king's kindness while the girls trailing behind him glide like swans. A grand carriage rattles along the road, blazing toward its destination like it's got something big to deliver. It finally rolls right up to Duke Julius's massive estate, Reludier's father's doorstep. Luke's appraisal skill hits the mark. He realizes the patient has consumption, and the clock is ticking in a critical condition. He shoots King Eno a quick apology for his boldness, but the king slams the moment forward and tells him to proceed. Luke snaps a spotless spell, loudly declaring he's going to strip the patient's clothes away. He yanks the man over and uncovers a brutal, festering wound on his back. He spots the brutal bed sore, and a stunned Iris jerks back as he orders her to sterilize a knife for him. King Zeno explodes with rage, demanding answers as the woman tearfully apologizes, and still somehow this wasn't handled like she was a victim. Luke calmly tells the king that the servants here are just missing the right knowledge. The king steadied himself, swallowed the shock, and hurriedly apologized for that emotional blast. He tells them, "That guy was my buddy back at the academy, and later he rose up to become my royal guard." The patient murmurs, shaking, that the cut came from a poison blade one meant to strike the king. Luke realizes this man is a priceless friend, and the wound is just plain dangerous. He gently tilts a tiny, powerful vial to the delirious man's lips. The curious Iris leans in, grilling him about what kind of medicine he's pouring into that dose. Luke leans in and tells them his master, the great sage Edward, crafted a special, nourishing potion just like this. He jerks in shock when King Zeno suddenly slips in behind him and the room goes still. The king keeps his eyes on his friend as the poor man, trembling, weakly begs, "Please leave the room." The king grins, slaps an arm around Luke, and announces with swagger that he hauled in a healer to help him. The patient's eyes flare wide with shock as the king's words finally land. The king bursts into laughter, swearing he's still as capable as ever, while Luke leans in and demands if he'll really be cured. Luke leans in and tells the patient that consumption isn't a death sentence anymore after that. It's all on him. He watches the man's mana start flowing again, and just like that, recovery is back in full force. Luke steps up to the king and declares he's going to start taking care of the other infected people locked inside the residence. The story snaps to an awe-inspiring establishing shot of the magnificent royal castle. King Zeno beams and thanks Luke for pulling off 4 successful treatments that very morning. The king leans in and tells him, 7 of the top healers will land here tomorrow for your lecture. A butler snaps the word out that lunch is served right before their afternoon healing appointments. Luke and Iris can't help but stare as they're ushered into a massive, dazzling dining hall. All right, let's roll your comments. Everyone was freaking out because Diana looked surprisingly cute in her human form this morning. Luke confirms that Diana isn't just any guardian. She's the legendary dragon that protects the town of Galil. 600 years back, a black dragon swooped in and saved a village from a terrifying monster, and that's how the legend kicks off. The grateful villagers marched up and shoved 3 giant barrels of their finest sake into the dragon's hands. Then the dragon swooped down on the village, and in a blink, it shed its scales to become a stunning young girl. The villagers threw a massive feast in her honor, and in return she rained down blessings on their town. From the very scales ripped from her shed, they hammered together legendary armor, and when it hit the streets, the whole town struck it rich. Luke can't help but think, man, I'd love to get my hands on that armor too. He decides one day he'll track down Diana's old nest, and Reludior nods and agrees. She's saying those ancient elves and dwarves from back then might still be walking around alive. That empty panel just sits there like a held breath, quietly sliding us into the next scene. A carriage screams along a dusty country road, rattling like crazy as it hauls its passengers through the countryside. Luke and Iris sit face to face with Reludior, and there's another noblewoman across the table too. Reludior lays out the plan to everyone, then personally visits her friends and relatives at their homes. She makes it clear, sure, some of them are family, but the real reason they've been summoned is pure politics. Reludior locks eyes with Luke and tells him, straight politics never runs on ideals, it's always powered by factions. Reludior lays out the brutal political maze of ladies' tea parties, where every faction keeps sharpening plots behind polite smiles. Luke's face twists with worry, but Reludior steps in and tells him no one's judging at these social gatherings, everyone's genuinely having a blast. She flashes a sweet smile, and with a few sly words, she reels in her rivals and gets their true complaints spilling out. She explains that this spy work is a make-or-break mission, because it's the only way to keep their husbands safe. Luke realizes Murph's total inability to lie basically disqualifies her from these tricky little games. Reludior's mom adds that the second Murphy shows up, everyone tiptoes too scared to act freely. Luke claims he's totally fine skipping out, because Navi can go grab the intel for him. His future mother-in-law steps in and makes it crystal clear those contributions are part of Noble's duty. She peeks over her fan with a sharp, knowing smirk like she's already figured you out. She confesses she once thought Zeno was a fool, but now she can clearly see Luke's sharp instincts are the real deal. With full trust, she grants her blessing, and Luke snatches it up with a huge, happy grin. Reludior whips around to Iris and demands to know what special oil she's been slathering on. Reludior and her mother can't stop praising Iris's hair. Every strand looks unbelievably silky. A flustered Iris tries to steady herself, dizzy eyes spinning as she desperately searches for an explanation. The video cuts to the Academy's student dorms. Everything looks peaceful on the outside, like nothing's about to explode. Inside, Luke sprawls on the sofa, finally relaxing after a meal that hit the spot. Two stunning beauties, Carmia and Milana, swoop in, fawning over Luke's incredible products like they can't get enough. Luke snaps, shocked did Iris really spill the secret and tell them about his medicine. The two noble women settle in like they own the place, while Iris watches from the sidelines, silently taking it all in. The door slides open, and there they are, Murpha and Erica, back from their ritual like total curveballs. Luke greets everyone, but Murpha steamrolls past his question about the summoning and fixates on the guests instead. "Mom, what are you doing here?" Murpha snaps, suspicion blazing in her voice. Milana leans in and tells him, "Don't worry, your medicine isn't for anything shady. We're just using it to make our skin and hair look flawless." Murpha puffs out her cheeks and grumbles that they're hogging the good stuff all to themselves. Milana calls them out. Amelia and her attendant Natalie haven't even tried it yet. Natalie blurts out her request, urgently asking Luke if she and Amelia can use the products. Navi straight up admits she egged Amelia on to be fearless and make that request herself. Luke grins and nods like, yeah, that's a good sign, because the products look downright irresistible. He straight up admits he always planned to share, and the girls immediately gush their thanks like they can't believe it. Diana and Murph bicker non-stop, both insisting laughing and all that she's the one true wife. Milana can't help but wonder, could that woman be the ancient dragon? She spots a striking resemblance that feels way too close to be coincidence. The guests didn't waste a second. They introduced themselves to Murph as his mother, Carmia, and his sister, Milana. Luke's pacing like crazy, staring at his products, thinking, who can I trust to turn this into a real business? Navi tells Iris to look at her family, but the loop kicks in and demands answers. Does their town even have the resources? They're going to grow the raw materials themselves, right on their own farmlands. Luke whips around to Iris and demands she tell him everything about her father, Earl Michael. Iris is completely thrown off, shocked, flustered, and reeling when they suddenly suggest dragging her family into it. Erica and Milana waste no time demanding that their own families get thrown into the venture too. Erica snaps back, saying her family are royal guards, not landowners. Luke lays out his plan. He'll empower every landowner by handing them the responsibility of cultivation. Erica can't hold back her excitement, gushing that Iris's father is a legendary, trailblazing man everyone respects. Luke leans in and tells Iris to set up a meeting with her father sometime over the weekend. And he drags Duke Gale into the mix, locking in stability so the whole business doesn't crumble. Carmia can't contain her excitement. She cheers for the plan, saying Michael will cook up everything while Gale takes the goods out and spreads them. The queen and her daughter nod in full agreement. Murpha's landed a partner so capable it's almost unreal. Navi can't help it. She beams as she watches her master's fame climb higher and higher. Erica clocks it instantly. Luke has that deep pink aura of affection from Iris now. The story snaps to the dorm kitchen, where two maids are busy scrubbing and straightening everything. The queen leans in and asks Luke if he's got any other medicines that'll make skin look good. The group starts grilling each other about sun protection, then Luke drops the bombshell that he's actually been making his own sunscreen. Milana scoots closer and asks if he's got any, because she burns to a crisp the moment the sun hits. She tells him her albinism burns in the sun, yet somehow she can heal herself anyway. The queen and Milana both snatch for their cut of the cream because they're not about to let sun damage ruin them. A polite knock lands on the door, and the royal guard's arrival hits like a sudden drumbeat. The guard drops his head and blurts out an apology for crashing into their time out of nowhere. He tells them the king's command is clear. He's got to escort both ladies back home. The queen and Milana puff out their cheeks, furious that their visit got chopped short. The whole crew swarms into the hall, shoulder to shoulder, just to witness the royal ladies being sent off. A gritty panel slams onto the screen and tells you, time jump later. Luke strains on the floor, sweat pouring down his face as he grinds through push-up after push-up. He gets yanked out of the moment by the girls' laughter from the bath, and Iris snaps him with a furious scolding. He grunts as it clicks. He's shed enough weight that his belt just got way tighter. Collapsed on the floor, he snaps his head up as Amelia comes striding toward him. She and her crew beam as they thank him for the amazing beauty products he handed them. He's thrilled to see her progress and decides right then and there that he'll push forward with her mental recovery treatments. Milana sits there in silence, eyes locked on Amelia's lucky rabbit and her own carbuncle Spinel. Two adorable, fluffy, magical creatures cuddled up and nuzzled each other like pure joy. Milana petting her spinel can't help but point out how its fur has somehow gotten even fluffier. Sweat pours off Luke after his workout, and he blurts that he's heading straight for a bath. She slips into the bathroom, and right on her heels Diana, human-shaped now, with Navi close behind. He tells Diana she's not coming with him, and she explodes. "Are you really kicking your wife out?" In a flashback, a younger Luke grins as he joyfully scrubs Drake's back, washing his dragon clean. He insists Navi can't join either because in his eyes she's unmistakably all woman. Navi shoots back that they both just want one thing, join the bath with their master. Luke lets out a heavy sigh and gives in. He admits he has to grant his wife's wish. A huge splash booms through the steamy, bubbly bathroom, sending ripples of noise echoing everywhere. Diana bursts out of the bubbles, eyes bulging with pure, shocked delight. While Luke rinses her hair, he leans in and gushes that the soft, fluffy foam feels ridiculously good. He leaned in and asked Hattie the divine pup, "Does this feel good for you too?" And she purred back. Diana grabs hold of the moment and declares, "Then I want to wash my master's back too, right back at you." She shuts her eyes with pure bliss, whispering thanks to the goddess for finally granting her the gift of being human. Hattie leans into the gentle hand as it softly massages her plush fur, and the pup melts into every second of the attention. Back in the main room, Luke starts grating an apple, rubbing it down with a cloth. He clamps the cloth tight, squeezing out fresh apple juice as it splashes into a tiny bowl. Then he drops in a few spoonfuls of milk, whipping the juice into a secret special formula. He thrusts the bottle toward Hattie, the divine pup, and she snaps it up with eager delight. All the girls hover around, squealing at how insanely adorable Hattie is as Luke feeds it. Milana lifts the bowl of milk to Spinel, and Spinel whimpers like it's pure magic. The girls are totally mesmerized by that adorable moment. Spinel sips its milk like it's the cutest thing in the world. Howdy yawns wide as Spinel curls up tight and falls into sleep. Milana decides the time has come. She sends the sleepy pets back to their dorm before they drift off for good. Iris swings into action and declares, "All right, I'm taking my own bath now." Luke swings a final wave, wishing everyone a good night as they head out. With Navi perched on his head, he decides he's taking on one last mission tonight. Navi proudly unveils a brand new box of 6 crayons, still fresh from the workshop. That tiny pixie stretches out with a huge yawn, her whole long day finally catching up and weighing on her. She hands over a completed picture book and leans in, asking if it matches his exact specifications. Diana slips into a simple nightgown and whispers to the sleeping Navi that it's okay, she can finally rest. Navi slips off to sleep the second she's in Diana's lap, whispering a good night to her master. With the book tucked in his hands, Luke gives them a soft smile and sends them off with a heartfelt wish for a peaceful good night. In Luke's room, he hunches over his picture book, grinding out an easy guide to viruses and germs so nobody gets lost in the science. He's betting that the world's researchers will dig in and dig out the truth if they can just figure it out. Iris, his attendant, slides into the room with a whisper-soft step. She fires off a question, "What are you doing?" and he answers by building a full-on textbook for healers. Iris puffs her cheeks and shoots out a silent, pouty disapproval. She yanks his sleeve and demands he teach her that crucial knowledge right now. Luke flashes a confident smile and swears that Iris will be the first one to lay eyes on the finished book. He leans in and begs her to help him color his plain little drawings. Iris can't believe her eyes. The crayons explode with vibrant, beautiful colors and leave her totally stunned. With her backing, Luke finally decides the coloring is good enough for now. He kicks off his explanation, and right on cue, an eager Iris blurts that she's been waiting. He flashes her a drawing of a cough and demands to know, "Do you see the black particles?" Iris quickly figures out that those black particles are the real trigger behind the illness. He points out the truth without special skills. They're so tiny, you can't see them at all. He promises Iris a real glimpse of the truth on one brutal condition. She has to keep it secret. She gasps and demands, does that jagged, spiky thing really hold the key to the illness? Iris drops a jaw-dropping revelation. Turns out even the common cold has an invisible source lurking behind it. Luke then uncovers the rod-shaped bacteria behind consumption. She squints and says it's not spiky at all. Then he leans in and tells her germs come in a wild mix of shapes. Iris asks, "Can I show everyone?" And he shrugs like, He doesn't have to, but he's fine with it. She can't help wondering where he learned all that, and her guess is that it came straight from his master. Luke's drenched in sweat, fighting to convince everyone this knowledge isn't magic. It's stuff he dug up from his past life. Navi tells him those pictures aren't just random, they're the real proof of her one-of-a-kind skill. Luke leans in and tells Iris to keep this locked up between just the two of them. Overcome with joy, Iris blurts out her gratitude he trusted only her with his secret knowledge. He says the secret is simple: picture the germs getting blasted away as you heal. Later on, Luke spots Navi and Hattie passed out cold, then quietly drapes them both in a blanket like he's guarding a secret. Sleepy Iris murmurs her master a sweet goodnight, then pads off toward her room. Luke finally crawls into his own bed, but his thoughts won't slow down for a second. He glares at the ceiling, trapped in a storm of anxious thoughts he can't shut off. He can't fall asleep at all. He's stuck replaying tomorrow's life or death lecture in his head. With a jarring burst of courage, he snaps upright in bed, eyes blazing wide. He burns the midnight oil, grinding medicinal herbs in his workshop until dawn. A gentle knock lands on his workshop door, soft but impossible to ignore. He ushers the visitor inside, his eyes twitching with worry that the grinding noise might be way too loud. Iris strides into the room, and that same old disapproving pout snaps onto her face. She demands an answer. Why in the world didn't he ask for her help making the medicine? Her stern, unimpressed expression never budges, not even a single inch. She pinpoints turmeric and the other herbs with zero hesitation, proving she's got serious pharmaceutical know-how. He tells her, "Help me and I'll teach you the recipe," and she lights up with pure electric joy. He leaned in and demanded she grind every single ingredient into a silky, fine powder. He remembers his master blasting magic at will, either crushing everything to dust or grinding it into fine granules. Iris still remembers bombing those spells because her talent simply wasn't there. She asks if he's raking in all that money for tomorrow's lecture, and he cuts her off. No, he's not. A brilliant idea snaps into Luke's mind like lightning. He realizes he can master those spells himself using the custom skill he built. He pulls up the full list of existing magic, then zeroes in and picks out the exact spells he needs. He whips the herbs into a storm of wind magic and fires off the granulate spell. The herbs get crushed the second they hit the mill, turning into one smooth, perfectly even powder. Both he and Iris throw a huge celebration after their spell lands fast, clean, and completely successful. He slowly pours the finished powder into multiple labeled storage jars, making sure every jar is ready for what comes next. Iris stares on, brow knit and lips pushed out like she's deep in thought. She begs, "Will you teach me the recipe?" But he dodges it and puts it off. He blurts out that the medicine is meant for Lara, even though she isn't sick at all. He promises he'll teach Iris the recipe later, because she's definitely going to need it. The very next morning breaks, and outside your window, birds start chirping like they're cheering for what's coming. A naked, human-shaped Diana skips in and cheerfully wakes her master, Luke. She pouts and declares, "Nope, I don't wear clothes when I sleep." Navi bursts in to announce Diana's brand new saddle is finished, and it immediately makes Diana grind her teeth in disgust. Luke thanks Diana for saving him, and that one moment finally calms the fire burning inside her. A carriage thunders up to the Grand Academy, rolling in to finally come pick them up. Reludier steps up to Luke and King Zeno, grinning as she urges them to join her. She glows with pride because the king himself is here personally escorting them. King Zeno casually shrugs, but underneath it all, he's really saying he's only worried about his friend. He tells them, loud and clear, that this isn't just a problem, it's a matter that could shake the whole country. Luke gets why the king is so guarded. He knows that reputation alone could spark a whole new mess. Navi snaps him back to reality. His orc prince infamy is legendary and spreading everywhere. Reludier barrels into the castle first, her face set in serious, razor-focused determination. Luke asks her straight up, and she confirms that bringing in all 15 patients isn't a problem. He asks if any church officials are here, and she nods, telling him they're waiting right now. Reludier points out that 7 church members and 3 court physicians are showing up to attend. Luke nods along, realizing that as a noble, he can't simply walk away from the church. A squad of robed dignitaries waits in tense silence at the very top of the stairs. The bishop strides forward, ready to welcome the prince and his whole entourage as they come charging in. The bishop clasps Luke's hand and formally welcomes His Highness like it's a royal coronation. He was so hyped about the new cure that sleep just wouldn't touch him. He can't stop thinking about how many lives might be saved. Luke is ready to kick things off. All the healers and doctors pile into the grand lecture hall, taking their seats like they're about to witness something huge. Luke declares he'll kick things off with a lecture on the deadly ways consumption spreads. A young doctor was left speechless when Luke shoved a picture book into his hands. The physician, Lynn Grand, snaps angrily, asking if Luke is playing them for fools. Luke calmly tells everyone, "I built this so anyone can get it, no confusion, no guessing." Lynn Grand falters for a second, then steps back to regroup just for now. He grumbles that Luke's competence is just a crush on Princess Murpha doing all the heavy lifting. Luke just stared, completely unimpressed, as the court physician threw a tantrum like a kid. The physician shoots off a crude question. Has Luke even looked at Murph's chest? Navi tore into the disgraceful prince for flaunting that inappropriate comet. Reludior erupts in fury, slamming his command on Lingrand. Stop those rude remarks right now. Luke clears his throat and leans in, ready to kick off the lecture for real. He thrusts his simple, hand-drawn picture book into the room, and the audience stares in shock. He slams the final slide into place, then leans in and demands, "Any questions?" A single flawless hand rises from the crowd of dignitaries, like it's about to spark something huge. The saintess stands there, shaking her head, and flat out says she can't wrap her mind around invisible microorganisms. Luke stared at the impossible hurdle, wondering how on earth he could ever prove something that couldn't be seen. He spots another woman next to the saintess, flashing a weird hand signal like she's hiding a secret. She can't believe what she's doing with her own hand, like, why is she even doing this? The woman clamps her fingers together, shaping them into a tiny lens. Navi tells you it's pure magnification magic, like a tiny magnifying glass that brings everything into focus. She's completely stunned. Her teacher is actually using a magic app right in front of her. Luke leans in and asks the saintess if she's ever caught herself staring at mold on bread and wondered what it all means. Luke bluntly fires off a question to a knight about their itchy foot, so suddenly the nearby Reludior jolts in shock. Reludior froze in stunned silence, and a wave of embarrassment washed over her face. Luke asks if she's talking about athlete's foot, and then, out of nowhere, a surprise relative jumps in with agreement. Navi breaks down where the term comes from, saying the fungus is like a rice paddy insect. Red-faced, Reludior finally confesses she's been suffering for a while, and she begs for help. The second her shoe comes off, the guard nearby jerks back with a sharp gasp you can practically hear. Luke takes one look and calls it athlete's foot, relieved to see the infection hasn't even climbed to her nails yet. He tries appraisal, but the magical screen just flashes blank, nothing happens. He finally realizes his appraisal skill is way too weak for illnesses that don't threaten to kill him. Good news, turns out it's just a mild scare, not some life-threatening disease. Phew! Luke boldly claims he can cure it, and Reludia's jaw drops in pure disbelief. He blurts out he needs a skin sample, and the room goes dead silent as everyone stares with wide, shocked eyes. Carefully, he strips off a tiny flake of skin, then inspects it up close. Luke dreams up a magic lens, but Navi shuts it down fast. She's sure that simple won't actually work. The assembled healers lean in and explain, point by point, that a microscope runs on totally different and insanely complex principles. Luke's face drops with crushing disappointment, and he admits to himself that his idea was way too simple. Navi zips in front of him, whispering that it'll help him forge a method no one has ever seen before. He cast a float to hold the sample up and fired light to blaze it into view. He whips up a water lens and dazzles it with a magnify spell. He stacked 4 magical lenses and shoved them into position, focusing their power until a brutal, high-powered microscope came to life. The bishop and the saintess snapped into a stunned silence, eyes bulging with pure, jaw-dropping amazement. Reludia finally masters it, and with wide-eyed excitement, she blurts out that she nailed it too. Luke's jaw drops, and he teasingly blurts out that her teacher has got to be the quickest in the room. He breaks it down like a fungus feasting on skin, absorbing nutrients, and then multiplying. Luke summons Iris, his first disciple, and orders her to step up and carry out the healing treatment. Iris nervously nods, locking her focus on one goal, wiping that fungus out for good. With a fierce, determined look, she lifts both hands and healing magic erupts, washing everything in warm light. Stunned by the cure, Iris blurts out, Wait, can consumption really be healed this easily? Luke nods and grins, yep, the magic is working, while Reludier crouches down, staring as the examined, sparkling foot looks healed for real. He snaps at the stunned Reludier and tells her to purify her boots or risk getting reinfected. Luke can't believe it. The Pope and the Saintess lay out their incredible magic and prove it to him. The Saintess and the Bishop kick off their healing with fresh eyes, and everything suddenly clicks into place. The Bishop straight up admits that Luke's revolutionary tactics hit even harder than he expected. He's stunned by how effective it is, like it suddenly proves all those lives lost before weren't the whole story. Luke tells them his treatment doesn't just work for his condition, it smashes colds and other illnesses too. He explains that the mind picture you need for healing shifts every time a new illness hits. He shows how picturing a soothing, calming kind of inflammation in the throat can help when fevers hit or when the lungs are burning. Luke stares like it's personal, jaw clenched, realizing the power gap is way bigger than he wants to admit. A top-tier magician strains to mend a patient's wounds, pounding brute force magic into every desperate inch. Reludier slumps there, staring in disbelief at the terrifying gap in skill between them. Navi tells Luke that once he truly understands the magic, his results explode way beyond what high-level spells can ever pull off. Luke clenches his resolve like a vow, determined to find a way to level up. He whips around to the Bishop and the Saintess, ready to slam the final words of his lecture shut. He storms up to the Bishop and insists he has to keep pushing his research, then tells him to handle the rest. He hands his picture book to the grateful Bishop, trusting him to spread his methods far and wide. Luke snaps the news to a stunned Reludier he's finally set his sights on the ducal estate. Reludier watches him storm out, her face set in stone and her eyes burning with determination. She barrels in front of him, breathless, demanding he come to the servants of ceremony. She leans in and asks him if he'll introduce Murpha there as his official fiancé. We cut to the outside of the towering, multi-story student dorm. Murpha and Amelia huddle side by side, holding their breath as they wait for Luke to come back. The sisters greet Luke and Iris with open arms as they roll back into the dorm. A blushing Murpha leans in and tells us her father spilled the news an engagement announcement is coming. Luke nods immediately and says it's exactly the right moment to finally talk it through. From the kitchen, Natalie calls out the dinner's finally ready, she's done cooking. The whole crew crowds around a table stacked with food that looks absolutely mouth-watering. A blush covers her. Murpha puffs her cheeks and asks, breathlessly, if he's really sure he wants to marry her. She choked out an apology for her selfishness. She couldn't even picture herself marrying anyone else. Luke shrugs it off, saying it's all good because now everything hinges on how he feels. Murphaline leaned in close, pressing him. Did he really hate the idea of marrying someone with her kind of skill? Luke can't stop thinking, I don't want just any marriage, I want the person I truly love. Her smile drops the second she asks, so you're saying you don't feel anything for me? Reludier admits he still hasn't untangled the feelings he can't let go of for her. She blurts that he's suddenly got his eye on Iris, and Iris chokes on a gasp like her whole world just switched on. Murpher stares at the ground, devastated because Reludier was right all along. Reludier confirmed she caught it too, and added that Luke's clearly got his eyes on Iris. Iris, rattled to the core by the accusation, scrambles for words but can't get out a single coherent sentence. She stammers, I just really admire you a lot. A crushing, awkward silence drops over the entire dinner table like a weight nobody can lift. Luke mentally begs a furious Navi for help, praying he'll finally point him in the right direction. Navi snaps at him, basically saying, you keep chasing your mission like that's more important than finding the woman of your dreams. People say Iris is his dream wife, and the second she hears it, shock hits her so hard she freezes in place. Murph's face twists in pain as he recites Iris's endless, perfect wifely charms. Then he swivels around and declares that Murpha has one truly exceptional quality all her own. Tears shimmer in Murpha's eyes as she leans in and blurts out, so what's my good quality? He tells everyone his favorite thing about her is that she can't lie even if you beg. He locks eyes with her and straight up asks like it's a test whether she likes him. She clenches her fists and blurts out with raw passion that she honestly, truly loves him. Luke's face lights up with an adorable, huge grin, pure happiness exploding across his features. He grips his chest tight, and her blunt honesty hits like a warm spark, making him feel safe and happy. Murpho freezes in shock, because what she's hearing isn't an act, it's his real, unfiltered feelings spilling out for the world to hear. She never expected a person to look past her strange, isolating nature and genuinely cherish what makes her different. With her heart bursting, she lingers against his shoulder, blushing like pure happiness just exploded. Luke realizes his beliefs about marriage don't match this world at all. He's replaying the sting of his first girlfriend she cheated on him while they were locked in a long-distance relationship. He can't forget his second girlfriend, an irresistible, flirtatious coworker who had every other guy watching her. His third girlfriend, still haunting him, was gone in just 6 months, and it tore him up. He panics that if he even tries to answer her feelings, death could hit him any second. A sickly vision of the nearest snaps into view, taunting him with the cold truth humans are dying, and it's only getting worse. Luke jumps in, startled, and fires a question at Murpha. "Did Iris tell you anything this morning?" Murph panics and blurts out whether Iris told him, then Iris snaps back with a furious, absolute denial. Luke steps in to calm everyone down, repeating Iris's words, "nothing," and makes it clear he's not pointing the blame at Murpha. He finally slips up and admits the truth. His real enemy is his own crushing lack of confidence. Murphy tells him she feels happy the second he shows even a tiny bit of jealousy. Reladier warns him not to be too clingy, and Luke can't help it. He bursts out laughing. Luke finally declares he'll officially accept the engagement, and Murpha's jaw drops in total shock. Beaming, Murpha blurts out, "Are you serious?" And her hands clasp tight with pure joy. He tells her, "Every single day, ask me if I like you." He makes a vow to level up fast so she'll never be branded a foolish princess again. Luke sits right between the two sisters, his face locked in a look that says he's ready for whatever comes next. Luke whips around to the flustered Emilia and blurts out a plan for a dual engagement announcement. Emilia freezes, eyes wide, one hand clamped over her mouth as her mind races. He tells her that even if she's not thrilled, this is a smart, calculated play. Emilia presses him for answers, challenging his logic and demanding she know what those political factions really mean. Luke can't forget the powerful nobles who warned him that every move around him was a trap, all the cold maneuvering closing in. He swears his worth is about to skyrocket because his recent wins just proved he's the real deal. He explains that this plan will shield Emilia from becoming just another pawn in the political game. Murph leans in with a grin and says, "If it all falls apart, just marry Luke." Luke grins and says they've got 3 whole years to become friends first. Emilia can't stop imagining her father cornering a future version of herself, demanding she give him children. Then she spots a gentler, slimmer Luke on the list, one that swears she won't be trapped as a concubine. Emilia shoots a sideways glance, still reeling from the bright, hopeful future she just imagined. With a calm, unwavering heart, she nods yes to his bold, shockingly clever plan. She admits she can't go on like this anymore, and she promises she'll spill her past soon. Emilia sinks into a deep, formal bow and asks him for his support in this mission. Luke is left totally stunned by how suddenly and fiercely she switches gears in her attitude. Emilia stares on, shocked by the raw strength she discovers in the choice she made. Navi leans in and whispers that her master just handled everything brilliantly. That flustered Iris stammer says it all. She needs more time before she can announce anything. Murph leans in, tells her point blank they can't move a single step until Iris gives her blessing. Reludier leans in, eyes soft, and a calm smile spreads across his face as he takes in every twist of the exchange. Iris, crushed by the whole situation, finally blurts out that she genuinely despises the idea of becoming someone's concubine. Reludier blurts out that it's way better than having a total stranger snatch that role. Luke grins ear to ear because his ruthless, intricate plan is finally clicking into place. Navi blurts out, wondering what wild new role her master is about to claim in the Farrell family. A message drops and King Zeno just gave his full approval, and the engagement announcement is officially greenlit. Relude exploded into the room and thrust her hand out like she was about to snatch the whole moment. She thanks Luke for his move, then tells him the ministers were stirring up chaos. She spills the truth. The wild ministers are panicking, desperate to keep Luke and his summons from slipping away. Murph blurts out an apology for his father, but Luke fires back he'd do the exact same thing. Reludier presses him, "Are you sure?" And Luke nods, ready to move forward. With a solemn vow blazing in his heart, He promises to cherish and protect Princess Murpha for the rest of his life. Murphy's cheeks burn as Reludier solemnly accepts his pledge, visibly moved by those words. The servant's oath closing ceremony kicks off right before the Grand Academy building. The headmaster can't hold back. He praises this year's summoning ritual as absolutely flawless and insanely successful. He points out that calling up an ancient dragon and a divine beast is a historic moment. He kicks things off by rolling out the B-rank summons first, starting with his very own. Navi clocked the headmaster's wyvern Bibi and shouted to her master. An elven noblewoman leans in and demands the silk from the summon to Rachni. A male student trembles with nerves in front of his summoned B-class familiar. The gorgeous Arachne leans in and, with a seductive sway, begs her brand new master to forge a contract. The student shoots a worried glance at his teacher, begging for guidance like he can't breathe. The teacher leans in and tells everyone the Arachne is gorgeous, but that this magic beast is pure danger. She clocks that her silk is worth a fortune, so she realizes she could turn this familiar into serious profit. The student freezes, completely thrown off by the teacher's eerie words about her deep karma. The teacher flat out says Arachnes are born female only and they exist to serve their masters. But once they have kids, they get swallowed up by the whole mess until only the master is left standing there, alone. The student flat out rejects it, claiming he can't survive a relationship like that. The Arachne shoots him a tempting smile, batting her charms at him full force to steal his attention. Luke just watches with a grin, totally entertained. Then he wonders if that kid really meant it when he said he couldn't handle it. He carefully weighs all the ways those Iraqis can be put to use with that priceless silk. Luke creeps up behind him and slaps a hand onto his shoulder. The student jerks in shock and blurts, "What does His Highness Luke want from me?" Luke slams a business proposal on the table, offering to buy Iraq's silk regularly. The student stammers out an apology and admits he's already sold the exclusive rights. The boy who'd rejected the Iraqi suddenly erupts in rage, screaming at his awful luck. Arachne calmly tells him to take the clothing store's offer. The elven girl calmly points out that a business connection is worth far more than gold. Defeated, the student whips around toward Luke and finally nods, agreeing to the offer Luke made before. He fires off heartfelt thanks to Luke for his kindness, practically glowing with relief that a buyer finally came through. Then Arachne leans in and asks Luke what kind of thread His Highness wants. The scene snaps to the next one, sealing the end of the student's short, brutal ordeal. Reludier strides onto the stage, raring to fire up every student and faculty member in the crowd. She blasts the news that this year, rare monsters were dragged in from beyond the Academy's walls. She blurts out that an ogre lurks in the castle and that a colossal fire dragon is already on the move. Reludia flashes a grin and drops the bombshell. She's got an official announcement ready to spill. She summons Luke, Murpha, and Amelia to the stage like right now to join her. The three of them stride ahead, and their footsteps slam through the silent arena. Luke stands right between the sisters and drops his bombshell. He's officially engaged. The announcement seals his rise, carving him away from his old kingdom for good. Back at the academy, workers high on scaffolds strap Diana into her saddle with careful, steady hands. Reludier squirmed where she stood, grinning like she couldn't wait a second longer. Murpha can't wait. She pressures Luke to let them leave tomorrow so they can ride Diana. Luke rubs along Diana's massive snout and asks if the saddle feels just right. Diana shrugs off the doubt, saying her scales are so tough they won't let anyone feel a thing. Reludier marvels because Luke just whipped up that magnificent saddle-crafted masterpiece at lightning speed. Luke is completely flustered when he realizes only 2 days have passed since the summoning. He squirms and admits he can't say the Navi workshop was the one behind it. The group stumbles off, tiny and helpless as that ancient dragon looms over them in brutal, mind-blowing scale. Amelia can't shake the worry that she's stuck feeling out of place without the right riding clothes. Luke leans over to Navi and asks if she can forge a mithril ring right in his workshop. Navi flashes a magical screen and slides him a full blueprint for the ring. Luke studies the freshly forged ring, grinning as he promises he'll handle the last tweaks himself. He fires up his alchemy and appraisal instincts, then hammers that metal into pure perfection. Then he launches into the spellcrafting ritual, picking the exact magical traits he wants. That ring is packed with 4 brutal enchantments. One of them even verifies who you are. Luke yanks Murphy and Amelia over and stretches his hands out like he's about to unveil something huge. He carefully slides the ring onto Murph's finger and then drops the bomb. It's an engagement ring. Murphy snaps into a gasp because somehow this thing is enchanted with spotless clean power and poison resistance. He explains that the clean spell can be triggered with just a tiny bit of mana. Reludier barrels forward, shouting that the ring is a national treasure. She teases Murphy to hand over the ring. Come on, it's for the engagement. Reludiers showing off their own heavy poison resistance bracelets side by side for comparison. Navi leans in and tells Luke the truth. A regular enchanter can only hand out weak, low-level magic. Luke jolts in disbelief. Turns out those insanely powerful enchanted items are almost unheard of. Reludier's eyes burst with light as she realizes Luke's enchanting magic is unbelievably powerful. Luke's brow beads with sweat as he stares at King Zeno, thinking, what on earth do I do next? He swears he'll craft a necklace for Reludia next, and she erupts in a squeal of pure joy. She asks if King Julius made it for him, and Luke fires back, it's his. Reludium swears that item is a must-have if you want to become a top-tier apprentice of a great sage. With a hopeful blush, Murpha leans in and begs Luke to run the ring's personal authentication. Luke grabs her hand, and the moment their fingers lock, a tiny spark ignites the whole magical process. He slips the enchanted ring onto her finger and snaps the bond shut with a blinding flash. Luke grins and calls out that Amelia is next, and Murphy instantly pouts in pure, offended dismay. Murpha glares with burning envy, practically craving one of those precious rings for herself. Amelia panics and begs him to hand it to her father, but Luke snaps back that it's an engagement ring. Luke tells Natalie to dab 1 drop of Amelia's blood to verify her ring for the world to see. Murphy stares at him with starry eyes as he proudly explains that the ring's clean magic is insanely efficient. Natalie pleads for him to teach her, and he tells her to close her eyes and see the exact result she wants. She clamps her jaw, concentrates her will, and pours her mana straight into the fresh ring on her finger. With a blinding flash, she triggers the float magic and lifts, hovering a breath above the ground like it's ready to explode into flight. Murpha clamps a hand over her mouth, totally blown away by Luke's insane teaching skills. Natalie bursts with relief now that the strange smell is finally gone, and Luke lights up with a smile like, "Yep, it worked." Diana, towering in her massive dragon form, roars that the time to leave has finally arrived. The ancient dragon shoots a smug side glance at you, practically preening over her magnificent form. Reludier grins and greets Diana Chan like it's a game, while Luke steps up with a stiff, formal request begging the dragon for its cooperation. Reludia leaned in and promised Diana a proper meat feast later just to thank her for the ride. Diana bursts into a dazzling, sparkling burst of approval, like pure excitement bursting out of her. With a thunderous roar, she shouts that Iris's friend is a genuinely good person. Diana's loop swings around and delivers mouth-watering, perfectly seasoned meat, like a culinary leash, the kind that makes her surrender every time. Inside the carriage, Luke readies himself to bolt into the journey flanked by his 2 fiancées, Mirfa and Amelia. A little joyful Luke screams at Diana to run, and that colossal dragon rockets off into the sky. Diana rips off with Skyward, blasting upward so hard she turns into a spinning streak of raw, crushing power. Tumbling through the clouds, she jolts with a stunned gasp at just how insanely fast she's going. That colossal dragon sails through the sky like a dream, and her shadow sweeps over the forest below. Up on her lofty perch, Diana spots the chaos below and snaps the news to her master about the battle unfolding in real time. Luke squints through the haze, can't make it out, and tells her to drop down so he can get a clear look. He fires up his perimeter search skill, and a glowing magic map bursts onto the screen, showing every inch of the area. He watches as the adventurers fight tooth and nail, going blow for blow with the goblin horde. Luke tells them to hang back at a safe distance and wait it out until the battle finally settles. Mirfa clenches her fist tight, firing back with pure conviction they're not just going to look away. She tells Lucas that her feelings deepen when he's thoughtful, and the moment he hears it, his face floods with a blushing embarrassment. Luke quietly summons a floating step, hovering right above Diana's broad back between the seats. He whips out 2 identical rings and hands them to the stunned Erica and Natalie as a surprise gift. He tells them, "This party's been going for 3 years, so kick back, relax, and let yourselves get comfortable." Natalie's totally flustered, her eyes go wide, and her cheeks burn red with shock. Navi, his AI navigator, whispers that his apprentice, Iris, has been fighting back tears. Luke realizes the mistake. He thought it'd be cruel to leave them out. He glides over to his apprentice, and a brand new plan snaps into place inside his head. He slides Iris a special ring, brimming with powerful mana recovery magic. Iris nervously asks if she can skip the authentication, secretly praying she can pass it down to someone one day. Luke leans in and tells him the security feature is non-negotiable without it. That powerful item would get stolen in a heartbeat. Navi chimed, and suddenly it clicked those rarest dungeon drops always come wrapped in protection like that. She lays out the god's wish to keep their power's value intact, and Luke compares it to how you manage an MMO in real life. Murphy claims he's doing this to stop theft, like the kind his own father tried to put a stop to in the family. Down below, the adventurers stare as Diana rockets into the sky finally. Their brutal battle is over. On the dragon, Luke checks in, assures everyone the adventurers are safe, and tells them to go. Diana rockets across the sky, blasting toward their destination like the wind itself is chasing her. Navi clutched the map in one hand and leaned in, asking their master with real thought if they could slip in a quick detour. She tells Luke she wants river clay to build a kiln, and it absolutely has him laughing his head off. But Navi keeps luring him with breakfast fluffy bread and then sweet-talking him into fresh pizza for lunch. Luke wails in pure food panic, then snaps at Diana to land right by the river. A massive dragon glides into the clearing and lands like thunder, then roars out that it's going to stay here and rest for a while. Luke tells Iris to babysit the divine pup, Hattie, while he scrambles to gather the clay. Iris cradled the tiny creature, utterly baffled as it blurted about clay out of nowhere. From up high, Luke and Navi scan the riverbank, hunting for the perfect spot to land. Navi buzzes with excitement, chirping that she's finally struck gold, a perfect clay source. Luke stands in the clearing, fists clenched, ready to blast his space magic for the collection. He snaps open his inventory grid, locks onto the clay, and sucks it up with pure magical speed. Navi beams and thanks him for the amazing materials, and Luke tells her to turn around and head back. As he spins around, a burst of happy shrieks from the river hits him like a shock. He stumbles on the girls, Diana among them, disguised in human form, laughing and splashing in the water like pure sunlight. Murpha and Amelia see him, and their faces light up like fireworks as they rush to welcome him back. Luke grins, tells them he's back, and says it looks like they're finally having a blast. Murpha splashes through the water with pure joy, beaming at him like, "This is my very first time ever playing in a river." Luke breaks into a grin and talks about the pure joy of fishing, then reels in shrimp and paints the whole scene like a slice of summer paradise. Murphy's face lights up, and she blurts out, totally buzzing, "Take me fishing sometime." Diana touches down with a perfect landing right in front of the towering stone gates of that ancient ducal estate. Murphy stumbles off the dragon's back, still reeling from the wild, gut-dropping rush of that flight. Diana perks up as Luke brags about her, and she fires back, asking if she was fast enough. With a gentle pop, Diana snaps back into her naked human form, and everyone around her jolts in shock. Luke panics and barks an order at a flustered Iris, demanding she yank Diana's clothes straight from his inventory. Diana scoots in close to Luke and grumbles that stripping every single time is a total pain. Navi pitches a rare magical accessory one that can stash clothes away and automatically whip them onto you. She tells everyone, with a grim shake of her head, that this thing is an ultra-rare drop and it's absolutely not up for sale. Iris blurts out, wondering if her master can actually forge something like that with his jaw-dropping enchanting skill. Luke weighs the idea for a moment, then decides he'll try to craft one later. A servant drops into a deep bow and shouts to the gathered staff that their guests have finally arrived. The whole household spilled out to welcome them carriage, and all just waiting right there, ready to roll. Luke glances at the sky and blurts, "It's still early, can we take a stroll through town?" They stride down the loud, lively main street, flanked by cozy, timber-framed buildings that make the whole place feel alive. Luke beams with pure joy, soaking up the chaos of the lively crowd, while Amelia slips along beside him in quiet silence. Amelia tells them this is the busiest time of the day, the perfect window when adventurers and townsfolk rush in to grab their shopping. Luke's stunned Amelia is talking to him straight up, asking him about the food stalls like they're already best friends. She points out that the stalls are smack in the central plaza, not on the main street. Luke can't stop thinking how amazing it feels that Amelia is finally talking to him like a normal person. Iris yanks him back from the food stall and snaps at him to rein it in. Luke pouts hard, muttering under his breath that he totally gets the rules of his diet. Navi needles him and says his appetite is crushing it, but Luke snaps back that Iris isn't teasing, she's straight up bullying him. Navi erupts in a dramatic declaration she's made of his love, and she slams his accusation as a total lie. Luke whips around to Emilia, begging her to help him track down a shop where he can buy his cosmetic ingredients. He starts naming flowers and herbs one by one, and Emilia blinks, asking if he's really hunting for a flower shop. He nods and lays it out. Those are the crucial ingredients he needs for his shampoo and all his other products. Emilia grabs his sleeve and drags him forward, and he's left staring in total disbelief. He can't shake the worry he's checking if she's all right. Thankfully, she's not getting right up in his face. The illustration makes it crystal clear her hand grips only his sleeve, stopping at the perfect distance. Emilia whips her gaze back to him, determination clenched so tight it looks like it might snap. Her composure shatters in an instant, and sweat pours down her terrified face. Panic whirls in her eyes as the pressure of the interaction crashes down on her. She yanks her hand back and blurts out an apology, while Luke stays cool, telling her to just breathe and relax. Luke leans in and softly asks Emilia, who flinches if something's wrong and if she feels sick. She squirms into a shy confession that she didn't even feel his touch and he's totally smitten by it. He leans in close, reassures her with a warm promise, and tells her to take the lead to the shop. Her heart slams in her chest as she stuns herself with how brave she just was talking to him. They finally storm up to the grand, jaw-dropping ducal estate, and the place hits them like a punch. Happy Laura sprints to greet her sister Emilia the moment she comes home, wrapping her up in a big, tight hug. Laura whips around to Luke and greets her big brother with a warm, loving smile. A tiny, fluffy whitehead abruptly pops out from inside Luke's coat, like it just couldn't wait any longer. Laura can't stop staring at the cute little creature until Luke leans in and reveals it's a divine Fenrir. Kneeling down, Laura whispers an apology to the little Finra for her loud, blaring greeting. The puppy bounds up to her shoulder in a burst of joy, and suddenly her heart floods with pure adoration. The butlers waste no time. Father formally welcomes the whole party and waves everyone inside. Luke declares he'll hit the Duchess's chambers first, then turns to Emilia and begs her to come with him. Overjoyed, Laura clutches Hattie and instantly blurts, "I'm coming too." Pouting, Anna refuses to back down, demanding she be allowed in and grumbling that no one even thought to ask her. The whole crew trails the butler through a winding corridor straight to the Duchess's room. Inside, a healthier Duchess Sasha bursts the news His Highness Luke has arrived. An elderly butler leans in and promises he'll personally steer them straight to the meeting. Luke quietly raises a protective air shield, just to keep sickness from finding him. Fresh out of bed, the Duchess greets Luke by name the second he steps into the room. He waves off her gratitude like it's nothing, insisting straight-faced that it's his duty since they're family. Emilia barrels into her mother's arms, sobbing that she's shrunk away into nothing. Luke slips in a discreet purifying spell, then swings open a window to flood the room with fresh air. Anna asks after her mother, and the Duchess lights up as she says she's doing way better now. Emilia finally confirms that her mother's nasty, stubborn cough and chest pains have vanished for good. Luke snaps into action and declares he's starting the treatment, then plants his hands on our chest. The Duchess exhales in pure relief, stunned as his magic sweeps her fever clean away. Overcome with gratitude, young Laura suddenly wraps her arms around Luke's waist. She's glowing with pure joy, calling him an angel after he saved her mother. The Duchess calls Luke to dinner with the family, and before she can even finish the invitation, he's already saying yes. Anna playfully snaps at him for showing up 2 hours early, and the whole kitchen erupts into chaos. He grins and tells you straight up, turns out his dragon's insane speed is exactly why he got here so fast. Laura leans to her window, practically buzzing as she recounts spotting his magnificent black dragon soaring outside. He grins at delighted Laura and promises that next time she'll get to ride his dragon. He says he has to check on all 6 servants and trusts Hattie to handle his care. The divine pup darts in and blinds Laura with a burst of love lick after lick nonstop. Laura's practically glowing with excitement, and Luke wastes no time confirming that the little finned guy has totally taken a shine to her. The Duchess leans in and asks, "Is this puppy the divine beast Luke summoned?" She can't wait to ask if she can pet the creature, and Luke grins as he gives her the go-ahead. Anna slowly reaches out and strokes the fluffy Finra pup Lara is holding. Amelia leans in and whispers to her sisters, "Don't you dare rile up Mom, she's still recovering," right before their excitement goes too far. Emilio stares at her family, and this time new quiet resolve hardens in her eyes. Just as Luke starts to leave the room, Emilia blurts out his name, yanking him to a stop. The Duchess thanks him again for saving her, and he just waves it all off like it's nothing. Emilia grabs Luke's arm, swears she'll go with him, and promises she'll see her mom again at dinner. The Duchess pours out her heartfelt thanks to the maids who've taken care of her. She's openly scared what if her illness has already slipped into them. Amelia nods and says one maid is still down with illness, but she'd be thrilled to have him come by. Emilia grabs Luke and ushers him out, slamming the heavy doors shut behind him. She steps in and offers to lead him straight to the remote annex where the servants live. He's all smiles, realizing he still needs his apprentice, Iris, for the healing session. They finally reach this tiny cut-off building, and the air is crackling with a weird, uneasy buzz. The annex looked beat up and forgotten, smothered under a thick blanket of overgrown ivy. Luke corners one of the recovering maids and asks how she really feels, and when she reports back, she insists there's no problem at all. He gently lays his hand on her forehead, hunting for any leftover fever. He checks and sees a low fever still hanging around, swears he'll knock it out, and they thank him like he saved the day. She asks if she'll really be cured, and he swears it'll happen soon. Even with his comforting words, the young maid drops her gaze, and doubt stains her face. Her weird question asking if he's worried about her leaves Luke totally stunned and clueless. Another maid snaps at her in pure rage, furious she dared to talk so casually to the prince. Staring around the bleak infirmary, Luke blurts, "What were you even asking me?" Tired of being left in the dark, Luke just taps his AI navigator and demands it spill every detail. Navi drops the brutal truth those slaves were bought and chained just to serve this one grim purpose. A butler leans in and tells them high-born noble families don't usually keep slaves. Not ever. Navi makes it crystal clear, yeah, even the lowest servants are almost always plain old commoners, hired off the streets. The master of a lifetime-bound slave doesn't just command them, he holds the cold, absolute power to decide life or death. Duke Gale made sure they were fed well, calling it a small private act of atonement. A memory flashes this cook is screaming at her slave for daring to complain about her food. Luke recoils in disgust when he realizes this kind of cruel system actually exists in the world. The recovering maid can't stop spiraling, every thought screams about what's coming next, and it terrifies her. Emilia steps up, swears she'll take full responsibility for their care. She declares, full of fire, that she'll talk to her father about it first. Flooded with pure relief, the maids burst into tears and thank Princess Amelia over and over again. A sudden weird blast rattles Luke, and he blurts out, "Is that sound a frog?" Ahmad points out that the noise is coming from the aqueduct, and he can usually tell rain's on the way before it even hits. One of the mates blurts out, wide-eyed, that the frogs taste incredible, and then he stuns himself with a gasp. She suddenly realizes she just committed the unthinkable, suggesting that awful meal to royalty. Luke leans in, all fired up, saying he's heard frog meat tastes just like chicken. He whips around to the maid and demands, "Tell me, what do you honestly think of the taste?" She confesses that grilled, salt-only rabbit meat just doesn't do it for her. She'd take something else instead. She insists they're totally harmless and says you could snatch them right up with your bare hands. An idea strikes Luke, and his face blooms into a joyful, determined grin. Navi grumbles that they don't have fishing gear, then immediately reveals she's already got a fishing line ready. Navi shrugs and says a simple pole is all they need to handle the massive frogs they're about to run into. In the bamboo grove, Luke whips through the air and cleanly chops a stalk in one swift move with a wind spell. He snaps together a simple, tough fishing rod from bamboo in a flash. Luke hoists his creation high in the air, grinning like he just conquered the universe with his own two hands. With a grim stare, he blasts out his massive new scheme frog fishing. Iris is shaking with outrage, snapping that this kind of stunt is no place for a prince. He swears it's an amazing low-fat diet food, and even Iris, who was skeptical a second ago, can't help but be shocked. He snaps on his perimeter search ability and sweeps the nearby aqueduct for anything lurking. The scan lights up and shows a packed swarm of life forms churning inside the water channel. He fires up his AI, and it verifies that the water is clean, ready for use, no doubt. He tells the girls to stay back while he charges out alone. With razor-steady stealth, he slips through the shadows with an agility that totally contradicts his massive frame. He slowly slips a baited net down the drainpipe, aiming it right at the frogs. A giant frog in the pipe twitches hard, snapping its focus to the bait like it's about to strike. With a lightning-fast lunge, the frog snaps the bait up in one savage, powerful bite. He strains with every inch, practically choking as he blurts out how insanely heavy his catch is. He pins the creature down and fires off a command to his AI, begging it to pinpoint the creature's weak spot. Luke crumpled onto the ground, shoulders sagging like the weight of the world just crushed him. Navi can't contain her excitement as she reveals the frog is handing over way more experience than anyone would expect. Navi says these frogs aren't just surviving, they're tough because their fears claw at them, forcing a brutal cannibal fight just to stay alive. Luke's eyes light up as he realizes these frogs are pumping out EXP like an orc. He doesn't see trouble at all, he sees a golden opening, and he's ready to pounce. He gathers a band of young noblewomen and puts them in position so they can train and learn under his watch. All right, he grins, points at everyone, and proudly announces, "I've got our party formed for this." He grins at the smiling Murpha and tells her, straight up, that just her being here is all the team needs. He sweeps Laura up to go frog fishing, insisting right to her face that it's totally safe. Her eyes light up like fireworks, and she can't wait a second before agreeing to learn from him. With a fierce grunt, little Laura heaves that heavy fishing rod with every ounce of strength she's got. A giant frog bursts out of the water and snatches the bait in one brutal gulp. The second that brutal beast turns the tables, the whole scene snaps tight as it fights back with ferocious fury. It thrashes through the water, fighting the pole with a brutal, non-stop struggle. Don't quit. Luke Lara is fighting hard, straining to haul in her catch, so hold on and cheer her on. With a brutal final heave, the colossal frog gets hauled onto the bank for good. Luke asks if she can pull it off, and she swallows her fear and bravely vows, "I'll try." With a scream full of grit, she strikes down the creature right under Luke's watchful eyes. That massive frog went still, its hunt ended fast, clean, and totally decisive. A sudden notification jolts across her vision, her very first level up, right then and there. "I leveled up," she blurts with unstoppable joy, while Luke congratulates me, like it's a victory we both can feel. Murpha reveals she leveled up too, and Luke can't help but beam with surprise. Luke pushes for one last level tonight, so she can land her very first job tomorrow. Their success sparks instant envy, and now the other girls can't wait, practically begging to try frog fishing themselves. The riverbank turns into a loud, chaotic training arena. Nobles don't just watch the current, they drill in it. He clocks Murpha standing there, all shaky and unsure, with nerves written all over their face. He coaxed her to try snagged just one and watched her freeze in utter, flustered shock. He shoots her a question, "Are you scared of frogs?" And she admits their creepy look totally gets to her. He swings the offer to her, and she hesitates for a moment, then reluctantly agrees to try it with him. Right away, a huge frog lunges for their bait, snapping it up like the world's quickest lunch. Murphy starts to panic and screams as the terrifying creature yanks the line with brutal strength. Luke stood behind her, guided her hands, and urged her to pull up. With a huge heave, they launch a frog soaring through the sky like a missile. The airborne frog smacks into Iris's face with a nasty wet splat. For a split second, everyone freezes stunned silence hits as they finally absorb the chaos. With a sharp shriek, Iris finally yanks that slimy thing off her head and hurls it away. Luke's panic flares as he throws a clean spell, and then cheerfully he blurts, "She's all better." But Iris isn't getting any relief tears of humiliation streak down her face. Murpher barrels ahead, blurting non-stop apologies, swearing it was nothing but a total accident. Luke throws his arm behind her and admits the blame himself, saying it's his fault. Murphy taps into her skill and proves to Iris that Luke isn't lying. The moment Iris realizes what she did wrong slams into her like a crushing punch to the gut. She drops into a deep bow, trembling with regret, apologizing for her disrespectful outburst and urgently begging for forgiveness. An hour slips by, and that awkward mess is finally left in the dust. Lara, practically bouncing on her heels, shows Luke her status plate, and boom, she's hit level 10. The other girls bombard her with congratulations, and she beams right back. thanking them with pure joy. Luke blares that tomorrow. They're heading straight to the church to snag their jobs. Then he just stares at the towering pile of frog corpses they've stacked up. Navi tells him those frogs can fetch a ridiculous amount of money. That tough, waterproof leather is exactly what you need to craft bags and shoes that can take a beating. Navi asks if he'll handle everything in the workshop, but he shuts that down. He's got a whole new plan. He decides to whisk the frogs straight to the servants' quarters. A maid freezes in shock. He snatches them mid-fall and grills her, asking if she can butcher them. The head maid can't stop worrying. She knows the prince is about to explode at him later. Luke spots her hesitation and pushes, asking if she'll just show him one quick demonstration. A huge frog sprawls on the cutting board, all set and waiting to be processed. He explains the first move: slice a clean incision around the head. The maid snaps that the tough elastic skin makes this the most dangerous spot of all. Once it's cut, you yank the skin free with raw, forceful strength. With a hard grunt, Luke digs in and peels the skin back step by step. The maid leans in, eyes widening because a hide she strips clean gets her a way better price. She leans in and tells everyone, dead serious, the hind legs are the best, most delicious part of the frog. Laura, bursting with excitement, practically leaps at the chance to try her own butcher skills. The other noble girls all look sick to their stomach, then politely turn it down. Luke gently steers Laura's hands as she steps into the delicate, careful process. Next, he leans in and orders her to pummel the thigh meat with a fork. They whip up a sizzling marinade with soy sauce, mirin, sake, and fresh garlic. Luke surveys the Spartan kitchen, and the missing equipment screams at him like a glaring problem. Ahmad blurts out that it was nothing but a gardener's lodge, and the cookware is completely gone. He whips around to Navi and asks, "Can you make us a frying pan?" A brand new frying pan drops into place, and right with it come the salt, pepper, oil, and garlic. He hands the fresh gear to the grateful servants and tells them to hold tight. He's promised them a recipe. Back at the main estate, the whole place is buzzing as dinner prep kicks into high gear. Luke and his party push through the grand ducal hallways, racing deeper with every step. The head maid, flanked by her staff, stands there with tight, stern faces, like she's been waiting to judge them the whole time. She hollers that dinner's ready, and Laura erupts into a joyful cheer. The head maid leaned in and gently demanded he stop teaching Laura those weird games. Luke puffs out his cheeks in furious outrage, insisting right through his clenched words that he was hunting game so close it was practically begging to be caught. He leans in and asks Laura what level she's at right now, and she lights up with pure, proud joy. The moment Laura declares she's level 10, the head maid's jaw drops in pure, total disbelief. The maids burst into apologies, totally stunned that she pulled off that insane feat in just 1 hour. Murpha bursts in, claiming she hit level 10 too, then immediately asks for a carriage. The maid declares the bath is ready, and Luke tells everyone to tidy up first before they jump in. He waves the girls on ahead and bolts off to fetch Duchess Sasha. Luke ushers the Duchess into the dining hall, dressed in a breathtaking gown that turns heads as they walk. The moment they step inside, the whole household staff and their family are already there, waiting in full force. The whole room erupts, cheering them on as their official engagement becomes real. The head butler leaned in and said they wanted to deliver their well wishes right to you, in person. Luke is moved by their sincerity and shoots back a warm, heartfelt thank you. Right as he stands up, he spots Murphy staring at him with an adoring, love-struck smile. Erica and Natalie spot it instantly finally. Iris is joining them for dinner too. Iris lays out, crystal clear, what she really is: a royal attendant serving the ducal house. Navi lays it out. This setup shields Iris's family using the crown's power. No doubt about it. A jaw-dropping feast sprawls in front of them, and it's a full-on celebratory banquet, like the night is begging to be remembered. After the main course, he digs into that mouth-watering dessert like it's pure heaven. While the maid serves him, he leans back and can't stop thinking about that insanely talented chef. The chef himself strides right to your table and grills you for how everything tasted. Luke digs in, then lauds the mouth-watering meal, spotlighting the incredible fish, Moniere. The chef lets out a proud grin and says he caught it fresh, then had it flown in today. Luke realizes the chef cooked it just for him, and that thoughtful gesture hits him right in the heart. A woman walks up and praises the estate's chef, raving that his fish dish is absolutely delicious. Then she leans in and orders him to get fresh milk, eggs, and cheese right away. The chef practically bursts with joy when he realizes Luke is about to cook up something new again, and it tells Luke he doesn't have to whip up lunch for everyone tomorrow. The chef leans in, asking if he can help right away, itching to learn a brand new recipe. Luke politely refuses. He says straight up that he hates the idea of someone stealing his original recipe. Anna snaps at him, telling him to stop being so stingy just for a simple recipe. A hand slams a fork onto the table, right as a voice calls out his name. Anna leans in and tells you back in their world, a brand new recipe is pure gold. She clenches her resolve and makes it crystal clear culinary originality isn't optional. It's the whole point. At a fancy party, a noble couple leans in and argues that only truly unique dishes can level up a family's status. Luke realizes the kingdom treats the original recipes like priceless treasure. Anna shoots out an apology, admitting she didn't know and that she cut in where she shouldn't have. The chef lowers his head in raw disappointment, and Luke watches, jittering with nerves. Anna's gut twists. She's sure she only meant to praise him, but it came out wrong, so Lara can't hide her worry. A cheerful voice suddenly bursts out of nowhere, shouting, "Lucani Isima!" and it jolts Luke out of his skin. Laura and Anna can't wait to beg him to play the piano for them again. Luke grins and agrees right away, and Navi clocks it instantly. He's not just excited, he's desperate to show off. He steps up to the massive grand piano, takes a deep breath, and gets ready to blow the whole family away with his performance. He's convinced that once Navi's on his side, he'll finally get that sheet music, and then he'll tear into Beethoven. His fingers danced over the keys, and the whole hall erupted with breathtaking music. Lara stares as he plays, her eyes blazing with hearts utterly spellbound. Lara blurts out, "You're incredible," while Diana suddenly feels this strange, warm glow spreading in her chest. Luke grins after finishing his performance and can't wait to hear everyone else play. He's right beside Lara as she steps up to the piano bench and starts her turn. He blurts out praise and swears she's come a long way, like she's finally healing since the last time he hurt her. Laura's face lights up at his compliment. She beams and says she practiced with all her might. When they ask her if she likes piano, her face lights up and she blurts that she wants to be just as good as him. Luke grins and slips Laura some practice music, pushing her to level up fast. He hands over the sheet music, and Laura lights up, thanking him over and over, like she can't believe it. The moment they saw it, the other girls surged around him like a wave, bombarding him with, "Can you get me copies too?" Luke grins and gladly agrees because everyone wants to learn his music. He nods once, then thrusts the sheet music into each eager young woman's hands. As the night creeps in, the girls start nodding off, all the excitement from the day finally catching up to them. Luke takes one look at the sky and tells everyone it's past time to hit the hay. The story cuts to the hush of Luke's private bedroom, where silence swallows every sound. Diana slips into his room in a nightgown while he hunches over his desk, typing away into the night. 2 plain rings sit on his desk, 90 iron, 10 mithril, while Diana lounges on his chair, eyes narrowing, asking what her master is cooking up. She takes a sip of her drink and fires back, urging him to explain exactly what enchantment is. He's scrambling to install a subspace storage, and she's staring at him like, "Do you even have the skill to pull this off?" He tells them, "I won't know if it works until I try it." He lifts a ring to the light and snaps into his detailed appraisal skill, scrutinizing every last detail. He can't believe the thing only has 1 enchantment slot, especially compared to the rings he handed Murpha. Diana says the number of slots rises or falls based on how pure and how good that mithril truly is. Luke clenches his focus and pours all his power into the ring, trying to forge that subspace storage ability into it. He ends up with a tiny storage ring packed with just 5 slots, and he calls that a solid win. A freshly enchanted ring drifts down like it owns the air, landing with a gentle hush on the desk beside the other. He finally kicks off the real experiment, stuffing the storage with a brand new secondary function. With a blinding flash, he pulls off the impossible enchantment without a single slip. Navi's tiny pixie AI bursts in like, "It worked," as the experimental enchantment proves a total success. A slick diagram lights up with the brand new skill name, Fashion Dresser. He slides the ring onto his finger, built to stash 2 special outfits, each one tagged with a name. A magical interface pops up out of nowhere, and he quickly taps a menu to pick his academy uniform. Diana watches with sharp curiosity as Luke decides to put his new creation to the ultimate test. A surge of magical energy spirals around him the second he slams the ring's power to life. Diana stares, eyes stretched wide as the magic finally clicks into place and hits like a shockwave. In a burst of blinding light, Luke suddenly snaps into his full academy uniform. He's thrilled it worked. Then his stomach drops when he realizes his shirt and belt are suddenly unfastened. He realizes his own innate skill clicks in perfectly every single time. He demanded answers from Navi why the ring wouldn't work, and she snapped back that his mental image just wasn't complete. Navi tells him to lock in every detail, see the buttons, see the buckles snap into place, and picture it like it's happening right now. Luke's convinced he's skilled for one simple reason deep down. He's right, even when he's correcting the mistakes. When he realizes he's short on materials, he dashes to make a simpler gift for Laura first. Luke is grinding at his desk, totally locked in as the night drags on. The very next morning, Iris yanks open his curtains, greeting the day with a bright, "Good morning." Sleepy Luke mutters, "What time is it?" And Iris tells him it's almost 5 a.m. Since the rain is hammering down, she suggests they ditch the streets and do their morning walk indoors. As Luke tries to push himself up, he groans that something is burning and weighs him down. He spots Diana and the little pup, Hattie, curled up fast asleep right on his stomach. Iris's eyes burned with exasperation as she watched Diana strip down again. Luke leans in and shouts, "Wake up, come on, we're going for a walk." A sleepy Navi pops in, yawning as she greets her master and Iris with a bright, cheerful good morning. Iris's eyes snap to something sitting on Luke's desk. She asks if he's been stuck working late again, and he finally admits he's still running on fumes. Iris huffs and puffs, cheeks puffed out as frustration boils over his sleepless nights. She demands he let her in, and he agrees, promising she'll have a real hand in making the shampoo. Rain keeps hammering down outside the massive training arena, like the skies determined to drown the silence inside. Luke and Iris step inside, and there it is, the three sisters and a squad of knights going at it in training drills. The duo bursts into bright, joyful cheers and greets everyone in the training hall like they own the place. Emilia, Laura, and Anna all bowed in perfect unison, then shot back the morning greeting like it was a challenge. With a sharp huff, she blurts out how shocked she is to catch him training this early. Laura sprints toward Luke with a bright smile, calling his name in pure, affectionate excitement. She practically blurts out that she slept with her sister Emilia, shocking Anna to her core. Laura practically swoons as she explains how it felt to finally be close to her sister again. She lights up with pure joy, and Luke can't help but think, wow, she's adorable. Wiped out after his workout, Luke crumples onto the floor and lets out a heavy, defeated sigh. He chooses to walk instead of run, because he refuses to let those knights laugh at him. Two young apprentice knights huddle up, whispering like they're plotting something, all while staring straight toward Iris. Luke clocks it and tells Iris to haul back to the room fast before something nails her. Iris glances toward the knight, stunned that anyone's watching her this closely. She tells him, "Relax, we're not about to get as crude as those city thugs." She tells them, straight up, that it's rude to interrupt her while she's training. Luke barrels down the estate hallway, locked in on a massive set of doors up ahead. He gives a soft knock, and his arrival rolls through the halls as his stepmother, Duchess Sasha, hears him coming. A maid swings the door open and tells him, "I'm here to escort you to breakfast." The moment he steps inside, Duchess Sasha and her maids light up bright smiles everywhere, greeting him like he's the moment they've been waiting for. The three former slave girls beam at him, thanking him for teaching them how to cook frog meat. He leans in and tells one of the girls softly but firmly that she still needs to rest. He tells her, "You're getting better, but you still need a few more days before you're fully back on your feet." In profile, Reludior stands there with a steel-hard stare and pure determination blazing in her eyes. She flashed a polite smile, told her attendants to wait outside, and demanded privacy with Luke. Luke's chubby face twists with confusion as he wonders what she's about to talk about. Inside, Reludior leaned in and told Luke she'd heard he'd summoned top-tier healers. Luke thinks those healers can probably save the patient with just one spell. "No!" Reludior snaps out, her voice suddenly hard, her face falling into a deep, serious shadow. She doesn't just ask, she digs in her heels, insisting he has to care for not only her brother, but every patient in the room. Luke senses what she's trying to do and softly asks her, "So, what's the real reason? Do you have a purpose for this?" She lays out her plan to forge undeniable proof that he really cured an incurable disease. She says this win won't just lift her up, it'll raise her family's retainers too. She's rounded up patients from rival factions, forcing them into her grip and bending them to her cause. She admits she knows it's all just a political chess move played for her benefit. Luke lays out her plan with sharp precision, burning her way to a better reputation and winning allies to her side. A panicked Reludior blurts out, shaking as he admits his assessment is totally, painfully spot on. Head bowed, she pleads for forgiveness because she's about to admit she used him in her political power play. Luke cheerfully waves it off and laughs, saying her proposal is exactly the kind of help he needs. Her face lights up with raw relief and sincere gratitude as she thanks him. She steps in, worried he'll get worn down by the long trip, and begs him to let her go along. With a fierce shout, she clenches her fists and vows to give it everything she's got. She's convinced that her return will reignite hope in everyone who's already thrown in the towel. Luke starts to blurt out that there's one more reason she has to tag along. She flashes a warm smile and admits, straight-faced, that she's worried sick about her friends. Luke meets her eyes with a soft, understanding warmth that makes it feel like he truly gets her. He nods, reaches out softly, and grips her arm like it's time to move. Then he urges her toward the dining hall. As they move along, he presses, demanding to know where all the gathered patients are being kept. They roll up to a towering, multi-story mansion, now turned into an infirmary. Reludier strides in with total confidence, and a butler greets him right at the entrance. Inside, she leans in and whispers to a frail elven woman, curled up in bed. The sick woman lets out a sharp gasp, then crumples to the ground, her body going totally limp. Luke steadies her while Iris snaps into action, whipping up one of his devastating potions in a flash. That blank panel just screams one thing: time passed, and the treatment worked. Soon, a carriage rumbles up to the ducal estate, and the guards start grilling the passengers. Who exactly are they? Inside, a worn-out Reludier slumps against Iris, breathless with gratitude as he thanks Luke for saving the day. She's stunned that her friend, who was once unconscious, somehow finds her voice again and starts talking. The women gush about that wild potion and pepper Luke with one question: can he compound more of it? Luke admits his alchemy skills are way too weak, but then drops a twist his base species level isn't the problem. Iris is totally baffled. How can he whip up advanced potions with ease, but can't even craft the intermediate ones? He insists it's a whole different system and asks her, can you learn it instead? He leans in and tells a blushing Iris she has to master the art of alchemy first. She's terrified she doesn't have the gift, but Luke shakes his head and tells her it's not hopeless. He tells her that her holy and dark powers fit the mission so perfectly, she was born for it. He does make one thing clear, though mastering the basics can take forever. With pure fire in her eyes, Iris boldly swears she'll make it happen, no matter if it takes a whole year. Luke breaks into a smile, remembering his master's words about how a true student devotes themselves to relentless practice. Iris demanded, "So what do you mean?" and couldn't stop wondering if everyone around them was grinding this hard too. Luke leans out the carriage window and spots it. Yep, they've finally rolled back up to the ducal estate. Iris throws a furious protest, insisting this conversation matters too much to be interrupted right now. Luke shoots her a look over his shoulder, worn out, but secretly amused. Reludier leans in and tells a flustered Iris, let the patients rest first. She suggests they keep the conversation going while they whip up lunch. They charge toward the estate's massive stone kitchen, all arches and towering walls. Luke's thoughts drift to a warm, happy memory, baking croissants with his family, like it was yesterday. He vividly remembers scrubbing those freshly caught fish clean right alongside his loud, unstoppable uncle. The memory keeps rolling, and you see him whipping up a salad for the meal they're about to share. He can't believe it. Most academy students almost never even got a chance to practice alchemy. He'd been forced to admit it. Practical lessons barely ever happened because herbs were so expensive they burned a hole in your pocket. In his world, his master hoarded rare herbs, training medicine meant to fuel his relentless grind. Iris is left totally stunned when she learns he churns out thousands of recovery potions every single year. He tells you don't even need alchemy to whip up solid mid-level potions. Iris pouts hard, swearing up and down that this skill is totally, absolutely necessary. She insists that alchemy-squeezed ingredients turn every potion into something way more powerful. Luke nods and agrees to teach her, and she lights up with pure, adorable joy. A flashback snaps us to a young boy pounding keys at the piano right when his cool uncle barges in and steals the moment. His uncle, sunglasses on, grins and declares this is the perfect day to go fishing. The young boy grips his fishing rod tight and grins, staring at the prize packed in the cooler. His uncle pitches the idea like a dinner mission, make tempura for everyone, using their fish. The memory flashes them in the kitchen, scrubbing and sizzling fish side by side. His mother and sister gush that the tempura tastes absolutely amazing. He smiles again, and you can practically see that simple shared meal lighting up his heart. Right now, the rain hammering the window slams me straight into a flood of memories. That sizzling hot pan snaps his attention right back into the kitchen. The three princesses crowd around, breathless, firing questions. What's he gonna cook? Three stern maids stare him down as he grips a steaming bowl of meat. He declares he's going to cook the frogs, and Iris and Anna instantly recoil in horror. Luke flashes a cocky smirk and tells them to sit tight because they're about to see what he's got. He cranks up a portable magical burner and heats the oil in the pan. He proudly throws the meat down and announces that Lara caught it then butchered it herself. Reludier's jaw drops when a maid leans in and hisses that the Duke's going to be insanely jealous. Lucas stared at the maid, totally thrown off, and demanded to know what that comment even meant. A hilarious scene shows the Duke throwing a full-on tantrum because Lara's first hunt didn't go the way he expected. She's the one who vanished on him. Luke shuts down the Duke's antics and insists the only thing that matters is how fresh the meat is. Laura practically glows with excitement when he asks her to team up and cook. He calmly shows him exactly how to grip the knife, then slices the meat the right way. Laura leans in and copies every move he makes, eyes locked on the task like her life depends on it. The cook slices the frog meat with deadly precision, turning it into perfect bite-sized pieces. Luke declares the mission starts the simplest way: deep fry the meat first. He trains Lara to glide the pieces into place with surgical care so the hot oil never splashes up. She matches his rhythm and drops 6 pieces straight into the sizzling pan. The meat chunks froth and pop, sizzling like crazy as they fry in the scalding hot oil. A mouth-watering aroma floods the air, and Laris's eyes light up with pure, breathless anticipation. Luke lifts the perfectly golden brown nuggets off the heat and lays them carefully on a rack. That crispy fried frog meat is finally done, fully cooked, perfectly seasoned, and ready to devour. He pops a bite into his mouth and tests the flavor on the spot. He's stunned by how light and delicious it tastes still. He can't help thinking a coating would make it even better. Lara takes a bite herself, eyes blazing as she gushes about just how insanely tasty it is. She beams as she hands her mother the dish, and her mom's face lights up with pure joy at her first taste of cooking. Laura then hands a piece to the stern head, daring him to let her try. Luke stared in shock as the formal head, that strict one, went and started eating something like that. The maid leaned in and insisted she had to taste it first because only then could she swear it was safe for the ladies. She shuts her eyes, lets that light flavor hit, and gives it an approving nod. Arms crossed tight, Anna snaps that she'll only try it because her sister Laura cooked it. The whole family crowds around Laura, eyes locked on her, waiting like something huge is about to happen. Luke stared at the scene with sharp focus and unshakable determination. He shoves a chunk of fried frog into Murphy's hands and tells her, "Open wide." Murphy savors every bite like it's pure heaven, while Diana drools on the spot, yanking for her own share. Luke grins and blurts out, "Next, we're frying those marinated pieces." Those freshly cut frog meat pieces get tossed and coated in a thick layer of homemade potato starch. Luke stands guard beside Laura, warning her to watch the hot oil it's ready to splash and burn the second it spits. He watches her take bite after bite, and it hits him nothing beats the quiet happiness of cooking your own catch. He's over the moon that he finally managed to pass this feeling to Laura, and it actually landed. Laura bursts out to Luke, telling him cooking's awesome, and before he even asks, the food's already ready. Luke and Laura both swear this brand new fried version is straight up ridiculously delicious. Diana shovels food into her mouth, then blurts out, "Everything is ridiculously tasty." Luke proudly lifts a steaming platter of fried frog to the waiting noble women. He leaned in and asked Laura straight up, "Are you sure the food you caught isn't the most delicious thing you've ever tasted?" Duchess Sasha grabbed Luke's hands and thanked him, telling him this whole experience had been a gift for her daughter. She looks her daughters dead in the eye and tells them, "From now on, this is the meat you'll eat." She leans in and reminds them, "Be grateful for every bite because someone worked hard to put that meal on your plate." Luke spots the leftover frying oil and can't help thinking it's begging to be used one more time. With hands that know exactly what to do, he shreds the potatoes paper thin on the mandolin. After frying for a full 10 minutes, he pulls the potato chips out and rains them with salt. The girls' breathy gasp in perfect unison shattered the room as they blurted out, "This new snack is unbelievably delicious." While Diana crunches through the chips, Sasha spots a message popping up for Luke. A servant hurries in and says the heavy rain won't let up, so they're stuck here for the night. Luke tells Murph their church trip is getting pushed back tomorrow. Murphy frets over the delay, while Laura stomps her foot and pouts, practically bursting to finally check out her new status. Pamela, the head maid, leans in and tells them to run their job choice by their parents first. Luke's eyes widen as he finally realizes just how heavy this decision really is in the political world. He leaned in and asked Sasha straight up whether parental permission is really required for a choice like that. Sasha snaps that Duke Gale will bulldoze every decision for them anyway, no questions asked. Murph rushes back to Luke, blurting out that she needs his advice on what her very first job should be. Laura, with a grin, proudly says, "I've been told I'm built for the sword. I'm perfect for it." Luke tells her this, her fire affinity means her body will level up fast and hit way harder. Erica points out that, for a family of guards, swordsmen are the smarter pick. Luke leans in and tells Laura that as a duchess, all she needs is basic self-defense. He turns to Erica, the professional bodyguard, and asks for her expert take on the whole situation. Erica flat out tells them if the one they're guarding steps into the fight, then they've already failed. Other noble women throw their weight behind the verdict. A half-trained swordsman is nothing but trouble in the making. Luke tells Laura to pick the magician class right now so she can jack up her mana and level up her skills. Laura nods and agrees to become a magician, and Murphy races to tell their father the moment the decision is made. A sharp thought hits Luke out of nowhere, and suddenly, boom, he remembers something absolutely crucial. He snaps Laura's name and waves her over, and she strides toward him, eyes full of raw curiosity. "It's a present," he says, thrusting a tiny gift into the princess's hands like it's about to blow her world wide open. Laura's face lit up with pure joy when she snagged the ultra-cute pink frog pouch made from her very first catch. He brags that it's packed with subspace storage, and that it even comes with a time-stop power. Shocked out of her mind, Sasha blurts, "Wait, are we really allowed to take something on the level of a national treasure?" Luke tells them the divine blessings he's received are what let him create things like that. He leans in and tells Laura, "All right, now I'm going to run your personal authentication." With one tiny prick, he instantly snaps into action, casting Aqua Heal to soothe her finger at once. He patiently shows her how to slip her hand inside and reach the storage. He tells her to keep stuffing and pulling things out again and again until she finally gets the hang of the motion. Laura gasped in pure delight, yanking the item free from the magical pouch like she'd just unlocked a secret treasure. She clamps the gift to her chest, swearing to her big brother Luke that she'll cherish it forever. Diana huffs that it's not fair at all, then demands a cute frog pouch for herself too. She pouts with puffed cheeks and grumbles like, "Seriously, my master just doesn't get me." Rain pummels his chest, swearing she doesn't want some plain storage, she wants a cute little pouch. Luke promises he'll make them for everyone, but the rare materials he needs just aren't there. Sasha jolts up, all curious, and asks if the ducal house might be sitting on some mithril. Luke stares at her, dying to know how she's going to react to his big material request. Sasha leans in and confirms they've got a massive stash of mithril steel stashed away, ready to unleash it the moment an emergency hits. Her eyes flare wide when she realizes he can make pouches for Amelia and Anna, too. Luke rattles off the legendary materials he needs right there at a man tight, and he's hunting calcum and mithril. Sasha snaps at her butler to rush straight to the vault and grab the exact materials she needs. The deadpan headmaid asks, straight-faced, exactly how much she's supposed to bring. Sasha tells her to hand Luke only the absolute bare minimum he needs. Pamela snaps back, furious, insisting that no single person could possibly handle a quantity that huge. Sasha doesn't back down. She insists these national treasures can't be bought, not with any amount of money. She says the Duke who cracked open the treasury for his son would totally get it. Diana figured out that one stash of mithril could forge 800 long swords, and together they'd tip the scales at a staggering 640 kilograms. Pamela leans in close and urges Diana not to blow this golden chance. Sasha insists that sure, you can buy pouches, but Luke's custom ones are priceless. She smirks and says he could even whip up brand new products for them down the road. Pamela, beaten and trembling, declares that roughly 20 kilograms is more than enough. Sasha then spots her hair's gone rough and battered, and she asks Luke if he can fix it for her. He tells her to take a bath first, then promises to gently brush and style her hair afterward. Murpha grabs Erica and Natalie and begs them to help her mother with her bath. Pamela snapped back, demanding that a member of the household staff come right over and take care of her. Murpha leans in and tells them she's got to teach them how to use that special shampoo the right way. A mountain of fresh onions and other crisp vegetables spills out of a basket in the kitchen. Iris leans in and asks Luke what he's planning to do with all the vegetables he hauled in. She points at the powdered herbs and presses him, "You're actually planning to use these." A young maid bursts in, breathless, and demands to know if he's cooking up Lady Laura's stomach medicine. The maid plants her feet and glares with pure determination, her fists curled tight at her sides. Luke quickly calms the confused Iris this isn't medicine at all because Laura is completely healthy. He decides to hunt down the maids for help because that smell could wreck the chef's noses. Teardrop-shaped sacks hang from hooks in the kitchen, too dark to ignore, drying out there in silence. Two young maids rush up and ask in a trembling hurry what he wants them to do. Luke orders everyone to peel the vegetables and slice the onions into perfectly fine pieces. Then he snaps his focus to Iris and gestures, "Come closer," like he's got to deliver the next hit of truth straight to her. He slams 6 bowls of spices onto the table, rattling off their names and exact measurements like he's cracked the code. He starts stirring the powders, murmuring that this is the secret family recipe passed down from his bloodline. He grinned and asked her what kind of medicine she thinks this is going to turn into. A rattled Iris blurts out that it has to be a knockout remedy for the stomach. Luke starts piling in even more ingredients, roasting them slowly over a low, steady flame. While the spices hiss and toast, Iris shuts her eyes tight and breathes in that mouth-watering aroma. Luke labels it a luxurious recipe, and Iris can't stop staring 12 different herbs, one jaw-dropping bundle. The finished spice blend gets poured into 2 huge jars, one packed with heat, the other kept mild. Iris can't stop wondering how many servings are hiding in those jars and exactly how she's supposed to use them. Navi shows up and tells them the aging process won't just drag on, it'll take over a whole month. Luke remembers his workshop can speed up time, and that means he can finally crush the whole process and finish it fast. Luke grips the recipe and decides to cook a massive batch because he's feeding a crowd of 100 people. He barks orders to the maids, and they spring into action, dicing beef, grating onions, and slicing apples as fast as they can. In a blazing hot pan, he sizzled the onions until they turned a perfect golden brown. Luke strides in like he owns the kitchen, grabs the ladle, and whips the pan into action while the maids stare in awe. Beef cubes hit the pan and hiss instantly, sizzling in that rich rendered fat. Carrots, potatoes, and onions get tossed into one sizzling mix, and that mouth-watering aroma floods the whole kitchen. He pours a rich consomme straight from his workshop into 2 huge pots, simmering away. Flustered, Erica blurts out in pure amazement, "How on earth did you make soup this incredible?" Next, he fires up the curry roux, lets the butter melt, then whisks in the flour like he's cooking up a storm. The dark, fragrant roux gets slowly stirred into the pots, thickening the stew drop by drop. Luke grabs a tiny saucer, samples his creation, and leans in to nail that last punch of seasoning. Erica and the other maids practically bounce in place, begging, "Can we try too?" A steaming cloud billows from a huge pot of fluffy white rice, cooked to perfection. He crafts 2 final dishes, one dripping with sweetness, the other packed with fiery spice. A steaming, rich, chunky curry spoonful rises toward his mouth, clinging to the rice like pure comfort and power. I bite into her first taste, her cheeks puff up like fireworks of pure, undeniable delight. Every maid bursts out, "So good," as that zingy, tingly spice dances on their tongues and puts smiles on every face. They grilled him about this mind-blowing dish. Its flavor was totally new to them. He stashes the pots away and tells them, "Curry hits different when the flavors have time to blend overnight." Later, Luke watches as Natalie Emilia's attendant scrub that huge window with relentless focus. Natalie pounds her knuckles against the heavy, ornate door, like she's demanding answers. She whips around to Luke and, with all the formality in the world, declares that Lady Amelia wants to speak with him. Luke tails Natalie and Erica as they charge up the grand stone staircase of the ducal estate. Right at the chamber door, Natalie blurts out Emilia's name, then swings inside. Natalie spots Luke coming in, and a voice from inside calls them in like they've been expected the whole time. The moment the door swings open, a breathtaking private bedroom spills into view, elegant, beautifully decked out, and instantly stealing the spotlight. A dazzling lineup of handmade dolls sits perfectly arranged on the dresser, like a collector's dream on display. Luke whips his gaze around the room, and his face lights up with pure, stunned awe, like he's just stumbled onto a prize nobody else can see. Erica leans in and whispers that almost every gorgeous item was painstakingly made by Emilia herself. Luke stared around the room, then asked, "Tell me, this really is Emilia's own space, right?" Blushing, Emilia confesses she can't step outside, and that's what sparks her to dive headfirst into handicrafts. He leans in and tells her, "It's amazing to have a hobby this impressive," and her worry just melts away. Emilia, blushing hard from that heartfelt praise, sheepishly blurts out her thanks. Erica pats the spot beside her and tells Luke to sit tight. She's going to run off and brew some tea. A fragile teacup gets set down on the table with careful hands, right in front of everyone. All of them sink into a brutal, heavy silence as Luke locks eyes with Emilia, just like she showed up. Luke's brow beads with sweat as he leans in and asks Emilia if there's something she urgently wants to talk about. Emilia bites back her fear and steels herself to finally explain why she's terrified of men. The room turns ice cold with tension as everyone holds their breath, waiting for her brutal, hard-to-tell story. Natalie's jaw drops. This has to be the exact incident Duke was talking about. Erica and Natalie both throw up their hands and admit they don't know the full story of what really went down. Emilia and the other maid suck in a sharp, shaky breath at the same time. With shaking hands, Emilia reaches up into the darkness, grabbing at the choker tight around her neck. She unhooks the clasp at the back with a crisp, confident click. As she yanks off the choker, Luke and Erica freeze, eyes bulging with pure, stunned shock. Emilia's true, stunning face finally shows, her shy expression trembling with fierce resolve. Luke freezes on the spot, and a quiet "whoa" slips out of his mouth before he can even speak. Erica practically blurts out that Emilia looks shockingly like her own sister, Murpha. She snaps at Luke for his pathetic reaction, and Luke shoots back that his heart is pounding out of his chest. Emilia's cheeks go red as she tells him it's weird how he reacts after seeing her real face. Luke flushes hard and, with total sincerity, tells her he thinks she's incredibly cute. He quips that having all these adorable girls around him has built up a bizarre kind of resistance. Erica snaps back instantly, shouting that there's no way he has any resistance to that. Natalie leans in and tells Emilia, "Luke's not doing this to upset you, he's trying to melt that tension off your shoulders." Luke takes a sip of his tea, realizing his actions must look downright weird. He whips his hand through the air, itching to jump straight to the bigger, more important matter. Anicap, braided so long it practically screams for attention, steps into the group and tells them her name is Sierra. Sierra steps up and offers to swallow the painful story herself, so Emilia doesn't have to. Emilia leans in and tells everyone, "Sierra's been my personal attendant since I was a kid." Luke finally clocks it. Sierra really has been stuck right by Emilia's side the whole time. A quick profile drops the truth. Sierra E. Hawkins is 29 years old. Erica tells everyone that Sierra showed up at the ducal house right after her time serving at the castle. Sierra straight up tells everyone that 10 years ago Duke Gale hadn't become a duke, yet he was still a prince. Luke pinches his chin in thought, replaying the duke's life timeline piece by piece. Now he finally gets it. The soul-deep, 10-year bond that Emilia and Sierra share is real, and it hits hard. Luke leans in and demands, "Tell me what happened," and Sierra meets his eyes, solemnly promising she'll speak. Sierra kicks off her tale by painting the royal castle's annual debutante ball in vivid detail. A flashback slams in 10-year-old Emilia, all bright eyes and pure joy, soaking up the wild excitement of a grand party. Young Emilia beams at her attendant, saying she's heading to the restroom. All alone down the hall, she strolls, then a gang of young noblemen clocks her instantly. The Viscount's son lunges in, clamps a hand over her mouth, and smothers her cries. She fought like her life depended on it, clamping her teeth into his arm and straining to break free. He snapped back, pummeling her again and again until her face was swollen beyond recognition. By the time help finally showed up, the brutal beating was already done way too late. Ever since that horrifying day, she's been stuck with a paralyzing terror of men. Luke gives a grim nod, and the story snaps his worst suspicions into place. Natalie blurts, totally stunned, whether he already knew about it before Sierra said a word. She's drowning in regret, wishing so badly that she'd been the one walking beside Amelia. Murphy, her face twisted with anguish, finally blurts out that she's the one behind the whole incident. Natalie's jaw drops as she finally connects the dots. Murph's bitterness came straight from the day Amelia was assaulted. Turns out the Viscount's family wasn't just shady, they were racking up massive tax evasion. Hanging by a thread, they pleaded with the brand new Duke for a lifeline of money. Duke Gale had barely just inherited his title when he flat out brushed off their pleas. Luke shot back, confused, demanding to know how their family's money crisis could possibly link to the attack. Sierra lays it out she'll manufacture a scandal, then slam them into a forced marriage. Luke finally gets it, then leans in and demands, "What part did Murph play in all this?" Erica leans in and asks Luke if he knows about Murphy's ridiculously infamous nickname. Red-faced Murpha finally admits it. Yeah, that savage nickname about headhunting. She's the princess everyone fears. Luke nails it instantly. This is happening because of her official job as an inquisitor. Murpho tells them, "Sure, the people thanked me, but those other nobles, they simmered with jealousy." She quietly admits that carrying a nickname like that probably feels awful for him. Luke grins and waves it off, then asks her casually at first if she even knows his awful nickname. Erica and Natalie shout, "Orc Prince!" And instantly they're like, "Murphy's is way better." Luke's face twists like he's been hit, and he blurts out a shaky apology under his breath. Murph's face tightens again as she swings her eyes back to Luke. She points out the moment Amelia's choker comes off, his attitude toward her softens fast. With a teasing grin, she leans in and asks, "So, something happened between you two." Sierra blurts out mid-moment, confessing that she's been feeding Amelia every single move Luke makes. Murphy flashes Sierra a knowing grin, and she just can't help but keep her story going. As soon as Sierra spilled the reports, Amelia's interest snapped on, and it all pointed straight at Luke. In her chambers, Amelia leaned in and told Luke that she ditched her choker only after she decided he was trustworthy. Luke asks Sierra if she's been told to keep an eye on him, and she bows hard, spilling out a deep, heartfelt apology. But Sierra leans in, voice shaking, and admits she was terrified for Amelia and she needed to see Luke with her own eyes. Luke doesn't explode. He calmly fires back one simple question: "Am I a good match for the princess?" With huge grins, Sierra and Natalie announce that the whole servant staff is congratulating them too. Like a teacup settling onto its saucer, Luke leans in and tells them to talk about how they should handle Amelia's androphobia. He realizes this kind of crushing psychological trauma isn't something healing magic can just magically fix. Iris brings up a holy spell called mental recovery, but she makes it crystal clear it's powerful, yet it's no guarantee. Luke jerks back in horror when he realizes the spell would drag Amelia back into her worst trauma, over and over. Amelia hangs on Iris's every word as she breaks down the spell, and that sick feeling hits her. It could even make her condition worse. Luke lays out a brand new plan to make Amelia strong enough to fight back, just in case betrayal ever strikes. He beams and demands to know if Amelia's been sticking to her daily sore practice grind. He lays out his plan to use Diana as the safe power source, leveling her up from the sky. Luke sips his tea and tells her straight up, boosting her base stats alone will make her terrifyingly formidable. Amelia's cheeks burn with fresh hope, and she clenches her fists as motivation surges through her like lightning. Luke stared, stunned, as Amelia glided forward and took her place right in front of him. With a dazzling smile, she drops a flawless curtsy and thanks Luke like he saved her world. A maid comes crashing up to the grand doors, pounding on Duchess Sasha's private chamber like her life depends on it. Pamela, the maid, rushes in and declares, "Luke's here to see the Duchess and her daughters." Pamela yanks the door open with a loud clatter, and her face snaps into full-on focused duty. Inside, Duchess Sasha, Anna, and Amelia light up with warm smiles and welcome Luke the second he steps into the room. Luke checks in on Sasha and confirms she's stable, then tells Natalie and Erica to step in and help her get bathed. The Duchess and Amelia can't wait. They eagerly leap at the chance to jump into the beauty care session. Erica cheekily hands Luke her estate's beauty products and asks if he needs help with bathing. Luke claims Sasha's attendant Pamela picked up how to use the cosmetics from Natalie. Pamela sweetens the deal by offering to lead Luke straight to the treasury, and Luke snaps it up with zero hesitation. Luke trails Pamela through a sprawling corridor, charging straight toward a colossal pair of ornate double doors. A plain little text box flashes their destination, the Farrell family treasury. In the towering, hush-filled treasury library, the butler leans in and lays out the Duke's unbelievably generous offer. Luke looks completely unfazed by the armor, and Navi points out the collection is still fresh off the forge. Navi spots a case packed with high-grade fire and water dragon magic stones, and the excitement hits her instantly. Luke can't help but wonder what she'll do with them, and then she reveals her plan she's using them in a Navi workshop. Luke barges to the butler and demands 20 mithril rods plus every last magic stone, yes, even the S-rank ones. The butler beams and agrees on the spot, and Luke's smile lights up. He's thrilled to score those priceless finds. Outside a huge window, the sky cracks open and heavy rain starts pounding down, turning the whole place into a gloomy, heavy silence. The cheerful pixie Navi leans in and asks Luke to forge a transformation ring for Diana. Luke decides he'll start by forging a special ring for his apprentice, Iris. He shuts his eyes and zeroes in, determined to craft a gift that's finally worthy of her. He's sprawled in a quiet room, curled over the coffee table, grinding through his work like the whole world's gone silent. He double-checks his work, grinning, because he's sure that ring size is going to lock in perfectly. He lifts the finished mithril band high, engraved with an iris design and packed with brutal, powerful learning enchantments. Pixie Natalie bursts in and declares that Iris is sprinting straight for the master's room. When Iris knocks, Luke panics and scrambles to shove his project out of sight, then blurts, "Come in." Iris bursts in her eyes razor sharp as she instantly catches the faint stink of metal in the air. She snaps, demanding to know if he's cooking up something again, and he panics on the spot, nervously denying it. A goofy homemade lie detector strapped to his boot starts flashing, screaming that he's lying. She jabs at the glittering metal dust scattered across the table, and he realizes too late that he never magically cleaned it away. Luke lets out a heavy sigh and admits you wanted to surprise her, then pleads for her not to get angry. He stops and tells a wildly confused Iris to stretch out her left hand right now. He gently takes her hand, then slips that simple, elegant ring onto her finger like it's destiny. Iris gasped, eyes bulging wide, and her face flared a deep, burning red from pure shock. He smirks and tells her to take it as proof they're engaged, but admits he still needs her parents' permission. He lays it all out. This ring isn't just jewelry, it's packed with enchanted magic that restores manners and sharpens your skills. She stares at it in total disbelief and asks if she can really learn forging magic with that. Then he tells her it's totally possible. He flashes a grin and tells her, "Get those new skills down, and you'll be helping me whip up cosmetics." Iris clutches her hand to her chest and murmurs his name in stunned disbelief, then bursts into pure joy. Tears brim in her eyes as she leans forward and pours out her gratitude for that precious, wonderful gift he just gave her. In a goofy chibi panel, she's bursting with pure joy and springs onto his head like it's the greatest thing ever. He asked if she needed anything, and in that instant, it hit her she remembered why she'd come in the first place. She tells him her parents just showed up to talk cosmetics and to push the marriage too. She tells them, "Start by bringing my parents to meet King Zeno and Duke Gale first." Iris cracks open the door to the drawing room and peeks out. Her parents are right there, waiting. Her parents, the Earl and Countess Michael, sit ramrod straight on a lavish sofa, all stiff posture and old-world pride. They spot their daughter, and her father shoots up, panicking as he blurts, "What's wrong?" Locking eyes on her tear-soaked face, the Earl snaps and demands to know if Luke has been berating her. Luke leans in toward a flustered Iris, then blurts out, "Wait, did I get it wrong?" as her tears of joy spill over. His face hardens into something cold and unreadable as he glares straight at the Earl. The Earl explodes with fury, snarling that no one has ever dared speak to him with such disrespect. Luke snaps into the scene, and bam, the Earl and Iris drop into a deep, lightning-fast formal bow. On his knees, the Earl hammers the ground and begs Prince Luke to forgive the outburst. He drops to his knees, slams out an apology for being rude, and can't help but mention how bright the prince's eyes are. Luke, totally thrown off by the chaos spiraling out of control, rubs his temple and lets out a tired, helpless sigh. He drops onto the couch, arms folded tight, looking drained and pissed off all at once. He speaks in a calm voice, asking Iris if he can have a cup of tea, and she jolts in shock. The estates broke into a panic frenzy to get tea ready, and Luke couldn't miss how terrified they all looked. Iris breaks into a cold sweat, utterly swamped by the crushing tension in the room. The Earl and Countess drop to their knees again, begging forgiveness for all the chaos they'd caused. Luke scans the chaos, jaw tight, and thinks, "None of this is on me." He exhales with a sharp little huff, and the look on his face screams pure, unfiltered annoyance. He leans in and tells the kneeling maid, "You don't have to bow that hard, soft words, but pure authority." He demands everyone sit down right now, scared those weird rumors are about to explode and spread like wildfire. Iris sits primly at the table as a fresh cup of tea gets poured for everyone. Luke clears his throat and, with full confidence, reintroduces himself as the third Prince of Wild. Ural and the Countess step forward, trade their names, and hit you with another heartfelt apology for that rude mess from earlier. Luke waves it off and tells them, "It's fine." He fully understands what happened, and he admits he shares the blame too. Then he rips into the Earl, furious that he'd been so disrespectful to a prince he'd just met. He blurts out to a mortified Iris that she's got to explain right now why she was crying. Rage flashes across the Earl's face as he realizes of all people he's the one stuck explaining it. He fumbles through an awkward explanation. Luke handed Iris what he swore was a mithril engagement ring. The Earl erupts onto the table in a frenzy, and Luke can't even begin to understand what's happening. A maid blurts out, "Can I cut in?" And Luke, calm as ever, nods and lets her speak. She lifts her hand and blurts out that she's got one too, a plain mithril wedding ring. In a little inset, you see how noblemen long ago swept in with lavish, gem-studded rings as engagement gifts. The maid says the Earl must be thrown off by that plain little ring, and he nods like, "Yeah, that tracks." Iris blurts out that her father is dead wrong because that class ring isn't just any ring. It's an enchanted national treasure. Luke's eyes widen in confusion. What on earth is happening as Iris clamps her hand over her mouth in pure horror? Panic blooms in her chest as she realizes her ring is worth more than the princess's gifts, way more. The Countess flat out tells him it'd break the unwritten rules for her to even accept a better gift. Still irritated by all the noise, Luke snaps that they can just spot it by using a different ring. Sweat pouring down his face, the Earl blurts out, "So what the hell does this ring really do? What kind of power are you packing in there?" The Earl gapes at the ring's crushing enchantments, like he can't believe something this real could exist. His wife whips him with a slap and chews him out for even thinking about selling the engagement ring she swears is hers. While Luke sips his tea, all worries written on his face, Iris insists the ring is soulbound no matter what the chaos, doesn't stand a chance. Luke leaned in and demanded the full details of what was really going on, because all he'd heard so far were rumors. He leans in and tells them he wants every detail, the exact words they shared with the king and the duke. The Earl bursts into laughter, replaying Duke Gale's terrifying magical summons, spelling out a warning that no tricks would fly. Luke breaks into a sweat, questioning if that man can even handle the job, while the Earl suddenly realizes he's talked way too much. Navian reads the situation and tells Luke the Earl is doing all this on purpose, and that's when Luke snaps, "Why are you acting so foolish?" Luke strides straight up to the Earl and demands answers. Why is he secretly sabotaging himself from the inside out? The Earl's mask slips. He admits with mortification that it's a scandalous story tied to his territory's finances. He blurts out that his family's money situation is in full panic mode and says this deal is the only thing that can save them. He says the massive irrigation project is finally done, but the real profits won't hit for years. Luke takes in the words in silence, eyes sharpening as he hears the Earl's suffering laid bare. The Earl leans in and asks if Luke planned to ditch the deal, and Luke just answers, flat out, no. So he presses Luke, "Why would you trash your own reputation with those nasty rumors flying around you?" Luke's expression twists into a hilarious, "Oh no," as he realizes the Earl hasn't just hired him, he's been testing Luke's business instincts all along. Arms crossed, Luke clocked it instantly. The Earl wasn't just looking at him, he was judging whether Luke could truly cut it as a merchant. The Earl's jaw drops when Luke boldly declares he can simply walk away from the deal anytime he wants. Luke admits he's losing interest in their deal, and Iris snaps his name in panic. He tells Iris this isn't magic or murder, it's negotiation. a high-stakes game of impressions and leverage. He spills the playbook from his past life, then hits the twist her father did the complete opposite. The Earl is left trembling with sweat, completely outplayed by the young prince's ruthless strategy. A sudden knock slams against the door, smashing the tension right in the middle of their intense business meeting. A woman with gorgeous braided hair steps forward and declares, "I'm Sasha. I am the Duchess's friend." Countess Colette strides in, throws out a quick apology for barging in, and then greets the Earl like nothing could stop her. The Earl dips into a deep bow, sweeping the Countess in, then congratulates her friend on finally pulling through. Luke tells Sasha her youthful glow is unreal, and she credits it to his brand new cosmetic products. Colette can't believe the results, eyes wide, and blurts out, "So can I try them too?" Luke nods and tells her to test the effects first, and the Countess practically lights up as she snatches up his offer. Sensing a perfect opening, Iris grins and cheerfully ropes Luke in, him joining her and her mother in the bath. Those double doors to the room slam shut fast, hard, and final. Luke tells Sasha to rest until dinner, and she gladly takes him up on it. He shoots out his hand and offers to escort her to her room, and she accepts right away, smiling and thanking him. The Earl is left behind, utterly stunned speech stuck in his throat, while the other nobles march out without him. Luke exhales in relief because he slips out of the awkward situation with style. From a sky-high balcony, Luke and Sasha peer down into the breathtaking grand foyer below. They watch as young Lara and her friend Daria beam at each other like the world just got brighter. Two little girls grin at each other, and their friendship lights up the whole formal estate like a burst of sunshine. Ahmad tells them Laura's got a piano lesson lined up. Daria from the Rochelle family is taking her. She drops a bombshell. Daria is the only survivor of her house, and she's being eyed as Laura's next companion. Lara leans in and tells Daria, "Trust me, she's genuinely kind. No secret agenda, no tricks." Daria spots another girl rocking an adorable frog pouch and can't stop staring, wishing she had one hanging on her too. The girl shoots you an apologetic look and insists her special pouch isn't for sale anywhere. Luke leans in and quietly asks Navi if they can mass-produce the pouches. She snaps a crisp salute, confirming it without hesitation. Daria spots them on the balcony, then blurts, "Mom, Luke?" and calls out loud. Sasha introduces Daria to Luke, and with real gratitude in her voice, she thanks him for always being there as the solid friend Lara could count on. Luke asks Daria if she likes the frog pouch, and she looks up at him with eyes sparkling like she just found treasure. He spills out the pouches he's been making and offers her one like a gift straight from his hands. He leans in and soothes a worried Sasha with a low, steady whisper, telling her it's all going to be okay. He tells her the pouch is enchanted with a tiny, locked subspace pocket, so it's always right there for her convenience. Luke thrusts a yellow-green pouch into Daria's hands, then tells her straight up that Laura will teach her exactly how to use it. Two girls burst into joy, squeezing their matching pouches to their chests with big, sparkling smiles. A maid snaps Lara back to the present, yelling that her piano teacher is waiting, shocking the poor girl to the core. Laura nervously shuffles up to Luke, fidgeting like crazy as she finally blurts out, "Can you be my big brother?" Navi tells Luke that Laura wants to flaunt him to her teacher, so Luke immediately asks, "Can I watch?" Laura's eyes sparkle with pure, unfiltered joy as she beams and says she'd be absolutely thrilled. Luke can't shake the thought if that Lair's passive mind-reading skill is real, it's gotta weigh like a ton on a kid's shoulders. A lone grand piano waits in the music room, all polished and ready to unleash the lesson the moment it starts. Right on the sofa, Luke suddenly gets blindsided by a magical communication screen bursting to life in front of him. Iris pops onto the screen, and she wastes no time asking Luke if he can spare a moment to talk. She tells him her mom wants to talk about the cosmetics business tomorrow, and Luca doesn't hesitate. He agrees. Luke discovers the Michael family doesn't even have a mansion in the capital, and it makes his head spin, because that feels totally wrong. Iris blasts the truth that pounding rain has wrecked their usual day trip out of their territory. It's not happening. Iris stared at her brand new ring in pure awe, then practically begged to help restock the shampoo because she was dying to test its magic. In the workshop, Iris lights up with pride as she proudly unveils a beaker packed with perfectly mixed cosmetic base. Luke confirms she's shattered and split apart, and the magic hits exactly right on every ingredient. He suggests they switch to extraction now, and Iris can't help but wonder why it can't be done in one single step. Luke admits he once tried it too, and it blew up in his face, creating a beaker packed with nasty black sludge. He remembers his master breaking it down how toxins get pulled out using helpful compounds. They slam through a huge batch of products, and Iris can't help but beam. She's thrilled she got to burn through that much magic. Diana bursts into the room in her human form, clutching Amelia's white lucky rabbit. Luke's jaw dropped when he saw her asked where she'd been all this time. She tells you that Anna tracked her down for tea and piled her plate high with snacks. Luke tells Diana to report to him next time, and Diana lazily slumps in agreement. Got it. As the rain slams harder, Diana shivers and blurts that she hates storms, then immediately checks Navi's forecast. She snaps her head to Luke and demands, "Do you still remember the promise you made to me?" Iris totally misreads it and thinks the promise is all about letting her get a ride on that ancient dragon. Luke suddenly remembers the other promise he made. He's going to whip up a wild rush buffalo feast for Diana. Diana's eyes lit up like fireworks as she practically begged to eat meat soon. Navi's eyes sat there, lost in thought. Like every master's certain they've already seen it all. She warns Luke, "Don't spoil Diana," and he grins right back, promising he'll play it safe. Luke makes Diana a mouth-watering promise after their bath, and she bursts into joyful chants about meat. He slips Iris her last command of the day, get ready for a house call at the infirmary. Luke storms into Duchess Sasha's chambers, where she's already waiting for her final treatment. He runs a magical diagnosis and confirms right there that the bacteria in her lungs are completely wiped out. A diagnostic screen bursts to life, flashing two giant characters that scream, "Complete cure." Iris gasps so hard her hands fly up to her mouth as she verifies the result, stunned beyond words. Sasha is bursting with joy, but Luke shuts it down and tells her to stay one more day resting before she's truly free. Tears of pure joy spill down Sasha's face as she leans in and whispers, shaking, how lucky she feels. She dips into a deep bow, swearing eternal gratitude, and Luke softly tells her to lift her head. Sasha whispers to herself that her relief is crushing because that risky treatment actually worked. She can already picture it. Her own master would explode with rage if he saw untested magic being shoved into someone. She leans in and asks, "Isn't this revolutionary find something we should celebrate right now?" Luke explains why you've got to test new magic on monsters first, because using it on people without proof is straight up wrong. He demanded that she repay him by letting him jump in and help with whatever trouble came next. Sasha nods without hesitation, pledging full support as Luke says he'll count on her. Outside, the torrential rain keeps hammering down, relentless and unbroken. A sudden blazing lightning bolt rips across the sky, lighting up the grand estate like it's been caught in a spotlight. Somewhere else, a man breaks into joyful tears when Luke confirms his own cure is finally done. Luke and Iris finally burst out of the infirmary day's work done for good, and they're ready to hit the next chapter. Iris beams that the day's exams are finally over, and Luke immediately cheers her on. Luke admits he's still not fully back on his feet, but the fact that he managed to save them makes the weight lift off his shoulders. Iris, her hands clasped in grateful relief, blurts out just how thankful every single patient was. She feels utterly blessed, her holy attribute awakens, and Luke just shows up at the perfect time. Luke muses that the best reward for a healer isn't gold, it's the moment his patient finally smiles again. In the hall, everyone nods because without his magic and potions, they'd be lost. Luke realizes his pharmacist skill has hit a temporary hard wall for now. They spot the rain ramping up, and panic hits get out now before it turns into something worse. That brief walk from the carriage left both of them soaked to the bone. A maid bolts forward to greet them, her eyes wide as she takes in their drenched, rain-soaked faces. Seeing Iris shiver, Luke gently tells her to take the first bath. Iris, flustered to the core, blurts that since she's his attendant, she has to stay put and wait for him. Luke finally gives in, and with one sharp spell, he instantly dries her soaking clothes. Iris's cheeks flare pink as she thanks him and blurts out that she's absolutely in love with how thoughtful he is. Luke sinks into the warm tub, lets out a happy sigh, and proudly declares he's in love with baths. A razor-bright flash slices the sky, and a thunderclap slams into the world right after it. The thunder snaps through the air, and Luke can't help but realize it's right on top of him. Navi bursts in, totally panicked, and demands the master's exact location right now. Luke regains his composure and blurts out that he's just in the bath. He only jumped because he was startled. A colossal lightning bolt slammed into the estate with a thunderous, deafening roar. Luke's eyes went wide with shock as he stammered, "That lightning hit way too close." Terror struck, Diana crashes into the bathroom and howls her master's name like her world is ending. She dives into the tub, clings to him tight, and pleads, "Please help me." Luke leans in and asks if the thunder scares her, eyeing her clothes as he speaks. She whimpers, insisting she isn't afraid because she's an ancient dragon. Even after her words, she keeps shaking in his arms, gripping him tight like she'll never let go. Navi shows up out of nowhere and promises to spill the truth behind why Diana is terrified to the bone. Diana hides her face and pleads heart-pounding as she begs Navi to stay silent. Navi finally spills it. Her past life memories are the real reason she's terrified. Navi lays it out. This black dragon shrugs off lightning, so one zap wasn't going to kill it. The lightning hit, then the blast sent her crashing down, snapping her neck instantly and killing her on the spot. That brutal fall hit so hard, and with the thunder roaring overhead, it carved a permanent scar of fear into his bones. Now it clicks. Luke demands to know why she ever duked it out with the Thunder Emperor in the first place. Diana explodes into furious shouting, screaming that the Emperor has been relentlessly pushing her into marriage. When the fight ignited, her lightning magic refused to work against the Emperor. It bounced off like it meant nothing. He dragged her into the roaring thunderstorm only for it to snap shut as a deadly trap that killed her. Neris's vision bursts open and it shows the Thunder Emperor knows Diana coming back to life. Luke realizes the Emperor isn't just looking, he's hunting hard for Diana, and she's about to go into hiding. He leaned in and bluntly asked Diana one burning question: does she have any feelings for the Thunder Emperor? She snaps at him with furious bite, swearing she hates flirting and claiming he's the only one who's ever allowed to have her. Luke mutters to himself that, in his eyes, she's nothing more than his daughter. Navi tells them his feelings are just the echo of that original master's bond with Drake. Luke leans in and promises her she'll never have to face the Emperor again. Diana demands, "Tell me, do you get what comes next?" Because she's already promised you that meat feast. She demands a meal so mouth-watering it threatens to wipe her fear clean off her mind. A tiny doodle flashes red-faced, overheated Luke is down on one knee, begging forgiveness from a little Diana. The chapter closes with Luke sinking into the couch, cuddling the tiny finner pup like it's the best thing in the world. Hattie, the divine finner pup, clamps her tiny teeth onto his finger and he yelps like she just pulled a prank. Luke freezes in shock like, how does he already have teeth? His growth has been so damn fast. Diana swoops in, hovering impatiently, and demands her promised feast of meat right on the spot. She asked, right to the point, if it was okay to invite Anna and Laura to join them. Diana just smirks and shrugs it off like, I'm only trying to look cool now. He clocks it instantly. Diana already swooped in and became best friends with the girls who are about to be his sisters-in-law. He orders her to round everyone up, and you can see the worry hit him. What if Murphy flips out over this? In the kitchen, Luke fires up the stove and starts cooking, steam curling up into the air like it's building suspense. A massive banner blares out Diana's prize spicer loin and garlic soy tenderloin. The feast doesn't stop there. Raw liver sashimi hits the table, and his appraisal skill confirms it's totally safe. A razor-sharp close-up zooms in on the perfectly prepped raw liver sashimi expertly carved, ready to hit your senses. Luke takes a bite of his own cooking, grins, and declares it absolutely delicious. Diana tears into the meat like it's priceless, sauce splattered across her face as pure joy lights up every bite. Iris and Laura burst into cheers, practically swooning as they proclaim Luke's cooking is absolutely delicious. Anna gushes over how smart he is, and then she hits him with this: the pricey herbs are the secret that makes the food taste ridiculously good. Amelia hesitates for a split second, then takes that first bite of the prepared meat. She shrugs off the garlic smell like it doesn't even matter, because the taste is insanely good. Diana keeps asking for more, and Luke snaps at her to wait because he's still cooking up seconds. The kitchen crew leans out from the doorway, mouths agape as they witness this mouth-watering spectacle. Diana gushes with pure adoration, saying she straight up can't live without his cooking. Luke finally realizes he has no choice, so he throws the door wide and lets Iris and the others jump in to help. The head chef bursts in, skidding to a stop, and demands to know where that mouth-watering aroma is coming from. Luke leans in and offers a taste. Letting a whisper ride on the flavor garlic soy sauce is the secret ingredient. The chef's mind blows. This flavor hits like fish sauce, only way, way better. Luke proudly lifts a huge pot of that amazing fermented soybean seasoning, like he's showing off a secret treasure. He can't help but grin. God made a Na'vi workshop from scratch, and it's like it was built just for him. He tells you this soy sauce is a brand new, non-commercial experiment he's brewing for the future. The chef is blown away. He dives deeper than anyone expected, digging up research far beyond just incurable diseases. A woman cook begs to buy some, but he's hit with a wave of despair. As a gift, he hands them the pot so they can cook it into their recipes. Rain keeps pounding down on the quiet estate all night long. Iris swings the curtains wide with a bright grin, blasting that sunny morning straight to Luke Sama. Diana shows up and greets a still sleepy Luke, even as he lies there in bed. He's set on giving Duchess Sasha her final exam right in the garden. Na'vi calls it out today. The king and the duke are coming before noon. Na'vi shoots him a sly look and flat out confirms, yeah, he's the one tied up in this. He demands to know why they're meeting, but Na'vi just shuts him down with stubborn silence. He scowls, steam practically pouring off him because our cryptic, useless answers are driving him up the wall. Na'vi swears she isn't trying to hurt him. She's doing all of this for his good. Iris steadied him, swearing she'd never judge him or think badly of him. Na'vi tells him it's meant to get him ready, but the frustration just claws at him. Na'vi blurts out, "Isn't this weird?" And he totally doesn't realize they've got special skills. Luke remembers them locked in that stare, then clocking how Murph has this burning hatred for liars. Na'vi tells him to steer clear of anything that could make him look suspicious. Luke barges into the Duchess's chambers to carry out her last medical examination. Sasha's grinning ear to ear as she swears she'll rebuild her strength because she's finally cured. A maid blurted that King Zeno and the Duke had shown up out of nowhere, right on the spot. The king demanded breakfast with her and Luke Donnell, both of them. While the maids dress the Duchess, Iris leans into Luke and promises, "I'll wait for you." Luke gets marched into a drawing room, and right there, King and Duke are waiting, watching him like this is about to explode. King Zeno beams at him warmly, praising the incredible accomplishments he's racked up lately. Luke clocked it instantly. The king had to be wrecked, ripping through the night like that. Duke Gale rises to his feet and bows so deeply he almost disappears, thanking Luke with shaking gratitude for saving his wife, Sasha. Duke Gale throws his whole heart into thanks because his wife's miracle is cured, and those magic pouches somehow sealed his daughter's door. Luke correctly clocks that this urgent message can only mean one thing: some fresh title or brand new territory is being handed to him. Then it's announced, unanimous as it gets, he's officially being handed the title of Duke. The king steps right up and dares him to prove he truly deserves that rank. King Zeno explains that the noble's unanimous support is no accident. It's because Luke has saved so many of them. Panicked out of his mind, Luke protests, insisting he's nowhere near ready to shoulder a responsibility this massive. Duke Gale leans in and tells everyone that Princess Amelia drilled into the very first proposed territory with obsessive, in-depth study. King Zeno snaps the conversation to a stop and reveals the bombshell: 3 nations have filed formal requests involving Luke. The Elf Kingdom makes the first move. Its goddess demands a meeting with Hattie Summoner. Luke instantly panics at the elves because they're already lining up to assassinate him, yet the king brushes off his fear as pure paranoia. The king leans in and reassures him, touch him wrong and it'll ignite a full-scale, no-holds-barred war with the elves. Then the dwarves who worship the ancient dragon Diana as their guardian deity send in their second request. Luke slams into despair over the diplomatic nightmare, but the king shrugs it off like it's nothing, just empty formalities. The king leans in, voice shaking with dread, and drops the worst request of all, straight from the feared demon kingdom. Their mysterious king, an eerie legend from the past, demands a one-on-one audience with Luke. He's rocked to the core when he learns the demon king is a never-dying vampire, and that this immortal monster is an old acquaintance of the original Luke. Everyone snaps to agreement right away. Talking to the demon king is way too deadly to even entertain. Ralutia tells him he needs to tackle this fragile situation right now with fast, face-to-face diplomacy. With grim determination, Luke fully feels the crushing weight of the huge political battle looming right in front of him. He hammers out a bold plan calling for a grand summit with all 3 nations during the upcoming 3-day school break. King Zeno bursts in with the news his wife has arrived, and he ushers her straight into the grand meeting room. A radiant, fully recovered Duchess Sasha steps in, flashing the king a bright, healthy smile like nothing ever happened. The king beams with pure relief at her recovery, and Sasha can't help but tease him for drowning her in the same over-the-top compliments. Blinded by emotion, Duke Gale breaks into tears and shouts the name of his beloved wife. She pulled him into a warm embrace, whispering, "I'm home." And her relieved husband looked like he could finally breathe again. Reludior watched the sweet reunion unfold, clocking the king's plan to whisk Luke into their kingdom. The king grabs Luke's hand and admits it. He never once thought a cure for consumption could exist, let alone be real. The king invites everyone to a celebratory feast and demands they hash out the details of Luke's brand new territory right then and there. In a towering grand hall, the royal crew crowds together, and there Princess Amelia strides in to join their heated discussion. The king slams out a massive, super detailed map on the table, gearing up to show Luke's 3 possible territories to rule. The first option is a former marquis, and the whole land is still reeling from the deep corruption left behind by its last ruler. Luke shuts the idea down hard because to him it reeks of an ugly maze of tangled economic and political mess. Anna cuts in, voice blazing as she begs Luke don't just brush off that troubled territory so fast. She lays it out plain that priceless treasure drives 5 brutal dungeons to grow into a thriving, self-sustaining dungeon city. Luke spots the strategic edge since it's Lord's. He can level up in the dungeons anytime he wants. He peppered the dungeon with questions about its difficulty rankings, and Anna's jaw dropped when she realized how locked in and practical he was. She lays it all out, the dungeons, from 1A to 1B and 1C, all the way to the 2E rank dungeons. Anna tells Luke that the dungeons can actually feed them, and Luke's jaw drops at how deeply Amelia dug into her research. Then it hits him. Amelia learned this whole thing just so she could serve her family as a civil servant. Reludior swings the second option into place, a mining city crouched on the kingdom's western edge. This land is sitting on a fortune untapped treasure that could keep a whole line rich for generations. The current lord is riding off into retirement, and with no formal announcement, a rare opening just cracked wide for a brand new ruler. Luke hears the territory's sound too perfect, and he knows something's lurking, ready to spring the trap the moment he drops his guard. Reludia drops a bombshell, an old brutal border war with the dwarves that's finally exploding again. He doubts whether those ancient claims hold water, but Reludior slams the proof down. Elves have it all on record. In a flashback, the elves back the dwarves, straight up rejecting that ancient land claim and calling it invalid. Still, the peace treaty also calls out the other allies who recognize the Faral Kingdom's right to the land. A dwarf emissary finally admits the king's got bigger threats looming than this petty land dispute. Luke and the two of them step in, and it's obvious the dwarf king himself has zero real interest in whatever's going on. Diana straight up says the OR is trash by dwarven standards because the dwarves don't even need it. They decide it's all just politics at play. Once he steps in, the whole mess is going to blow up fast. The king taps the last choice and declares a quiet barony on the edge of the massive elf kingdom. Amelia leans in and explains this is fertile farmland with a gold mine of trade just waiting to be opened with the elves. The land stretches wide and untouched, but right now it's barely paying a dime, no easy cash, just endless potential. Right now, the current lord is panicking. His wild sons have zero interest in taking over the title. The king smirks and admits it's wild no matter how low the rank is, nobles would still jump at the chance to serve him. He lays out a bold master plan. Luke will split up the land and hand it over to only the loyal vassals. After wrestling with her choices, Anna snaps to a decision. She throws her full support behind the dungeon city. Amelia worries that the corruption is still hanging around, but Anna slams the vow she'll deal with every last problem that shows up. While the girls can't stop plotting their purge of villains, Luke cuts in fast and reminds them to factor in the citizens too. The king vows he'll handle the whole political mess himself, no shortcuts for the next 3 years. While Navi plots the next big business move, Luke locks in on the dungeons, his perfect training playground. Luke nods in agreement, swearing he'll grind his way up in power while getting ready to seize control of his brand new dukedom. The king takes a slow sip of tea, smirking as he steers the talk straight back to Luke's personal business. He demands to know exactly how long those remaining medical treatments will still drag on. The king demands the girls return to the academy and tells Luke to fly them back tomorrow. Luke figures out the treatment won't wrap up for a few more days, and they all lock in their departure to match. Murph puffs out his cheeks in a silent, adorable protest, refusing to leave Luke's side. She begs Luke to let her stay, and her heartfelt plea shatters every last bit of his resolve. The king beams and nods instantly, thrilled at the chance to soar through the skies with his daughter again. Emilia breathes out, finally feeling safe enough to study, and pours out her gratitude like, "I can focus now, my mom's okay." Navi tells Luke to spell out the iris's positions because her nerves are spiking and only a clear answer will calm that growing anxiety. She bends her eyes toward Iris, and Iris's face erupts in a blush the moment he locks onto her with that sudden, intense stare. Luke presses the king for answers about Iris, and the king admits her official status still needs to be nailed down. The king leans in and directly asks a blushing Iris whether she plans to marry Luke. Luke straight up blurts his feelings he's done letting anyone else take her, so he vows to marry her and stake his claim right now. Iris shyly is left reeling by his bold confession, but she still says yes to his wild, out-of-the-norm marriage proposal. She blurts out that in their brief time together, her loyalty to him has gone from maybe to ironclad certainty. The king toasts the match like it's a power move, locking in a healer to protect the kingdom's precious bloodline. Worn out but still determined, Luke nods and agrees to continue the formal engagement the moment the treatment wraps up. Rose petals flutter down in the soft rain, and it feels like the world is washing everything clean for a brand new start. The story snaps to a tense, formal meeting. Luke sits across from Iris and her parents, the Earl and Countess. The Earl of Michael sits rigidly opposite them, beads of sweat pouring out as pure panic rattles his nerves. He drops into a sudden deep bow and, in full formality, asks Luke to take his daughter's hand in marriage. The Duke drops the truth that he'd planned all along for Iris to be Luke's personal attendant. The Countess swallows her doubts about Luke, then breaks into a bright smile and gives her full, joyful approval for the match. Once the papers were signed and witnessed, Luke and Iris were officially locked in, engaged to be married. The Duke lauds the Earl's razor-sharp business instincts for their brand-new cosmetic venture. The Earl snaps up the business proposal, and the king, no hesitation, slams the decision through with a single blazing yes. Now it's lunchtime, and in the kitchen, a huge pot of rice steams like it's calling everyone in. Joy lights up Laura's face as she declares lunch today is curry crafted by her big brother, Luke. Luke tells Laura they'll cook together again sometime, and Laura can't wait. She eagerly says yes. The Duke explodes into outrage-soaked, laughable despair, crushed because he totally missed his daughter's very first cooking lesson. The king leans in and tells the Duke, Luke can freeze time and pull fresh supplies from his inventory anytime he needs. Remember that. The Duke pleads with Luke to swear he saved him some, but Luke grimly admits, face-burning, that he didn't save a thing. Luke tells Laura to ignore the weird old man, and the Duke absolutely erupts in fury. Dan Lill, the head chef, swallowed his pride and asked permission to watch Luke's crazy, one-of-a-kind cooking methods. The Earl pushes Dan Lill to master Luke's recipes so he can wow everyone at the future wedding reception. The Duke mulls the proposal with a hard, serious gaze, and he sees nothing wrong with the chef being temporarily moved. He roars at the chef to grind and train until it's flawless, because the ducal family's honor is on the line. On the kitchen counter, a giant slab of orc loin sits there, just begging to be chopped up and cooked. Luke swiftly chops the meat, dips it in batter, and coats it in crisp breading, like he's plating a masterpiece. The breaded cutlet hits the hot frying oil, and it immediately sizzles like it's alive. Luke breaks down his two-step frying technique to an antennavirus, like it's the next boss fight. Chopsticks snap through the perfectly golden, crispy cutlet crust like a victory drumbeat. The nobles were packed in tight, and the second they laid eyes on that food, drool took over like a hunger stampede. The kitchen crew snatches the last bits of meat and practically begs to cook it themselves. Luke slams a steaming plate of katsu curry onto the table, aged to perfection and ready to blow everyone away. With a cocky grin, Luke steps forward, ready to unveil his mind-blowing culinary creation. The king and the Duke are bursting with joy, praising the meal as unbelievably delicious. Reludior Murpha and Emilia dug into their curry, savoring every bite and grinning in total agreement. This stuff is absolutely wonderful. Anna can't handle the curry's heat. It's too spicy for her, while young Laura grins and craves every fiery bite. Earl Michael creeps up to Luke, heart pounding, desperate for a private word. He blurts an apology for cutting in, then rushes to explain he has to talk about the new cosmetics business. Navi leans in and whispers that the Earl is in serious trouble. The Earl starts panicking and blurts out that his budget is stretched to the breaking point, while dread of total financial ruin crushes his every thought. A grim scene slams you with the truth failed nobles get crushed into slavery, and that's the fate waiting them all. Luke learns the brutal truth of this world. One failure doesn't just ruin you, it drags the whole group into debt. The state doles out help for disasters, but when it comes to financial hardship, it's a hard no. Anna voices her worry as the Earl's anxiety over the venture starts to weigh on him. Luke sits there, face tense, thinking about every brutal danger a lord has to survive, then asking himself how he can actually help. The king and his crew just kept singing praises for that insanely tender, perfectly crispy meat. Luke suddenly remembers the enchanted armlets, and then a brilliant plan ignites in his head. With perfect manners, he barges into the king and the duke's moment, then asks for their full attention. He lays out a jaw-dropping case powerful enchanted mithril necklaces and bracelets, the kind that scream magic the second you see them. Both rulers practically burst out that they'll snatch up the items no matter the cost. Luke throws out a price tag, 10 billion jenny per person, and they snap it up on the spot. He can't stop wondering if he underpriced them just for the sake of his family. The king demands the deal closes right now before Luke gets a chance to change his mind. A towering avalanche of money bags materializes out of nowhere, 10,000 of them stacked up to a total of 20 billion jenny. Luke figures out that half of this haul is enough to swallow every last business expense. He drops a jaw-dropping bet. Earl Michael gets 10 billion jenny as the marriage gift. The Earl is completely stunned, blurting out, "Luke, are you being serious right now?" Luke flashes a smile and tells Iris he doesn't want her to worry about money. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Iris wraps her arms around Luke and blurts out, "I love you," squeezing him tight. King Zeno steps up to Luke with a warm smile and a friendly request. He turns to Luke and asks if he'd be willing to sell that bracelet too. The king plots to hand the enchanted item straight to his eldest son. He realizes that personal authentication would stop the whole thing from being handed down. In a sharp flashback, the king leans in close and grills his son, Giel, about Luke. Navi can't help but notice Luke and Crown Prince Giel are thick-as-thieves true friends. Queen Alana leans in and gently tears into her husband for that selfish request. Luke admits that pumping out items like that might drain the power behind his enchanting. The king finally gets it the moment he realizes how rare that item is. The no more rules hit like a divine limit. He shoots Luke a grateful look, then swears he won't pry again. The story snaps to the grand shrine's dazzling, ornate facade, towering in all its glory. Inside, Lara beams at Luke and tells him her magical power has exploded to a whole new level. She lights up with pure joy, cheering that she's cute as can be and over the moon happy. Luke lets out a huge breath of relief when Lara proves she's physically stronger, so she avoids getting shoved into a magician class. Amelia's jaw drops when she realizes her own magic has gone and quadrupled in power. Luke watches Murph lock in with her holy beast, and it screams one thing: she's a saint. He slips into the chapel by himself, grabs a quiet moment, and pours out his prayers. Goddess Nearest bursts onto the scene out of nowhere, snapping out a warning that a horrifying danger is closing in fast. Luke goes completely silent, stunned by her sudden, panicked arrival. He demanded to know how anyone could possibly want to resurrect the world, destroying evil God. Nearest lays it all out. This cult wants to tear the world apart, then rebuild it from the ruins. Luke leans in with a grim, tense stare as the cult spits out its horrifying philosophy. With a heavy sigh, he turns to the goddess and demands to know what he's even supposed to do about it. Right as he snapped, the words hit him, "Stop looking that disgusted." She admits it bluntly. With him stuck at this low level, there's nothing he can do right now. Luke smartly proposes using the paladins from other nations as the perfect weapon to take them down. Nearest can't stop thinking about the idea that's telling him to set it aside for now. Luke slips out of the private prayer room and slams the heavy doors shut behind him. He's left absolutely horrified by how effortlessly the goddess throws assassins at people like it's nothing. Hattie, the divine finned pup, curls up and sleeps soundly in Luke's arms. He spots Murphy in the middle of a circle of nuns, all desperate to learn his healing techniques. He realizes he can't mess this up. He has to play it smart to keep his secret safe. He yanks out a tiny fancy jar of Navy's special sunscreen. He carefully slips his hand into Murph's, then offers to rub the cream on her himself. He leans into a nearby nun and tells her, straight up, that the cream keeps the sunburns at bay. Murpha bursts with joy over the gift, thanking him with a dazzling, radiant smile. The other nuns start heckling MRFA, joking that she's getting special treatment. He hands some over to his old servant, and the poor guy breaks down, crying like his heart's been ripped open. Later, the crew wanders into the local library and plunges their hands into those towering, packed shelves like they're hunting secrets. Their shopping spree kicks off after the library, and they jet straight to a shop stocked with fine china. They then burst into a crammed apothecary surrounded by wild potions and fragrant herbs. The camera jumps inside a shop, then swings its view out onto the street. Daria, a young whirlwind of excitement, bolts past her guard straight toward Lara. She jabs a finger at Lara's frog pouch and demands point-blank where she got it. Lara leans down, grips her strange little pouch, and asks, "So, this is what you mean?" The girl's father storms in at full speed, throwing out frantic apologies for his daughter's brazen behavior. Luke finally gets it. Renting out shops isn't for convenience at all. It's to dodge trouble. The girl throws herself at her father's feet, pleading and begging until he finally buys her one. Luke steps in with a kind smile and tells the disappointed girl the pouch isn't for sale. The girl's guards close in on both sides, and she can't even speak. She's frozen by his stubborn refusal. Tears shimmer in her eyes as she leans in and whispers a heartfelt apology. Luke's brain starts crunching numbers, realizing the frog pouches could be an absolute moneymaker. He starts ticking through the basics in his head, making sure he's got every simple ingredient needed to forge those one-of-a-kind items. He snaps the numbers: instantly cost, labor, and exactly how much profit he could rake in. He's weighing whether to spin the pouches off as its own money-making venture, separate from his cosmetics. The father shoots out one more apology, still shaken by his daughter's loud outburst. She blurts out that today's her 10th birthday, an insanely special day. The episode cuts to a flashback, and you see it. His 10th birthday is a huge deal, the kind of celebration everyone remembers. Luke leans in, wishing the girl a happy birthday, and she beams back, thanking him with real warmth. Like a secret treasure, he hands her his pouch catalog and lets her pick the one she wants as a gift. She's utterly stunned and bursting with joy by his incredible generosity. Her father erupts in protest, swearing he just can't take a gift that valuable. His attendant snatches him by the arm and hisses, "Turning down a noble's gift is rude." Luke makes it clear this gift is from him, destined for the girl Emilia will marry, her fiancé. The trembling father grabs his gratitude first, then points at the moment. "Pick fast, my daughter." The shopkeeper spots Luke stirring up a scene, and the prince gives an awkward, guilty nod. With careful fingers, he plucks a tiny round container straight off the shop counter. Luke leaned in and begged the proprietor to take the tiny bottle and the handkerchief. Daria asks for a matching pink one, and Luke lights up and says, "Of course." In the frog pouch, there's a fast-acting healing ointment that kicks in fast to patch up minor wounds. Luke asks if the ointment can actually heal her mother's hands. Daria just admits they always bleed. With pure joy blazing across her face, Daria throws herself at her big brother and thanks him for the gift. Luke watches as the girl and her father wave their thanks goodbye and vanish into the distance. Erica watches every bit of it unfold, smirking like she already knows exactly how it'll end. Erica keeps needling Murpha, but he shoots it down, claiming he just thinks Luke is genuinely kind. They step out and bam! A massive crowd has already packed the marketplace, shoulder to shoulder. The Farrell family's head chef, Danarur, snaps his head around, lured in by the chaos. The chef bellows at the prince, and Luke's desperate attempt to shut him up backfires. In the blink of an eye, the whole crowd drops to the ground and prostrates before him. With a tiny rabbit cradled in his arms, an embarrassed Luke blurts out an apology, begging the moment he caused the chaos to be forgiven. He calmly tells the crowd, "Stand up, go back to shopping," like he isn't even worth stopping for. The chef calmly tells Luke to shop first, and suddenly everyone feels totally at ease. With a resigned huff, Luke shoots the chef a question and demands to know where that awful fishy stench is coming from. The chef tells everyone the fishmonger doesn't open on a schedule, then suddenly blasts the deals out by email. He can barely hold back. This long-awaited sale is about to kick off any second. The chef shoves Luke ahead, and Luke can't stop thanking the crowd for their patience as the cheers roll in. He storms into the market and grabs a haul of seafood shrimp, sole, kelp, and scallops. With his shopping finished and a grin on his face, Luke chirps that it's finally time to head back home. A young man smashed right through his own guards, desperate to reach the prince and thank him. He steps up and claims his name Gray from the Atkins barony, and Luke snaps because he recognizes it. Great burst out in pure joy, yelling that his mother will be fully cured tonight because Luke made it happen. He bursts in and tells you he sprinted over the moment he hears his mom might finally get to come home. Iris remembers Atkins barony isn't far at all. It's tucked inside Castel Marquette. Luke freezes for a beat, eyes sharpening as the new info hits and his thoughts start racing. He goes to Navi for answers, and she tells him straight up that Gray really does seem trustworthy. Luke shoots questions about the recent embezzlement scandal, and Navi steps in, clearing the Atkins family for real. He demanded to meet Gray at his mother's estate, and the young merchant was left completely stunned. Luke says he wants a merchant's view of the cast-out territory, and Gray nods, agreeing right away. That very evening, they finally roll up to a towering, intimidating, noble estate that feels like it's daring them to enter. Gray swings open the door for Prince Luke and drops into a deep, respectful bow. He squirms as he offers a gift bag, insisting it's just a trifle, but praying they'll accept it. Luke spots the bags of money and blurts out, "Wait, are you charging me some kind of medical fee?" He tells them straight up he won't take personal payments if they want to donate. It goes straight to the clinic. Luke grins and tells Gray, "When the time comes, donate whatever you can." Gray fidgets and pleads to see his mother, but the answer shuts him down. He's told to wait. Luke tells him to hold on just a moment because he's about to finish the last treatment. From her bed, Adele greets Luke with a warm smile, looking healthy and ready to finally get her cure. Luke lays his hand on her back and vows that this session will finally finish her healing. He swings the door wide and tells Gray, "Your mom's cured, come on in." Gray barrels toward his mother, and when she sees him, her joy explodes all over her face. A tearful, joyful reunion erupts as mother and son finally lock eyes again after that brutal ordeal. It's over. In a separate room, Luke leans in and tells Gray he's about to become the Lord of Castile. Then he unveils his wild new business plan, an entire line of silly frog-shaped goodies. Gray jolts when he recognizes that frog pouch. It's the exact one that Lady Laura always wears. Luke leans in as Gray digs into the pouch, and in that moment, Luke finally clocks exactly what it's for. Gray's eyes shine like he's already struck gold. He's got that entrepreneur's instinct, and he's 100% sure this product is about to explode in popularity. Luke asks if Gray can handle the business, and Gray nods yes instantly, like there's no chance he'll back out. Luke lays out the deal's terms, and the gray bows of his artisan connections tighten with every word. Luke promises to reroute part of his profits straight to the artisans, shocking Gray. He smirks and winks, then promises that every last dime of sales tax revenue will flood straight into his territory. Gray bursts into laughter, and you can tell Luke just played it smart, locking in his own cut from the deal. Luke blows a massive 50 million Jenny and offers it up to kick off a full-on production factory. He sketches out his big plan, a production line, and lays it all out with specialized workers in the lineup. Gray instantly clicks with the brilliant idea of dividing work up like clockwork. He boldly claims he'll snag a bargain property for the new factory and get it locked in fast. Luke agrees to send the formal contract later, and just like that, their business deal is sealed. The scene fades out, swinging from a killer business meeting straight into the chaos of that night. Back at the Grand Farrell estate, the whole family's crammed around the dinner table, ready for whatever comes next. Laura can't sit still as she blurts out to her mom everything that happened today and all the fun she had. Anna leans in and hisses to Amelia, "I wish I could have gone with you guys." Luke leans in and asks if they're free tomorrow, digging into Laura's schedule right then and there. A stern maid rattles off their entire schedule with icy precision, then flat out declares that this sudden trip won't happen. Luke remaces as the realization hits those girls' packed schedules are a massive obstacle. With her mouth full, Diana blurts out that she's tagging along, serving as their guard. They stared at the threat and wondered if one dragon could really hold off the ambush. Luke tells everyone that Diana has been holding a steady magic shield around them this whole time. Diana bragged that her shield would instantly obliterate anyone foolish enough to strike at her. The maid and Duke Gale go wide-eyed when they realize the dragon is using protective magic to guard everything. She shoots them a warning touch, my master, and I'll rip open the darkness and scorch you with a deadly flame. Duchess Ash's eyes finally snapped the tense standoff right when her husband's name, Gale, hit the air. She orders the dupe to ditch their plans and let them hang out with Diana instead. The Duke freezes in stunned silence while his wife motions him to give his word, and he just can't speak. He leans in and whispers to his wife that bringing the kids close to Diana is the smartest move. The Duke gives the green light, and Laura, small in size, bursting with joy, throws a celebration the moment the news lands. Navi grins and hypes the girls up. Diana's gonna give him a ride tomorrow. Luke beams as he boldly asks King Zeno for permission to tear off on a joyride just outside the city. The Duke digs in his heels and demands a full escort of knights and Secret Service operatives. Diana snaps that she only agreed to watch the kids as a favor. The Duchess orders her sweating husband to choose the guards, then gives him until morning to get it done. The very next day, Murph choked up and begged Luke, "Please come back to me soon." She swears she'll be waiting at the academy, and Luke shoots back that he'll be back in a flash. The Duke can finally breathe easy. He knows he can leave Amelia in his brother-in-law's hands while he's away. Luke and Iris blow each other a goodbye grin as the earth starts to shake with a dragon's roaring approach. "Wicked bye," said Luke tells Iris it's showtime, and they need to swing by and make that house call. They tear across the city's endless rooftops, racing toward their destination. Their ride finally drops them at a quiet, hidden estate, tucked away on the far edge of town. Luke hands Diana a fashion dresser plate that triggers instant automatic outfit changes. He tells her it'll save her clothes in an inventory, so they don't get crushed. With a blinding flash, Diana's human form disappears in a heartbeat. Where she stood, a colossal ancient dragon towered its massive presence, so terrifying the crowd couldn't even breathe. Luke tests the new saddle for comfort, and she nods, telling him it feels perfectly fine. Then he offers up his float magic, promising to hoist the guards right onto her back. Laura sits there, nerves screaming, as a masked guard fires off the warning their takeoff is about to happen. Diana blasts into the sky at breakneck speed, and in her wake a terrified, screaming face is left behind. Laura's terror snaps into sheer delight as she rockets through unbelievable speed and height.